Zwart, okay, no problem. Kom my. Dink hy's net by, hy sit net homself op kraag. You can give me a nice lekker bite. That should be cool. And if it looks good.
Just need to send to sponsors the link number.
Why don't I have your picture? Yeah. You plugged in. Waar is die presenter? Hier ook.
Engela Conradi. I think it's Engela Conradi.
Okay, you ready to roll? You are on.
Good morning, gents.
Awesome, guys. Listen, Alex Park. I need a nice shot. I need a nice shot with you and the bikes in the background. We're going to go 7 o'clock, live to you. Gerald is going to speak to you, and then we'll take it from there.
Right. Great. Die jy daar kry nou, né?
Well, once you come to me, we're just going to have a shot with but no interviewing yet. Am I right? Ian? Net op my bier ry. Sien die pers erop staan. Ja.
Een is nog hier nie. So daai is as 'n lottie. Ek moet rooi penske.
Okay.
En die ouetjie met die skole soort om te kom. Dit is nie.
Okay.
Morning.
I'm going to be you and not
Like that. One side. Like that. Middle.
just touch me into the microphone. Okay. Good morning. All right. Am I good now? Wag. Kyk ek in die tablet of kyk ek vir jou? Ek praat met jou. Ja. Okay.
Like that. Okay.
Wanneer as daar enige direction van Gert hulle afkom, moet jy dit maar net in die mic sê want ons kan nou nie Just ask Gert if you can just repeat that, Werner. Microphone on the mic. Well, okay, let's just do a quick mic check. Gert, just, if you can hear Tabo's mic, speaks into the mic. You can hear it yours.
Well, good morning, guys. It is the 1st of August. It is, well, the third running of the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge. It's going to be a lovely day out here. We've got Emirates Airline Lions up against the Bulls today.
Gert, did you get that?
Yeah,
we have the system is with yeah. So they want. Is this that's your iPad? Yeah?
No,
Oh,
they
the
gave
guys
it to
link.
me.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah.
Super.
But I can't see them.
I think they're gonna go live.
Ja, Swana het gebel. Hulle is nou oortuig om te kom.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, Papa is hier. So ek kan hom
Out. Guns out.
The biggest shirt I've got. Just off this. I hear you. All right.
Just also maybe when you can just put all the sponsors are here.
Yes.
Gauteng, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody else, yeah. But no, man, it's all good. It's all good. You don't need anything with the last 5 minutes. Yeah?
No, I don't think so.
Yes,
Ask me
I
anything I
can
don't
hear.
know.
Oh.
Keegan. Those are the two I've met. The guys I'm gonna first.
So all right, let's just have a trial run quickly. Are you good? Can you hear me?
Is Tabo talking into the mic, into camera, or into the iPad?
I'm gonna wing it. I don't know.
It was one of the greatest struggles of our time, a time when thousands of innocent lives were taken through some of the most brutal measures known to man. It would take the bravery of many people to create a free and just system for all, and it would take thousands to bring down the system of apartheid. Even among all those brave people, all those heroes, all those victims, prisoners and leaders, one man stood out because of his extraordinary generosity and wisdom in reaching out across all kinds of political and racial divides. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, Madiba, born in Mvezo on the 18th of July in 1918, and 99 years later, we cannot hear this name without recalling the amazing journey that is Madiba's life. From country boy to city lawyer, from resistance leader, political prisoner, peacemaker, president, and finally to tireless humanitarian. The man who served 27 years in prison because he dared to demand the right to be equal, to emerge free not only of chains, but of anger and bitterness. How does one say thank you? How do we ensure that his legacy lives on? Because the example of Madiba's life must be carried on to all generations, so that they too can face the challenges in their lives with generosity of spirit, with integrity and courage. The task of the Nelson Mandela Foundation is to promote Madiba's vision of justice and freedom throughout the world. The foundation ensures that life of Nelson Mandela is made available to all people around the world, carefully documenting the scattered information, ensuring that all initiatives are true to his legacy. The foundation also collects and curates Mandela's personal archive under his guidance. Through this dialogue is encouraged the very essence of this great life, because Mandela's entire life was based on the principle of dialogue, the art of listening and speaking to others, opening dialogue around the world. But more than that, the foundation joins together everyone who wants to pay tribute to this great life and ensure that his vision lives on. It is only through your valued support that we can all assure Mandela that his legacy will live on forever. The Nelson Mandela Foundation. Ukuphila ilifa.
are. This is the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Virtual Ride. Welcome to it. It is a special day for cyclists around the world because today you can make a contribution to COVID-19 relief here in South Africa, wherever you are, and play a role in assisting those who need it most. It is a day that has come about because of the COVID pandemic we find ourselves in, and as a result, it's virtual riding that we're doing today on a bicycle around a virtual course on Watopia. We'll come to that in a while because we've got some exciting news today. We've got riders from all over the world, but also here in South Africa, celebrities and sports personalities. One of whom sitting alongside me here, Luthando Kaka, former professional and now a man deeply involved in the ride that would have taken place this year were it not for the coronavirus. So Luthando, tell us a little bit more about how this whole Nelson Mandela legacy Ride for Hope has transformed into the COVID relief ride.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and for this platform. I think the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Challenge presented by FXTM stems from the actual Ride for Hope event that we have annually. The event started 3 years ago, so it would have been our third year this year. So, I mean, with the challenges that we're facing, it only made sense that we can still continue with the event virtually, but also bringing that very important message that we always carry with the Ride for Hope, and that is to assist those that are actually struggling, be it through this pandemic now or any other challenges they faced before in the last 2 years.
Right, for those of you who are not aware, the Ride for Hope is a 4-day ride.
Yes.
Starting in Soweto.
Yes. No, the event is a 4-day ride starting at Nelson Mandela House and finishing in Howick at the Nelson Mandela capture site. So that's a 4-day ride. So that's how we normally used to.
And funds are raised and contributed to causes along that route. COVID-19 is the cause today, and you can donate wherever you are. You might be riding your bike. In our first event, we've got 4 events, 67 minutes in keeping with the Mandela Day legacy of 67 minutes. But I think we're looking to broaden that out because let's make every day a Mandela Day. It's going to be one of those days, a fantastic day. So first up today, we've got a ride involving the Vodacom Bulls, the rugby team, and the Emirates Lions, the other Super Rugby team, not far away from each other. One in Johannesburg, one in Pretoria, which is where we're going to start. And we've got some rugby players on the line, and we've also got our man at Loftus Versfeld in Pretoria, Richard Beswick. Hello, Richard.
Hey, Gerald, how's it going?
Good. And Tabulin Molete is alongside you there. He's at Ellis Park. What's the vibe like there? Richard, a bit chilly in Pretoria, I'm sure.
It is a little bit chilly. Gerald, been here since 5 o'clock this morning, and the players are on the bike already. They're warming up, getting ready to go. It's looking like the atmosphere is going to be fantastic here today. They're really looking forward to the day.
Some of these big units, the rugby players, are going to be interesting on the bike for 67 minutes. It's not quite as long as a game. I suppose they'd be subbed off after that, but they've got to keep going. It's a tough ask.
Yeah, I was chatting to a couple of the players, and it's their first time on Zwift as well. So I think they've probably been on the watt bike, do a lot of training on the watt bike. So it's going to be a treat for them to actually see themselves, get cars, actually race against the other guys as well. I think it's going to be great.
Well, we're underway with our first event on Zwift, the Zwift platform hosting the first event, and away they go. Now, again, just to put this in perspective, there will be people who want to race this. There's no question, Luthando.
Yeah.
But it's not actually a race.
No, exactly. It's not actually a race, but it's a platform that brings people from all over the world and people to ride with actually their superstars or their sporting heroes, I could say.
Well, we just caught a glimpse there of Bree Downs. I reckon that might be Brandon Downs, a winner of the 947 Cycle Challenge a couple of years ago. So all sorts of riders. There he is riding there, but riders from all over the world. Engela Corradi is joining us here, multiple South African champion over various disciplines. So fantastic. So we caught a glimpse of Thabo at Emirates Airline Park in Ellis Park. Let's go to Thabo at the Emirates Airline Park and find out the vibe with the Emirates Lions. Thabo?
to the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge. We've got the Emirates Lions here. I don't know what Rich and the rest of the guys are going to be doing on that side, but the Lions are almost ready and fired up. It's going to be a lovely UK derby today. I don't know how you guys are seeing this at the moment. So the guys are just getting themselves nice and ready. So it's the prospect is looking to be a lovely day out here.
Beautiful. But again, a bit chilly in that cavernous stadium. Quite different. What an amazing scene. We've got the smart trainers set up on the pitch. It's already marked out the pitch there, Thabo. It's quite it's surreal, isn't it? But fantastic to have some action on that field.
Well, it's special. I had a chat to some of the players. Raf said, he's looking up for it. He's ready to fire up, but he's going to check out the leaders and see how they go before he can line himself up. But it's quite chilly here, and but the sun is coming out, and it looks like a glorious day.
Fantastic, Thabo. Thanks very much for joining us there. We just catch a glimpse here of Diego Apollos. He's a 20-year-old with the Vodacom Bulls. This will be a real challenge for some of those rugby players. They've been doing some training. I think a lot of the teams have only just been getting back to non-contact training now. But getting on a smart trainer, they've had watt bikes and so on. But it's a different thing, this, isn't it?
No. It's definitely different. I mean, but it's also still as much as we've been training in our own spaces. So I mean, it offers us an opportunity to actually be training with other people. You know, we still want that human contact, if I could put it that way. But it also just offers an opportunity for people to just do what they love, which is being active. So it's actually a great platform.
Absolutely. As we know, the great man Nelson Mandela spoke about how sport unites people around the globe, and there's no question about that. And today we're uniting the sporting codes as well. With rugby, we've got the two Bulls and the Lions up against each other, and we've got, of course, later on, the Lions and the Titans cricketers up against each other, and then road running, the Nedbank running team with the FXTM cycling team up against each other.
Yes, that's going to be quite an interesting one. I mean, the Nedbank running women's team is actually quite competitive, and so is the FXTM cycling team. So we're actually looking forward to seeing how that challenge goes.
Now, you can be part of this, of course. Join us later on, of course, around about 11:30, that's South African time. We'll be hosting riders, celebrities from the world of sport and business here in South Africa, riding their own 67-minute ride as well. And you can also be a part, and this is why we are here. We're raising funds for the COVID-19 relief, and you can make a donation of whatever denomination, and you can actually use the QR code, which will be up on screen at some stage. You can click on the QR code and make a donation. Any donation over 50 Rand, South African Rands, will qualify you to enter a lucky draw, which could see you win one of numerous prizes. We've got Weber Braai setups worth nearly 10,000 Rand. We've got Chiavita hampers. We've got Falca Socks hampers. And we've got a month driving a brand new Toyota Fortuner. So that's for a month. Not winning it for life, for a month. And you can win that. There's the QR code. Scan that to donate and give. And as I said, anything over 50 Rand and qualifies you to go into that draw one of those lucky prizes.
No, exactly. No, we've also had some quite nice partnerships with people that wanted to play a part. I mean, Toyota, Motima Toyota provided us with a car for the raffle, and people who actually donate stand a chance to actually win that Toyota. I mean, we also have Weber that came aboard to say people must enter. Here's a price tag that they would actually offer people at home. Also Ciovita, including Falke. So a number of people actually said, you know what, we'd like to play a part. We'd like to be part of the initiative, and which is also for a very good cause.
All right, the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 virtual ride it is. Diego Apollos is with us. Diego, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hear you.
Hello, Diego. Diego is a utility back with the Vodacom Bulls. He's a young man from the Western Cape, finding his rugby home at the moment in Pretoria at Loftus. And this course that they're riding, it might be a bit tough. Diego might find this okay. He's as rugby players go, on the relatively light side. He's under 100 kilograms, so he might be okay. Diego, how are you going?
I'm doing good, and you?
Yeah, excellent. How tough is this? You're heavily wrapped up there. Is it a bit cold in Pretoria?
It's a bit cold now.
So how much have you done on a bike before? I mean, have you cycled much before?
No, not a lot.
67 minutes is a big ask on a bike here. It's all about pacing yourself, I believe.
Yeah, this is going to be tough.
Are you racing anyone else in the field there, of your teammates?
Yes.
Who are you looking to beat out there? Who are you looking to get the better of?
Just want to stay in the race.
Stay in the race, Diego. Fantastic. You guys have just started training, is that right?
Yes, we started hard.
And what sort of training are you doing?
Fitness,
But no contact at the moment.
no, not contact at the moment.
Okay, well, this is going to play a big role in your fitness. I think you can tick this off and send it to the coach. Hard work. Well done, Diego Apollos. He's one of the Vodacom Bulls players doing his job out there at Loftus. Beautiful, clear morning here. Beautiful winter's day here in South Africa. Clear skies it is. This is on Watopia, on the Zwift platform Watopia, which is where they host so many of their courses, and it's a hilly course. So as I was saying earlier, Diego might find it slightly easier, but some of those big rugby players are going to find it tough, aren't they?
No, definitely. But I'm sure, those guys can push, big watts. I'm sure they used to more like pushing huge watts, unlike the spinning guys. So I'm sure they'll actually hold their own. But we're looking forward to seeing how they actually fare in terms of their counterparts.
Right, we've got an hour still to ride, and we've got riders joining us from Japan, from France, from Australia. Where else have we got? From all over the world, which is what it's all about, actually. It's Ivan van Sail, one of the Blue Bulls. There's a Springbok. He's the scrum half.
Is it?
Has joined us. I see he's in there. Fantastic. Going well. 2.6 watts he's pushing out there, Ivan van Sail. Ingela Conradi is going very, very well as well. Brandon Downs, we've got members of the Best Med team joining us. We've got the TEG Pro Cycling team, with some of the top young pros as well, joining us from Land Rover in Centurion.
No, that's actually quite interesting to see. We know TEG is a locally based professional cycling team, and they've got some very good youngsters there in the team that are owned by Terry Yates, and also Terry Yates actually has been part of the legacy Ride4Hope family. So he was with us over the 4 days, and I also hear that he's actually also based in Centurion, joining his team there. Taking part there with the guys, so I'm sure he's actually pushing their guys to show their stripes there in the front.
Yeah, we saw Mike McLaren, another one of your riders from the Legacy Ride4Hope, taking part as well. That was second year last year. This year would have been the third year.
Yes.
What sort of numbers are you looking to have in the future?
Okay, I think with the numbers, it's our target has always been the small towns, because we want to say, let's take cycling to the smaller towns, and let's bring that all of those donations that we managed to raise and bring development to those smaller towns. So we can't, we are limited in terms of numbers. So we are always looking between 50 and 100, and not over that. So that's what we will target again next year. Hopefully we are over the period that we're actually facing all over the world.
Yes, let's hope we can have that event round about this time next year. It's winter, so it's cold when they ride all the way down, and you don't go on the main road. You as you said, you you take an alternate route down.
No, definitely. We always choose the smaller towns. So, but of course, we might also just look at maybe holding it with the warmer weather. Just try to move away from this
From the
cold,
winter months.
especially if you're starting 6 or 7 o'clock. But over the few years, I mean, the guys always made sure that they were ready for it.
Ivan van Zyl we're with now, the Vodacom Bulls and Springboks scrum half. And he's going quite nicely. And we've got a rider from Japan as well taking part.
What do you call those wheels again when you get to have those wheels on the Zwift?
Yes, very smart indeed. You must have some.
I wish.
Means these are one of those regular on Zwift. And it's if you're joining us, so welcome to it. This is the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 relief virtual ride on your Zwift platform, on your smart device, wherever you're riding. And Chivita have got a prize for you, Chivita hamper, some fantastic clothing. They make some of the very best cycling clothing, and you can qualify by donating, and that's what you need to do. Donate to 50 Rand or more, and you'll qualify to go into the draw for any of our lucky draws, and there are a number of those. Chivita, Mortimer Toyota put up a Toyota Fortuner for a month. Drive that for a month. And also Falca Socks have put a hamper together, and Weber, so you can pull out the braai later on, the barbecue wherever you are in the world, and go and have a barbecue with that new Weber barbecue. Well, the rugby players are going at it. They had to get up really early. Rugby players don't often get out of bed that early to go and train, but showing their dedication to the cause here, the COVID-19 relief cause here at the Nelson Mandela virtual ride on Zwift. And now let's have a look at some of those prizes you can win. This is a Chivita hamper. A 10,000 Rand hamper from Chivita. That's fantastic. All you have to do is donate 50 Rand or more. And, well, if wherever you are in the world, you can donate, and we'll get that prize to you. Falca, you can win numerous prizes, 30, 20, and 10 pairs of socks. Wow, they'll keep you in socks for life. You'll never go around needing a pair of socks. And 100 Rand or more will get you a Toyota Fortuner for an entire month. A brand new Fortuner. It is a spectacular vehicle. So look out for that. And nearly 9,000 Rands worth of Weber Spirit 2 E2010 or 210 braai or barbecue. That'll get you cooking. So you'll have to get cooking on your Zwift bike or your virtual trainer. And you can donate. As I said, donations going towards COVID relief here in South Africa. It's a very, very tough time for everyone around the world. There's people who have lost their livelihoods and are struggling to make ends meet. And we're just trying to do our bit here to make life a little bit more comfortable.
No, definitely. I mean, also with that, I think we also have to say thank you, I mean, to the Emirates Lions and also the Vodacom Bulls for actually saying that, you know what, we're able to dedicate our time. And also, it's definitely not their comfort zone to be spending so much time on the on the bike. So I'm sure they'll probably be losing muscle mass. So we might see a lot more forwards there. So I think, yeah, thanks to both teams for actually saying that, you know what, we'll take part in this event. It's for a good cause. And also, I mean, with the Nelson Mandela Foundation as well, our link with them is also through the Each One Feed One campaign that they're riding, and which is what we want to donate towards, so that people don't go to bed hungry. You know, I mean, with the COVID-19 challenges, a lot of people have been facing difficulties. There's retrenchments left, right, and center. And this is one way that we can actually get the sporting codes to say, what can we do as the sporting codes united to do something for those most affected in our society?
Absolutely, making a serious contribution to those who need it most during this bleak time globally. And let's make those donations and make a difference here to those people. Now, let's hear from Rabs Makwane.
Well, here we are. We are with Raps Makwane. Those that know him call him the Speed Train. Well, he's recently just moved to the Lions from the Cheetahs. Raps, how is it? How's the vibe here at the Lions Pride?
Goodness, well, for me, it's a different experience. I haven't seen a union that is so professional, and I'm just taking every moment to learn and to actually cherish.
Oh, awesome. So tell me, today's prospect. You told me you've been doing a lot of running, a lot of kilometers. Yeah. So obviously there's no game time at the moment. So how's this compared to the running? And what is your challenge going to be for today? What do you want to achieve with this Nelson Mandela COVID-19 relief challenge?
Well, for me, I've never been a fan of watt bikes. I'd rather be running outside, but anyways, it's for a good cause. And for me, it's just about giving back and doing what I can. You know, and for me, at this point in time, it's literally just giving my time for the Nelson Mandela Day. You know.
Okay, Raps, please tell us, what are you doing in this most dreaded time? It's a tough time. What do you do to keep yourself motivated in this time?
Well, first of all, I love rugby. And I think I'm playing rugby for a reason. And for me, it's God sent. That's what I believe. And I think that's just my motivation. I mean, every day I just want to wake up and train and play, you know. So I know that someday we'll play again. So I have to be ready, you know.
Sure. So, guys, right now I'm going to give back to the studio. Gerald, the challenge is on, the heat is on, the Speed Train is on the watt bike. How's it on that side?
Yeah, I think Rabs is doing a great job there, just keeping those legs ticking over. And that's important because 67 minutes, we've gone 16 minutes now on this hilly route on Watopia. Riders from all over the world joining us to take part in this first of our races, the Emirates Lions at Emirates Airline Park in Ellis Park, and the Vodacom Bulls at Loftus first off. Not all of them, but a good sprinkling of them, which is great to see. And all these rugby players haven't been doing collective training. They've been doing their own training at home, and slowly but surely getting back to non-contact training. I think the Lions may have started this week, in fact, getting back to some sort of non-contact training. And so this is all pretty important for them. I think a nice little session on a Saturday morning. I wonder if the coach will put them back into training this afternoon. Nevertheless, I think this is Ivan van Zyl going great guns here for the Vodacom Bulls. And I tell you what, there's a lot of these rugby players will find themselves doing things that they haven't done before, like racing each other on a bike and having a look and getting a taste of what it's about to race a bike, to race a mountain, to race a mountainous route like this on a virtual platform, but still it's going to be an interesting challenge for them, and one that I'm sure they'll, well, so we've already seen getting stuck into and enjoying it. So right, I think we're going to be able to chat to Ivan van Zyl, the scrum half with the Vodacom Bulls. And of course, the Springbok scrum half. They've got a couple of scrum halves there who've made it big. There's Ivan van Zyl. He's smiling broadly. This is all quite easy for him, it seems.
Walk in the park.
How are you going, Ivan? How's it feeling?
Very good, man. Very excited.
Yeah, tell us what it's...
A little bit cold this morning.
better now.
Yeah, when last did you get up at this time for a training session?
No, last couple of days we started out at 7, so it was only like half an hour earlier, so it wasn't that bad.
Cool. So this is a really stressful time for everyone around the world. What have you been doing to sort of keep your body and your mind active whilst you aren't being able to play matches?
Yeah, so obviously it's been an interesting time for all of us, especially for we as a sportsman. Obviously, we needed to make sure we can train and do the best we can. So, watt bike and different bike, your garage, kind of new thing you're doing, and we're fortunate enough to have some fields and some places we could run at when the law allowed us to. But yeah, at the end it was tough, but just happy to be back at Loftus and get going.
Yeah, I bet you'd rather have been on the field playing rugby, but this is a great cause for you to get involved in the COVID-19 relief, isn't it?
Yeah, no, this is special. And for us as players, it's very, very special to be a part of this cause. And I really want to challenge the people. I mean, come out and make your donations and help those people who are really struggling. I know it's difficult for all of us, but there are people who are really, really struggling in this time. So come out, make your donations, make a difference, and help us on the other day to really impact the lives of the people around us.
Well, that's fantastic. Are you, by the way, on the screen now is the QR code. You can scan that and donate, so do that right now. But Ivan, are you I guess you're quite a competitive individual. You're testing yourself against other guys there and seeing how you go, of your teammates?
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, I got off to a little bit of a poor start. There's some technical difficulties, and not actually just pressing the start button on my watt bike. I was just standing here for a minute, fighting without actually moving. Slowly but surely, I already caught some of the. Our real Iron Man is at the back, so it's pulling, and we are all rooting for him to get back. So hopefully he'll pull the Bulls team forward today.
Cool. Well, the Lions are going well as well up the road from you in the derby. So good luck, Ivan. Thanks very much for joining us, Ivan van Zyl, a Springbok and the Vodacom Bulls scrum half, going beautifully there. He's looking very comfortable.
Very comfortable. But also, I mean, also very interesting. I mean, because seeing the Vodacom Bulls there is that another element to it is that all of the teams are making available signed jerseys for people at home. So one of the benefits, and also once you actually do donate, you stand a chance to actually winning one of the jerseys that, because Lions will be giving us a jersey, as an autograph jersey, and also the Blue Bulls as well. So you never know.
Fantastic. Cool cap, that little bit of headgear being worn by one of our riders from around the world. Fantastic to have so many riders from all over the world. Really fantastic. Riders are very strong. The Best Med Vets team from Pretoria are involved, and they're riding as well, which is great to see. We say thanks very much to Lutando Kako, who's been with us here. He's the man behind the Legacy Ride4Hope, and it's great to have him taking part and being the energy and the engine behind this event. Fantastic. Well, the Vodacom Bulls are still going. It's a long way. 67 minutes might not seem a long time on a rugby field, but I tell you what, you get on a virtual trainer and you get involved in a Zwift race like this, where the course is undulating, and suddenly 67 minutes, you'll be putting your hand up saying, I needed to be subbed off at some stage. Well, this hilly loop, it is a tough old course, no question about it. And those who are regulars on Zwift will be loving this, and some of those might be thinking this is a little tougher than I anticipated. But They're keeping at it, and all in the name of raising funds for the COVID-19 relief through the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 virtual ride. Brendan Downs involved in that breakaway up front there as well. So, of course, these things are wonderful to have, and it's even better when you've got wonderful support and sponsors involved, like FXTM Towers.
To all the teams,
we're all very proud of you.
Thank you. Good luck, guys. Hello, everyone. We just wanted to wish you all the best of luck.
Remember, this is for a great cause.
So keep cycling and let's keep those donations flowing.
Hello, FXTM ladies. Thank you so much for being part of this amazing race event. I wanted to thank you from all our company, and I would like to tell you, go girls.
Hola, hola, cyclists. This is a big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in Mzansi, we would just like to thank you for taking part in this amazing course. A spin for the win, and good luck.
Awe Huchandad, this is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we want to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing course. Spin for the win, and good luck. Let's go. Awe.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for being here, and good luck to you all.
Go team, every team support you all the way.
Nda Vovua Hani. This is the biggest day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing cause. Spin for the win, and Mashudu Mabuya.
Hola, Mafetu. This is a big day, and on behalf of FXTM South Africa, I'd like to say thank you, and we appreciate you for all the amazing work that you guys are doing. And hey, spin for the win, guys. All the best. Thank you.
How's that, cyclists? This is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we want to thank you very much for taking part in this amazing course. Spin for the win, and good luck.
Hi, spin for the win and good luck.
Hey guys, on behalf of FXTM, thank you for joining. This is for a great cause, and keep on cycling.
Hello South Africa, thank you for being here.
Stay focused and good luck.
How's it, cyclists? This is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we would like to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing cause. Spin for the win and good luck.
Hey guys, thanks very much for volunteering for this great cause. Let's keep cycling, let's keep that focus on, and let's keep those donations coming.
Fantastic. That is such an amazing group and team to support our presenting sponsor, FXTM, here at the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Virtual Ride. It is fantastic. We've been joined here by Yase Godlo, who is the director of Mandela Day and events around something like this. Yase, than's for joining us.
No, thank you for having me.
Fantastic.
No, brilliant.
Great.
That's quite exciting.
Will you be on the bike later?
Sure. Let me make sure everything works. Let me sure everything works. People, and I think the most fascinating thing is that it's the virtualness of everything.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see if people getting lost. Imagine.
Well, we did hear one of our Vodacom Bulls riders, Ivan van Sail, say he had a little bit of a technical issue and had to start late.
Right.
But that's the beauty of the Zwift platform and the virtual riding, as we see Brandon Downs powering away.
Yeah.
This is a man who won the 947 Cycle Challenge, so he's a man who knows how to ride up front. He's on his own. He's on a break up front on the first of our events, 67 minutes.
Yeah.
Significant that as well, isn't it?
It is.
At the
It
time
is.
that we're doing here. So you've had Mandela Day quite recently.
Yes.
And this is another initiative that's making a major contribution towards those who really need it.
Yeah. It is. This is an initiative for us as the Nelson Mandela Foundation. that actually started in the year Mr. Mandela turned 100. So in 2018, we started this relationship with Ride4Hope. And it was actually a physical ride from Soweto to Howick. And it is quite brilliant that Ride4Hope as an initiative found this virtual ability to still get people involved. So quite unique in that way. I mean, I must be honest, I didn't know what it's going to look like, and it's so fascinating to see. And yes, it's an initiative that is going to change a lot of lives. The Nelson Mandela Foundation, in the period of COVID, in the lockdown especially, when we were at level 5, we didn't know we were at level 5, but it was level 5, and so we'd find ourselves in a space where we knew that we need to immediately respond to the needs, and the needs were as basic as food, and that is when Each One and Feed One started. Initiative also just inspired by the call where back in the day it was Each One Teach One, part of a lot of students who had driven this, and the communities that driven this drive to say, let's each one teach one. And we found it very important at this time to say, Each One Feed One. And it's an initiative that has supported almost 11,000 families. And the numbers are growing. And I know we're also in a space now on early next week, we'll be sending out our next batch of vouchers because we've moved on to that phase of the project where, I mean, there's a lot of, the COVID is, and the infection rate is peaking now.
Yes.
So it found it important to find a virtual way of still connecting with people. So it's using an e-coupon that will going to be reaching a lot of more people. So people do not wait for us to come and physically give the food, but they would have an opportunity to redeem that at their shops.
Well, I mean, that speaks of, it touches into where we are now, doing this virtual bike ride. You're doing an e-coupon. So how does that work?
So the interesting thing about this e-coupon, I mean, one, we get points and we got rewards from different retailers. So this e-coupon, a person would get a text, an SMS, that would advise them the closest store that they will go and redeem this. This is a partnership that we have, and then the person would then go to the store, redeem that e-coupon for the value of 600 Rand. And they would be able to, we initially had looked at, because we had a food pack that is quite substantial and that could feed at least a family of 5 for properly a month, and it even extends beyond a month. So what has been important about this e-coupon, realizing that the needs of families are different. There are people with babies, there are people with elderly, so the needs are different.
Yes.
So we'll give them an opportunity to take the e-coupon, go to the store, go redeem it for any of the needs that they have immediately.
It's amazing. It really is, and it's straight to their needs and directly to their needs. So you've heard how the money is being distributed and used. So make a donation, and you can do so by using the QR code on the screen. You see it quite regularly on the screen. They make a donation. $50 or more gets you into a draw for a number of the lucky draws. $100 gets you into a draw for the driving a Toyota Fortuner for a month around South Africa. Unfortunately, perhaps not if you are around the world, but nevertheless make that donation anyway, because you know it's going to worthy causes and needing people who really do need it here. So this is an amazing initiative. Sid, hold on for a moment, because we're going to be going I think we're going to go to Thabo at Emirates Airline Park in Ellis Park. I think we are, with the Lions, Emirates Lions.
Yes, Cheryl. Are you there?
Hello, go for it. Tell us what's happening there. they've got they're just over halfway.
Well, I've got now Asinati Tabakanye, the man, the beef man. Look at him go. Look at all of them. 145 kgs on the white. This man is on fire at the moment. Listen, how is it and why are you doing it today? What is this all about? To the Nelson
reason why I'm doing this first because and really challenging more to remind them Mandela Days are everyday thing. That's just a one-off thing.
Lovely. Well, there you have it, guys. It is not only a one-day thing. We're taking Nelson Mandela Day to a new level, past beyond only July. We're now in the month of August, also in the month of Women's Month. I'll be getting two ladies we have here at Emirates Airline Park, and it's going really, really, really good at the moment, Gerald.
Thanks, Thabo. That's a fantastic effort. Looks as though he's just chilling there quietly. He's got halfway through. It doesn't look as though he's putting in too much effort. Is there a challenge you want to put out? I mean, down the road at Loftus, the Vodacom Bulls have got a really good team effort going there.
You know, the Tight 5 is all about pushing heavyweight. So the beef man will be moving slowly but surely. He's now at 9.3 kilometers, and he's having fun. Are you having fun, my guy? I don't want to keep him up too long because he says he doesn't like doing two things at one time.
I'm really enjoying it at the moment. But like I said, we go at the pace where we can keep up like sweet.
Oh, there you have it. He's just going to keep it in there, stay in the running. But the vibe is absolutely incredible at the moment. The gears is on. I'm going to take you later on to James. And James is the crazy one in the whole bunch. So he's absolutely looking forward to having a go and having a chat with you guys.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Thabo, at Emirates Airline Park, just down the road. And keeping an eye on... We've got, in fact, Armand de Wet. Hello, Armand. How's it going?
Oh, it's going good.
You're looking very comfortable there. You're keeping up a really good cadence.
Thank you.
How tough has it been? I mean, you've got less than you've got about half an hour remaining.
No, so far. It is a bit tough on the legs at the moment. I'm trying to keep up the high cadence. I'm not sure about my what. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. So yeah, luckily I'm a bit used to cycling. Not too much effort.
So cycling, this is not unfamiliar for you.
No.
So where else do you do cycling? On the training bike? On the what bike?
Yes, of course. Here at the Bulls, when I do have time in between seeing players, I always jump on the white bike. But I like mountain biking. Yeah, I'm doing all sorts of adventure racing and Ironman, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're the man who's chasing. How many Ks have you got on your clock there?
I think I'm 13.4.
Okay, that's excellent going, Armand. Fantastic. Now, this is a seriously important cause that you guys are putting your squad are putting an effort in for, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I would definitely just want to encourage people out there to just to follow the links or whatever you guys give them, and please guys go and donate.
Fantastic, Armand. Thanks very much for joining us. Good luck. Keep it going.
Thank you.
Great stuff, Armand de Wet, and he has a smiling face. James Henry, how's it going?
It's going well, yeah. Legs are getting a bit tired, but really enjoying it out here.
You're pushing a bead there out in the stadium, eh?
No, we can't hold back. Eh?
How many Ks have you been doing?
I'm now on 16.8.
16.8? Yo. You're you're going very well indeed. That's a fantastic effort. Tell us about, is cycling something you've done before? Is this familiar to you?
Yeah, no, I mean, conditioning-wise, we've been doing it a lot here, especially at the Lions. But yeah, other than a white bike, I don't really cycle. But yeah, doing it on a white bike is pretty familiar, yeah.
And is it tougher than you expected it would be?
I've never cycled for longer than I think 20 minutes, so I'm feeling it now.
You are feeling it now. You've got just under 20, in fact, you've got just more than 20 minutes to go. So
Yeah.
keep some in the tank, eh?
No, I can't empty out, but I think I'll be able to keep this pace.
We don't want to have you subbed, eh?
Yeah, no.
Thanks very much, James. That's brilliant. He's doing a great job there at Emirates Airline Park. Isn't it amazing? I mean, we talked about the impact of Nelson Mandela and the Mandela Foundation bringing sport together. Here we've got sportsmen together virtually.
That's true.
And the point was made there, Mandela Day is a significant day in South Africa's landscape, but every day
It is.
should be a Mandela Day.
It's true. It's very important that, Jared, because we cannot make proper impact with 1 month or with one initiative that we do on the 18th of July. So it's quite humbling and actually quite exciting at the same time when you see sportsmen giving their time in this way. The value of their time combined is worth quite a lot. And for them to say we're putting our brands behind this, we are ensuring that we're supporting an initiative that is about really changing people's lives is quite important for us. So it's a great opportunity for me as well to have sports engaged in this way. It's not every... so what mostly would have happen in a normal Mandela Day without COVID is that sportsmen are in season in different spaces, but a unique opportunity for us, but we also find it a very important time that we see sports people getting involved in this way and really dedicating their time in the best way that they can. It's out of the box for a lot of people, because as you're talking to most of them, they're saying, look, I prefer running, a bike is not my thing, and that kind of dedication is very inspiring.
Yeah, they're putting themselves in areas they haven't been before, and it's not, they're not doing it in the quiet confines of their own home or behind closed doors of the stadium. They're doing it, out to public here. You talked about distributing the funds through your platform.
Yes.
How do you go about this? I mean, the difficulty is there are so many needs. There's so many people with needs. That is a difficult area for you.
That is quite a challenging area. It's not difficult because there's a network of organizations that are working on the ground. What the Nelson Mandela Foundation has been doing is identifying beneficiaries through the network of organizations that we've been working with. A lot of our requests for support has been coming through social media mostly, but also the organizations that we've been working with over the time would then reach out. It's quite unfortunate that at times when you have such a huge number of requests and you do not have enough funds or resources to support everyone. But we've planned ourselves in such a way that we reach as many people as we can. And over the past 4 months, we have gone on to all 4 corners of South Africa in all the provinces, and where we have been actually physically dropping off this food. The partnership that we have is with Imbumba Foundation and the Kolisi Foundation. And again, it is partners who have been saying, let's make a difference and let's make sure that we reach as many people as we can. We've seen a lot of support from our funders and the sponsors, organizations that we've built a relationship with. So that has been exciting, and it has allowed us to reach as many people as possible.
Well, long may it continue in terms of reaching, and I mean, in a strange way, this time of COVID, this dark time for the world, is opening up opportunities and doors to reach people where perhaps we might not have in another world. So, dare I say, some good can come out of this in terms of extending this once the world
has opened
back to some sort of normality.
And that is quite important and key for us to also think about, because what we've also realized is that in this period a lot of people have lost their sources of income, and the impact is going to grow beyond this period.
Yes.
So the foundation and within our Mandela Day program, we've looked at sustainable long-term solutions where we're looking at gardening and rekindling the value people must understand that is within building sustainable programs around food, access to food. And we're exploring this, and we're going to be engaging with a lot of pilots to make sure that we could take models that a lot of communities and other organizations in civil society and corporate and even in government to say, this is how people can actually learn how to fish.
Yes.
So that is quite key for us, because a lot of companies have closed. The hospitality industry has been hit the most, and we realize that there's a lot of people who are going to be struggling post-COVID, post the lockdowns and all the protocols. And so it's important for us to get involved in a very important way.
Yes, Sigodlo, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
All we can say is thank you and good luck. As I said, long may it continue in terms of making an impact and helping those who need it most.
Yeah, thank you so much. And again, thank you for giving us this time and for being part of such a beautiful project. We're starting off Women's Month, and it's again very important for us to see an initiative that again is looking at supporting women who are very concerned about their families. So this is again an initiative starting in the Women's Month of August, where we're saying that we're going to be reaching out to those women as we've been doing, and the ECD practitioners and everyone else in vulnerable families, and saying this is how we're going to help and we want to bring that difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yassi Goodlaw joining us here and keeping an eye on things here for the Nelson Mandela Foundation. He's the man who is behind Mandela Day and all the events that take place throughout the year. And there is a very strong feeling that although Mandela Day is a significant date in the South African and in the world calendar in terms of raising awareness and doing your bit for a media-worthy cause for 67 minutes. These rides are 67 minutes each, and why not do one every day? Every day's in Mandela Day. Chris Smith. Chris, how are you going?
Very good on yourself. I'm on a nice decline here, so all downhill from here hopefully, but I think I'm at the back of the peloton. So a bit of wind.
So tell me, have you found this tougher than you expected?
We've come off a tough week of training, so I was hoping this was going to be a bit of a recovery cycle, but it's really pushing here. A good sweat going, and obviously with our competitive nature, you know.
So you're actually racing someone here? You're racing your teammates?
One passed me about 20 minutes ago. I'm still trying to catch him.
And he had a bad start as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit embarrassing that the Bill 9 is beating you.
The Zwift platform is quite interesting, where you're racing or riding, and I say riding. I mean, you get on a bike, the red mist descends, and everyone's racing, of course. But you're riding against people from all over the world. There's people in France and Australia and all over the place, Japan and China.
Yeah, no, dude, what an awesome app that it can, connect all over the world. I'm seeing Japan flags, New Zealand flags, and obviously everyone passing me. But yeah, what a great app, and yeah, awesome to be a part of this.
And I suppose it does bring it bring it all closer to home in that everyone at this stage is suffering in this dire time of the COVID pandemic.
No, exactly. I think us guys on the bikes, so we're part of the Bless group. But I mean, if you told me it would take 67 minutes of my Saturday to change someone's life, I do it every Saturday. You know what I mean? So it's awesome stuff.
Chris, that's fantastic, man. Hey, it's clearly warmed up in Pretoria.
Yeah. No, yes, nice and chilly up here this morning, but the sun's come out and a beautiful Saturday. Endorphins are flowing, so what a great start.
So just touch on your training. I mean, what have you guys been doing in terms of your training of late? I know it's quite recent that you've started non-contact training.
Yeah, I mean, with all the COVID regulations, we still in small groups, sort of training about 3 hours a day with a bit of gym, fitness, and some skills. Yeah, no, it's been good to be back. Good to see the guys. Obviously, you get your energy from your teammates. So yeah, it's been great to be back and awesome to be back at Loftus.
Fantastic, Chris. Just this will be a rugby question. I mean, you obviously don't know quite yet when you're going to be playing, but your ambitions, your short-term ambitions here with the Bulls. I know you were at the Pumas, now you're at the Bulls. What are your ambitions there?
Oh yeah, I've obviously been here since the start of the year. Yet to make my Super Rugby debut, so I think that's probably first on the list if we ever play Super Rugby again. But I think just to actually get on the field would be a start, and then obviously from there, hopefully try maintain a place and try and make a difference here at this union.
How are your scrummies doing? How's Ivan doing?
Oh man, we've got a few Springbok scrummies, so that's not too bad having that on your inside. But yeah, Ivan on the bike there is looking strong. He's a natural cyclist, you know what I mean? So he's looking very strong.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. Get to work. You've got another 15 minutes or so to complete. Well done.
Cheers, thanks.
All right, Chris Smith, fly half he is. He was at the Pumas. He's now under the tutelage of Jake White, who's taken over at the Vodacom Bulls and hoping to make his Super Rugby debut at some stage. Well, at the moment, he's doing a really good job on the bike, on the Zwift platform. Remember,
vision of justice and freedom throughout the world. The foundation ensures that life of Nelson Mandela is made available to all people around the world, carefully documenting the scattered information, ensuring that all initiatives are true to his legacy. The foundation also collects and curates Mandela's personal archive under his guidance. Through this dialogue is encouraged the very essence of this great life, because Mandela's entire life was based on the principle of dialogue, the art of listening and speaking to others, opening dialogue around the world. But more than that, the foundation joins together everyone who wants to pay tribute to this great life and ensure that his vision lives on. It is only through your valued support that we can all assure Mandela that his legacy will live on forever. The Nelson Mandela Foundation. Ukuphila ilifa.
living the legacy, the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and the legacy we are creating and has been created through the Legacy Ride4Hope is now transformed this year through the COVID pandemic into the legacy of COVID-19 relief and the virtual ride that is taking place around the world as you join us on the Zwift platform, on your smart trainer, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to it. Our first event is around 17 minutes remaining. That is of the Vodacom Blue 3 times and multiple Currie Cup champions, of course, but here they are on the bikes and they're taking a strain, some of them. This is looking at the clock thinking, oh, how much longer, guys, how much longer? Well, you've got around about, it's counting down, Yeah, you've got about 20 minutes or so, no, less than 20 minutes to get to the end of the race or the ride. And in order to qualify to win one of our many prizes in the lucky draw, the raffle that we've got going, this is the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Virtual Challenge presented by FXTM. And in support of that, Chivita offering a fantastic hamper. So Falke offering a hamper, first, second and third prizes there. So that really is fantastic. 30, 20 and 10 pairs of socks. 50 Rand donations will qualify you, 50 Rand or more. 100 Rand or more, and you stand a chance to drive off in a Toyota Fortuner for an entire month. That'll be your wheels. How cool is that? And you can also win a Weaver Spirit 2E 210. 210 Weber Bry. How cool is that? Courtesy of Weber. That's brilliant. So get involved. And they're also signed Emirates Lions and Vodacom Bulls jerseys. And you can contribute by going onto that scan code, the QR code, scanning in and making the donation. It's easy as that. And you're making a donation. As you heard earlier from Iyase Godlo from the Nelson Mandela Foundation, how those funds are used and distributed around the country to those people who need it most through this very, very trying time, the COVID-19 pandemic. And they're making a major, major contribution. So our first event of 4, we've got cricketers coming, we've got cyclists, and we've got runners, but right now it's the rugby players, the Vodacom Bulls against the Emirates Lions, and at the Emirates Airline Stadium in Ellis Park, Anami Best is chatting to our man there, Tabu. Hello.
Maybe going that side for the sun, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy.
No worries.
Just thinking of it now. Yeah.
Otherwise, just look into the sun.
Right, welcome to the iconic Emirates Airline Park. Here with
You've been riding for quite a while there, eh? You've been doing almost just 67 minutes.
What a lovely prospect it is to have a woman in Women's Month. So one of the iconic, tell us a bit more about the Lions and tell us how everything is put together.
Sure, that's a loaded question, Tabu. How much time have you got? You know, it's been a tough time with the lockdown. I mean, we couldn't go about our business like we normally do, but the guys kept busy, and we all kept busy, and we're just holding thumbs that we can get back onto the field. That's the main thing. That's our aim. You know, we had to keep the sponsors happy, which was a difficult time for everyone, but yeah, luckily the guys got back to training this week, back into the gym and onto the field, and we're just holding thumbs that we can start playing rugby someday soon.
Well, it's absolutely incredible. You speaking about keeping the guys fit and monitoring the guys. Are there any systems that you guys put in place to make sure that the players stay fit and they stay? Did they come back better in that time that there was so much uncertainty, and how did you guys go about it to navigate past the COVID-19 relief?
Yes, I must say our strength and conditioning coach Rupert Oberholster did an amazing job. He made sure that everyone had all their gym equipment delivered at their homes, and he was in contact with them on a daily basis, you know, monitoring their performance and their improvement and their fitness levels. And according to him, they got back and they ran their personal best, most of them. So I think the level of fitness is quite high. We haven't been able to start contact training, but I think the guys are very fit, according to him. I'm not a specialist.
I want to take you on another prospect here. We had a chat about this earlier on. So, it being Women's Month, you as a woman, what would you like to see happening or changing?
I would love to see more ladies in higher positions.
Thank you. think understanding it good is an understatement, taking where you come from with the game. But wow.
You know, telling myself that this is where I work. This lady is just an amazing place. She's got an atmosphere even when it's empty. You know, it's just it's a place that grabs your heart, and it'll always stay with you. So I mean, I love this place to bits.
Absolutely incredible. So, boys and girls, there you have it. It is the 1st of August 2020, the COVID-19 Nelson Mandela Cycle Challenge. The players are bringing it out there. They are bashing themselves and going absolutely hard. We are in the Emirates Airline Park Stadium. What a lovely day. So we'll be going back to you in studio. Gerald, I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I've absolutely had a fantastic time chatting to Anu Wester here from the Lions.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Right.
Anami, one of the legends of Lions rugby, has been there for many, many years and keeps the wheels turning from a media perspective and from a marketing perspective. Fantastic. How she persuaded these Emirates Lions players to get involved, I'm not entirely sure. Emrose Papier is on the bike. Springbok scrum half. He's on a mountain bike. Brave man on this hilly course in Watopia, but he's still going. They're closing in towards the end of their ride, the Vodacom Bulls, and Emrose Papier is one of the stronger. He's a scrum half, so he's more suited to the hilly course. He's slightly lighter, but he seems to be going very, very nice there. Richard, how are you going?
Thanks so much for giving up your Saturday here for such a worthy cause. How's the ride been for you today? In the last minute?
Oh, thanks for having me. I think it was tough on the legs, but it was something great, yeah.
And how was the Zwift platform? You enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's my first time, but I like to watch the guy on the bike because it motivates me and I don't think of something else, so it's something great.
Now, you're no stranger to the Watt bike. I know you guys do a lot of training on the Watt bike. And do you think Zwift makes it a little bit easier?
Yeah, definitely. I think it helps you to...
Vodacom Bulls, lots of towels, that Chris will be for sure, these rugby.
Thanks, Yella.
I found out all about that.
Well done. Just got it.
Someone was saying there's Chris Smith on the left there, still going. He said he'd never ridden, I think Ivan van Sale said he'd never ridden a bike for more than 20 minutes. 67 minutes. It's a little bit more challenging, and that is our first event. The Vodacom Bulls and the Emirates Lions are done and dusted. Now, next up, the cricketers. Ryan Rickleton joins me here from the Imperial Lions. Ryan, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, good day to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, 67 minutes on a bike.
Well, no, I was told. I thought we were relaying. So I told my teammate now that I'm excited to just do 20 minutes, but 67 minutes is going to test me. So
your teammate Dom Hendricks, I think, is here.
Yeah.
You open together a bit, don't you?
Yeah, we do. We know each other quite nicely. So yeah, nice to be riding next to him, I guess.
You know, it's a funny old thing, this, because you end up being a little bit more competitive than you think.
Individually, I think we start as a team tomorrow, actually. So there's no rush for us yet, but for mid-November, I think our target at the moment. So a couple months, and I think we should be fine.
It's been a tough time for everyone at this stage, all over the world. I mean, be it in whatever field you are, and just trying to really Watopia course, which is quite a tough course. I don't think that you're going to be having it quite as tough.
Yeah, we're not as strong. I mean, if you look at Dom and I, we don't have the legs for it, but we'll try.
Ryan, thanks very much. We're just going to pop across to Richard Beswick, who's at Loftus at the moment. Richard, they've finished up there. What's the vibe like once they've done?
Vodacom Bulls. The guys put in some solid effort on one bike here. And yeah, it's all high fives and fist pumps. Did a great job, and I think the guys did what they needed to edge out the guys at Emirates Park.
We'll wait and I think we'll have to wait and see, Rich. The trick is now that you've been there, you now have to take part in their afternoon training session, I believe.
I do. I mean, I'm a regular on Zwift, you know, so I've been putting lots of hours on Zwift. So giving the guys a little few tips here as well.
No, I don't. I don't mean you taking part in Zwift. I mean taking part in their rugby training session. That would be fun. They might use you as the ball. That might be the case. Anyway, thanks, Rich. Thanks very much, Richard Beswick, wrapping up there at Loftus. And Thabo at involved. The Imperial Lions and the Momentum Multiplied Titans up against one another in our next challenge over 67 minutes. And remember, to donate, you need to just click on the QR code, use your smartphone to go on the QR code and make a donation. $50 puts you in the draw for any number of our very cool hampers and prizes that we've got here. Vita have got a hamper with 9,000 Rand. You can win Falcus socks for life virtually. 30 pairs of socks, 10 pairs of socks, and that'll keep you in socks for the rest of your life. There's a Weber Pride to be won as well, courtesy of Weber with 8,500 Rand. Change that mindset.
It can get quite tough, especially when there's a quick turnaround. We've often gone from 4-day cricket to T20 cricket within a couple of days. But I think it's obviously the shorter the format, the more you adventurous, I guess. But in terms of the mindset, I think in terms of your skill as well, you just try to keep the basics simple. I think the basics apply through all three formats, and then it's all about enjoying it, I guess, as a format gets shorter and shorter, from going from the 4-day to 50 to T20 to that T10, T3 thing, or 3TC thing. I mean, all it is, you watch some of the guys play. It's all about just trying to express yourself, show what you got, and obviously just work around the game. So it's a quick adjustment, but it's your cricket well entrenched and concreted into your life. You're now going to have the basics of Zwift cycling. Don't know what those are yet.
Yeah, at least you don't have to wear a helmet. Which you have to do in your sport when you Mandela Home in Soweto out to the Howick capture site would have taken place this year, but of course the COVID pandemic prevented that from taking place. But let's reflect back on the 2019 Nelson Mandela's Legacy Ride for Hope. Of our show saying that they may be looking to move it towards the warmer months, but the most important thing, of course, is that it raises funds for various projects along the route that need schools, computers and stationery and the like, and they built classrooms as well along the route. This, of course, is about COVID relief, the Nelson Mandela COVID relief virtual cycling challenge, because of course the actual event couldn't happen this year due to the pandemic that is afflicting the entire globe. So as a result, we've got a Zwift platform event that's happening, and we've already had North versus South derby with the Vodacom Bulls against the Emirates Lions. Now the cricketing version. And as Nelson Mandela said, nothing unites like sport. Well, we're uniting the sports as well. And we've got Rikia Kutzer from the Titans, the Multiplied Titans, joining us. How are you feeling ahead of this?
Oh, it's just a great initiative, and I'm really happy to be part of it.
What, I mean, did you have to be persuaded to get up early on a Saturday morning and come and do this?
It was a bit early, but no complaints from me.
Are you familiar with you're warming up now, so you clearly know what you're about in terms of the bike.
I'm actually never ridden like this watt bike before, so yeah, just getting used to it during the warm up and just yeah.
Never ridden the watt bike. And cycling at all?
Yeah, I cycled a bit of cycling on the road, just to stay fit during the COVID and.
Oh, it looks like, there we go. For a moment we had you back. We are connecting via Skype to Loftus, where the sky is blue, the sun is out shining, but it's still a little bit cool. There they go, warming up the Momentum Multiply Titans, warming up. We've got from their men's and women's teams riders who've committed their time and their energy to taking part, which is really fantastic to see. Remember that we've got some magnificent prizes for you to win if you donate, and we know you're going to take part and donate. 50 Rand and you can win a Weber Spirit 2, a braai with 8,500 Rand. What a cool thing to have on your stoop. The Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Virtual Challenge presented by FXTM also offers a Toyota Fortuner, courtesy of Mortimer Toyota. Donate 100 Rand or more and you go into the draw to win that for a month, not for life, for a month. Falca socks, a hamper. You will win 30 pairs of socks and your chance to win 30% or get 30% off their website prices. 30 pairs, 20 pairs, 10 pairs, first, second, third. Chivita, one of the premium cycling clothing brands in the country. They are offering a hamper with 10,000 Rand if you donate 50 Rand or more. So to Chivita, to Falca, to Weber and to Mortimer Toyota, thanks very much for supporting. And to FXTM, our presenting sponsors, thank you for being so much part of this incredible initiative where we are bringing sport together. We're bringing sportsmen and women together in true Nelson Mandela legacy style, and that's what today is all about, and raising funds for the COVID-19 relief. You might have heard earlier how those funds are being distributed around the country through various means, an e-wallet for one of them, but some of them are food packages to those who really, really need it, and that's what this is all about. It's a desperate time for many people around the world, and so here in South Africa, the Nelson Mandela Foundation are doing their bit to try and alleviate the desperation for those who do need it most. And food is one of the biggest needs. Eat one, feed one, which is what it's all about. And make every day a Mandela Day. 67 minutes on the 18th of July is a fantastic initiative, but why not extend that out? Make it a weekly thing, then make it a daily thing. 67 minutes and help out, give, rather than just to stand aside and stand from the side. That's what it's about. So today, giving and making a contribution are our cricketers from the Momentum Multiply Titans, and of course the Imperial Lions down the road here in Johannesburg, and they are assembling, getting warmed up and preparing to take part. They've been given the rundown on how it all operates here. I can tell you that we had Ryan Rickleton here. Let's run through a few other names from the cricketers and the cricketers, the Momentum Multiply Titans. We should have Junior Dala here. He's an international cricketer. He's played for South Africa at limited over level. Ruben Herman, Owete Chele, of course, Neil Brand, Shamane Breet. We've just seen Ricky Akutsa there as well from the Lions. Ryan Rickleton, of course, we met a short while ago, his opening partner. Dominic Hendricks, Delano Potgieter is a young all-rounder. Jenna Searle, Yelani Farid, as well as Jamila Sakaji and Louise MP. So Mignon Dupree might also be there at the Titans. I'm not sure who has put their names on that list. But the Momentum Multiply Titans are very much part of the sporting landscape in South Africa, and one of the very best cricket franchises at the moment. They've been the dominant team over the last few years.
350
56 in a final.
The roar of the crowd. It's what we live for, inspiring us to give our all. A legacy of champions and a history of winning. With bat, with ball, and in the field. This is our arena. And with you behind us, we are fierce, we are proud, we are Titans.
Adam Markram, one of the many stars at the Momentum Multiply Titans, and following in their footsteps, many young talents trying to break into the big time. Ruben Herman is one of those. He's with Richard Beswick at Loftus at the moment.
I'm here with Ruben Herman from the Momentum Multiply Titans. Ruben, how are you doing? Thanks for joining us today.
Not too bad, thanks. Yeah, it's good to be here. So it's kind of fun early in the mornings. But yeah, good time to start the day.
So Ruben, we were chatting earlier, and you're no stranger to the watt bike. You use it extensively in the training.
Yeah, pre-season we kind of do a lot of the watt bike stuff. Well, paired with a lot of other fitness training. But yeah, always fun to be on a bike, as they say.
First time on the Zwift app, though.
First time on the Zwift app, yes. But yeah, my girlfriend's family actually uses it quite extensively. So my first time, but yeah, I've seen it before at least.
Okay, so let's talk about tactics for the day, because you obviously the start went and you said the guys disappeared off the front, but you're holding back a little bit. You're holding back and see what happens, and you're saving something for the end.
Exactly that. Yeah, you don't win the race in the first 5Ks, so I kind of try to conserve my energy, get off to a fly at the end there. Try to make up as many Ks as I can.
Awesome. Anything you want to say to the guys at home in terms of donating for this worthy cause?
You guys, I think it's an awesome initiative to be a part of, and I think, we're not spending money much, to be honest, it's lockdown, so might as well spend on a good cause and get behind this, and let's get donating.
Awesome. Thanks, Ruben. Back to you, Gerald.
Thanks very much to Richard Beswick at Loftus. Ruben Herman, one of our young cricketers, giving a bash, and he knows what he's doing on that bike there. We are now on the ride. This is Tim Brink. He's the ride leader. He's a self-confessed cycling tragic, Tim, but one of the great journalists of cycling, and he's ridden pretty much anything and everything you can possibly ride in virtually every event you can possibly ride in South Africa. So lovely to have Tim as our ride leader for the cricketers, and let's see them how they go. The cricketers taking part in the event. It's a different challenge for these cricketers, that's for sure. They're going to find it a little bit different to what they normally do in terms of preparation for their games. This is a look outside here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and we've got the Lions cricketers here, the men and women who represent the Imperial Lions. Dominic Hendricks, Ryan Rickleton, Delano Potgieter, and a few others, and amongst the women from the Lions, we've got Jamila Salkaji, as well as Louise Impey, Yolani Free and Jenna Searle, all testing themselves on the bikes just outside here in the sunshine, this relatively warm morning here in Johannesburg. There's Ryan Rickleton there, centre of screen. He's the young man we had in here, an opening batsman, a real talent, and looking to progress into the very, very big time. He's played and been involved with the Proteas. And he's working up a sweat already. We're watching Louise Impey for the Lions, right-handed batsman for the Lions. We've had great participation from riders all over the world, which has been amazing. And closer to home, the Bestmed Vets and the TEG Pro Cycling team have been part of the ride, and they're still part of the ride, I think, from in Pretoria, just not too far from Supersport Park, the home ground of the Titans. So Louise Impey going very nicely. Pacing themselves is what it's all about. So we're 9 minutes into the 67-minute ride. Ryan Rickelton was under the impression that he would be relayed in this event, but no, he's having to ride the whole thing. So Louise going very nicely indeed. Ruben Herman, Richie Kutzer is as well. Kyle Simmons, another young cricketer from the Titans. Neil Brand there, top order batsman, and slow left arm orthodox cricketer. There they are, sitting outside here at Nelson Mandela Foundation. As I said, beautiful morning it is, and these cricketers have committed themselves. There's a little bit of a problem. Let's look like Ryan Rickelton helping out Delano Potgieter there as to how this actually works. Ryan took some tips from some mates who do cycle and use the Zwift app, and it's once you've got it sorted, it's pretty simple to download and attach to your smart trainer. You've got a lot of work you've got to really catch up now once you are back on the bike there, Delano. So Ryan just helping out there, Delano Potgieter, trying to get it sorted out. Of course, we're all about raising awareness and funds for the COVID-19 relief, which Nelson Mandela Foundation are making a massive contribution through donating and distributing food parcels and e-wallet funds to those who need it most, who can then go to a retailer and exchange that for food and much needed food, how they would need it in terms of how their families need that food is absolutely pivotal for all these people out there who are suffering through this COVID-19 pandemic. So once they seem to be all up and riding now, we are 11 minutes in, still with Louise Impey. Proud Beginners, a club from just outside or between Johannesburg and Pretoria. They are also involved. Gino Johnson may be joining us a little bit later. But right now, let's catch up with the cricketers, because that's where we focused, and hear from one of those who wanted to make a contribution today.
Hi guys, I'm Ryan Rickelton, and I'm extremely excited to participate in the Nelson Mandela Foundation COVID-19 Relief Virtual Cycle Challenge happening on the 1st of August. Please visit the Nelson Mandela Foundation and Legacy Ride4Hope social media pages for more details. See you then. Cheers.
All right, thanks very much, Ryan, who is out there riding, which is fantastic, putting his rear end on a bike saddle and committing to taking part here and riding for 67 minutes on the Watt bikes or the smart trainers as they get down to serious work. And normally, they get into the first 20 minutes or so and it's all going pretty well, and then things start kicking in. A lot of these athletes will use the Watt bikes and the training bikes in the gyms and use it for a fairly restricted period and then go to other elements in the gym, but do it for 67 minutes, a little bit different. Ruben Herman there is ticking along nicely on the climb. I'm not entirely sure what route they're riding here on the Watopia platform at Zwift, but those legs look as though they'll be easily able to deal with this Ryan Rickelton. He's doing very nicely indeed. Ruben Herman from the Titans. So Titans against the Lions, the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Imperial Lions. So Kyle Simmons is a young cricketer with the Momentum Multiply Titans, beg your pardon, and he's out at Loftus doing the job there. Meanwhile, we're with his teammate Ruben Herman at the moment. There we go. They're back with the Lions, the Imperial Lions here. There's Richard Beswick going to be chatting to Kyle Simmons. Richard?
Welcome back to Loftus. We've got the Momentum Multiply Titans sweating it out on the white bikes at the moment. And I'm standing here with Kyle Simmons. Kyle, thanks for giving up your time today.
Yeah, I think I had a golf tee off time this morning, but happy to cancel it for this foundation for sure.
For a good cause.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, have you guys got any tactics as a team? Because I just heard from Sipho that we currently at Loftus 80 kilometers ahead of the guys at Emirates Park. So how does that play into your tactics?
I think what we spoke about before was beating each other.
Beating each other.
So we're not really too worried about the Lions.
You're just going to forget about them. They're just like something in the background, and you're just focusing on your team.
I think we're just very competitive amongst ourselves.
Okay.
And I like to beat who I can try beat. I don't think I'm beating them at the moment, but I think we're not really focusing on them. We're just focusing on ourselves, and I think whatever happens, like I said, good foundation. Happy to be out here.
Awesome stuff. Well, I think that's it for us here at Loftus, Gerald. We'll catch up with you a little later on.
Well done, Kyle. He's chosen the bike instead of the clubs. That's nice to see him making a contribution here and taking part in the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Virtual Cycle Challenge, which is really making a difference, particularly because you're donating. And to donate, you just need to go to the website or go to the QR code that you'll see on the screen every now and again and use your smartphone to click on that, make a donation. $50 or more puts you in the draw to win one of many lucky draw prizes later on in the day. And of course, $100 or more puts you in the draw to win a month driving a spectacular new Toyota Fortuner, courtesy of Mortimer Toyota. So make that contribution, make a difference, and let's raise some funds. Each one, feed one is what we're talking about here on the Nelson Mandela Foundation platform. There it is. They donate 100 Rand or more and stand a chance to drive off in a Toyota Fortuner for an entire month. They're beautiful vehicles, thanks to Mortimer Toyota, one of our many fantastic supporters and sponsors. FXTM, our presenting sponsor. Falca, our socks. Well, 30 pairs of socks, 20 and 10 pairs of socks. You also get 30% off their website during the ride. The Chivita donate $50 and stand a chance to win a Chivita hamper worth 10,000 Rand. That's a lot of very cool cycling kit, I can tell you that. This is world-class kit. They really have got some fantastic stuff. And of course, when you've finished your ride and you parked your Toyota Fortuner and you've taken off your socks, you can also win yourself a Weber braai. 8,500 Rand, courtesy of Weber, if you donate $50 or more to the cause. So please do that. We've got a couple more hours and 2 more events after this. We've got the Nedbank Runners, the running club, and they've got some formidable athletes. Gerda Steinevit, Van Sale is taking part as well. And they're up against the FXTM cycling team. Well, that is going to be a challenge because, well, the runners and the cyclists, always a bit of rivalry there. And then we've got some celebrities from sport, former sports men and women, and from the world of business who'll be taking part in our last ride later on this morning, all part of bringing awareness and fundraising to the Nelson Mandela Foundation and to the COVID relief challenge that's taking place right here. The Titans, the Momentum Multiply Titans, are ticking it over there. So they're doing a decent job. We hear Richard Beswick says, as you heard, they are well ahead at Loftus, well ahead of those at Emirates Airline Park. But now that venue is no longer. They've closed down there. The Lions cricketers are here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation base. So that's where they are Itumeleng Habusile, welcome. Itu, nice to have you riding with us. Donovan Hendricks as well, riding for the Lions on our Zwift platform. If you're keeping an eye on Zwift, you can measure your talent. It says, Itu, nice to have you riding with us. Now, there's some names from all over the world. Donovan Hendricks just behind you there. Tim Brink is our ride leader. He's in the mix there as well. Junior Dala from the Titans going nicely as well. Well, FXTM Tower are our presenting sponsors here, and they obviously support the FXTM professional cycling team who have going through some tough times here without any events, but it's wonderful that they are from the very top supporting this initiative.
Hi, I'm Lex Webster, Chief Commercial Officer at Xfinity Group, and thanks so much to all the volunteers who are participating in the virtual ride today. It's a really fantastic cause which we're delighted to be involved with, and wish you all the best of luck. And just remember, everyone, please give. It's a really important cause. Thanks very much. Cheers. Bye.
Thanks very much, FXTM Tower, who are supporting and our presenting sponsor here. Junior Dala is on the bike here. Tim Brink trying to communicate with his riders, keeping it all together, reassess after the climb. They're on a bit of a climb now. Tim joining us from Cape Town, and Junior Dala there from the Titans. He's a fast bowler, and Richard is right there with him.
Hey Gerald, welcome back to the current leaders here at Loftus. I'm with Ogutle Tele. Ogutle, thanks so much for giving up your Saturday for a good cause.
Nah, no problem. I've never actually missed a Mandela Day for about a good 4 or 5 years. But it's the first time I'm doing something similar to this. So it's a bit tough, it's different, but I'm enjoying it.
So a normal Nelson Mandela Day, run us through that. What would you normally do in your 67 minutes?
Well, it was usually because this is my first season at the Momentum Multiply Titans. So when I was at the Hollywood Bets Dolphins, we used to do Harparton farms and building schools and all that stuff. Sorry, I'm a bit out of breath.
No worries.
So yeah, for me this is different. It's the first, but again I'm enjoying it. I am an athlete, so this is what I'm supposed to be doing.
So a good way to give back.
100%.
So any tactics that you've got at play at the moment? I see you're running on Zwift there. Is it your first time on Zwift?
It's my very, very first time. I'm actually seeing quite a few of our teammates here. So
and I see you passing them there.
Yeah, so
hey,
actually what I'm trying to do is just to make sure that they don't catch up to me actually. So yeah, it's been a bit tough, but it's good. I'm enjoying it, so yeah, it's good fun.
And are you enjoying the competition with the guys there at the Emirates Park?
100%. Obviously the Momentum Titans boys are going to win here.
Obviously.
That's a stock standard, but we'll see at the end.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you,
Gerald.
Thanks very much, Richard. Okuhle Chele riding for the Titans. He used to be a Dolphin, and now he's come to bowl for the Titans. And well, before they even get onto the field, they're riding bikes virtually and racing one another. And that's what it's about, this Zwift platform and the opportunity to ride from wherever you are all over the world against other riders, like-minded people. And if you want to race it, you can race it. If you want to just ride and get through the kilometers, well, that's also fantastic. And test yourself against one another. These are all athletes, as you heard Kuhle say. He's an athlete, and so this is what he should be doing, and that's fantastic to see. Here are the Lions just outside here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and going through their paces. Ryan Rickleton in the middle there gets the towel out first time. Now you know he's working up a sweat. He's having to put in the power now. Donovan Hendricks just to his left there. That's it, Ryan working up a sweat. His opening partner, another left-hander, Donovan Hendricks, just behind him on the left there. He's doing the COVID thing with his mask on. And Ryan Rickleton taking it all off now. He's starting to suffer and putting himself under the hammer here. And that's what it's about. They've got some catching up to do, the Lions. I fancy, because the Titans and the guys and girls at Loftus have been going very, very well indeed. 23 minutes gone of the 67 they're taking part in. Of course, 18th of July, Mandela Day, 67 minutes contributing to a cause and making a difference to people's lives. But this is not the 18th of July, it's the 1st of August. It's Women's Month, of course, and Women's Day is around the corner. And highlighting that we will be throughout this morning as well. Well, Tim Brink, as the ride leader, is doing a lot of communicating. Good job, Tim. Thank you. We see some of the riders from the Titans there. Neil Brunt going well. And now on the left of your screen is the Imperial Lines. As I said, 67 minutes consistent riding on a Zwift bike will test these guys, will put them under the hammer, that's for sure. And that's what it's about. Making a contribution, giving. Riders moving through the peloton. There's a big group here as well. It's fantastic to see such a big number of riders taking part. 11 Ks down for Mandela here. Around about 31 Ks an hour. Good cadence being kept by Ryan Rickleton. Let's still see who's been putting the training in during the off-season, that's for sure. Members of the Teg Pro cycling team involved in today's ride as well. It was wonderful to see. And they've got the best med vets as well. They're all at Lazarus Land Rover Centurion. Chilly morning in Johannesburg, but it is certainly starting to warming up. This is the action from Loftus, and I think how are you going? You take it very, very easy. You're looking very comfortable.
Oh, I don't know what. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Hi.
Hello, how are you feeling?
Great. Trying my best.
Have you done this? Have you ridden the smart bikes before?
No, I haven't.
It's all part of doing something different today. 67 minutes. I mean, you're making a difference for what has been a tough time, Danielle. You're making a real contribution here.
Yeah, I hope it goes well today with everyone here.
Tell us about your cricketing ambitions for when it does all start again. What are you hoping to achieve in the near future?
Keep it in the season start one, but I just wanted to improve on my personal best this season.
Right, you're riding here with the men's team as well. I mean, do the men and women during the season? Do you often see each other, or what's that communication like?
Not really. We don't see each other a lot. We are very separate actually, but I like these events so we can see each other.
It's a cool initiative, this. You've got some of the women from the Lions as well taking part in Johannesburg. You'll be able to look back and see how you did against them.
I didn't hear that one.
This is you now riding. We can actually keep an eye on you on Zwift. We could keep an eye going very nicely indeed. You're going up a hill at the moment. How tough is that?
I'm sorry, I really can't.
You're not hearing us. Okay. Danelle, thanks for joining us. Danelle Obolse, who's with the Momentum Multiply Titans, riding at Loftus Versfeld in Pretoria. And she's doing rather nicely, actually. She's going fairly comfortably along, just over 10 Ks completed, 21 minutes done as they complete this course. I'm not entirely sure that they're doing the same one. They might be on the hilly Watopia course. I think they are. So it is a tough course, but they've got a very able leader in Tim Brink to guide them through it. And we've got riders from Wales. That's wonderful to see. We had riders from France and Australia and Japan and all over the world taking part. And this is the focal point here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation. And the Lions, Imperial Lions, doing their thing here. Some going a little faster than stronger than others. And it's starting to take a toll, there's no question. But fantastic to see all these athletes committing their time and energy to come and take part in an event like this, where they're raising awareness, raising their heart rates, and raising funds for the COVID-19 relief campaign that is being undertaken here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation through the Ride for Hope. This is Dominic Hendricks, exciting left-handed opening batsman, very stylish player, and a man who is also looking to step up to the very highest level. He's not far away. He's been at the Lions. He's come all the way through the school provincial setup. He's been at the Lions for 10 years. Started out at the Delphos Cricket Club. And whilst he was at the high school, of course. And his opening partner, Ryan Rickleton, just in front of him. So, getting through the kilometres here on the Zwift platform, and all of this, of course, the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge virtual ride, brought to you, presented by FXTM.
To all the teams,
we're all very proud of you.
Thank you. Good luck, guys. Hello, everyone. We just wanted to wish you all the best of luck.
Remember, this is for a great cause.
So keep cycling and let's keep those donations flowing.
Hello, FXTM ladies. Thank you so much for being part of this amazing race event. I wanted to thank you from all our company, and I would like to tell you, go girls.
Hola, hola, cyclists. This is a big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in Mzansi, we would just like to thank you for taking part in this amazing course. A spin for the win, and good luck.
Awe Huchandad, this is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we want to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing course. Spin for the win, and good luck. Let's go. Awe.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for being here, and good luck to you all.
Go team, every team support you all the way.
Nda Vovua Hani. This is the biggest day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing cause. Spin for the win, and Mashudu Mabuya.
Hola, Mafetu. This is a big day, and on behalf of FXTM South Africa, I'd like to say thank you, and we appreciate you for all the amazing work that you guys are doing. And hey, spin for the win, guys. All the best. Thank you.
How's that, cyclists? This is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we want to thank you very much for taking part in this amazing course. Spin for the win, and good luck.
Hi, spin for the win and good luck.
Hey guys, on behalf of FXTM, thank you for joining. This is for a great cause, and keep on cycling.
Hello South Africa, thank you for being here.
Stay focused and good luck.
How's it, cyclists? This is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we would like to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing cause. Spin for the win and good luck.
Hey guys, thanks very much for volunteering for this great cause. Let's keep cycling, let's keep that focus on, and let's keep those donations coming.
And thanks to FXTM for being so much part of this event and cycling here in South Africa, supporting the FXTM team as well from Velokaya. And joining me now on the set, on our wonderful virtual set, is Thabo Leo, the chairman of the Ride4Hope, Nelson Mandela Legacy Ride4Hope, which would have taken place for the third year this year, Thabo.
Indeed.
Sad, but it is reality.
Yep.
And we've got the COVID relief challenge as a substitute.
Yeah.
So how did that come about?
So as thanks for the opportunity, Gerard. As Yase and Lutando would have told you, we embarked on this Ride4Hope journey some 3 years ago, and the main objective of that exercise was to use cycling as a platform to raise funds and make a difference in the communities out there. There's desperate need out there, and we believed very strongly that we needed to make a contribution. We were fairly successful the first 2 years. 2020 brought with it COVID and accompanying lockdown regulations, but we thought that in fact we should not simply just postpone to 2021. We should look at ways where we can still stage something that would enable us to also be part of the effort of lessening the pain out there. And so we sat around and fortunately we've got a young man by the name of Lutando Kaka who's always full as a bottle with ideas. So he brought to us the idea as a board of trustees, and we thought it had some legs. And the more we kind of turned it upside down, the more the higher the conviction grew that this in fact was something that was worthwhile. And here we are now.
It is. It's fantastic, isn't it? The opportunity it is phenomenal. I mean, we'll keep talking about it, but the ability to bring people from all over the world together in a virtual platform like this is phenomenal for a common cause.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I've been a Zwifter for quite some time, and I quite enjoy having folks from Japan, from Canada, and so on riding alongside me, and we thought, this was a wonderful platform. Nelson Mandela is a world icon. He's known globally, and we are quite confident that we'd be able to draw people from all corners of the world to be part of this effort. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thabo, don't go away, please.
Sure. Yep.
Thabo's going to be riding today.
I am indeed.
Good. And he can ride, I can tell you that from first-hand experience. Now we're going to Loftus and popping in via Skype to Neil Brand. Neil, he is not frozen because he's warming up on the bike. The link is frozen. That's what's happened. Dominic Hendricks from the Lions. We're watching Neil Brand on Zwift. In fact, we can see him. Dominic Hendricks there's Neil, going along nicely. Going nice pace. Oh, he's downhill now. 17 k's an hour, 37 minutes. They've got a while to go. Now, just half an hour to go. Dominic Hendricks is I think we're lining up, and that's Ryan Rickleton that we can see there. Thabo, hello.
So, welcome guys. We're just outside of the Nelson Mandela Foundation. We're just from the Emirates Airline Stadium where we had the Lions Rugby Company. Now we are with the Imperial Lions, the cricketers, with Dominic Hendricks, represented South Africa under 19 level. Oh, this man is small of stature, but the biggest heart, one of them. Oh, how have you gotten it right, my guy, to stay positive in this COVID-19?
I think one of the key things has been good exercise, and then just finding things to do. I think that's been the hardest thing. With so much time in your hands, a lot of the time you don't know what to do with yourself. But yeah, I found it a good time to actually do some studying and just have an overall balance in my life.
Oh, that's great news to hear, doing a bit of studying and keeping yourself positive. So in terms of keeping yourself positive, anything technology-wise done by your management and your sports scientists to keep you guys on track and monitoring your fitness levels?
Yeah, we've been given home programs to do. So luckily for us, it's this COVID-19 has actually happened out of season. So a lot of it's been off-season training, running, gym work. But they've checked in with us regularly just to see that we're on track and that we are doing what we need to be doing to get ready for the season that's rapidly approaching.
So you're pumping it here at 38 minutes and you're doing 19 kilometers. Well, you have picked up significantly because the rugby players around about this time were at 22 Ks and it was the big prop. So I think you should be going quite fast later on.
Yeah, hopefully I've got some in the tank still. And yeah, game plan is to give it a go, say the last 15 minutes, give it a full go and just empty the tank completely.
Oh, there you have it from Dominic Hendricks, one of SA's decorated cricketers, having a bash at the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge. Well, follows on Zwift and hashtag make every day a Nelson Mandela Day. Back to you on studio.
So he's going nicely, Dominic Hendricks. He's doing okay for, he's 19 Ks, he's going quite nicely. They've got a bit of catching up to do, actually, the Lions over the Titans, if we take into account the Lions rugby team against the Bulls. So let's have a look at Neil Brand. He's doing his job for the Momentum Multiply Titans in Pretoria. Neil, how's it?
How's it? Good, thanks, and you?
Good. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. One last.
No, unfortunately, we're not being able to hear Neil there. He's going 19 Ks an hour, 19 kilometers. He's completed. The Zwift thing, Thabo, you've told us you're an avid Zwifter.
Yep.
Compare it to riding outside. Forget the aesthetics of it, the effort.
I've come to realize that in fact it takes a lot more effort riding on Zwift than being on the road. And the one big difference is that when you descending, you have to keep pedaling on Zwift. So you're working all the time. When ordinarily one would be putting in a 3-hour ride out in the cradle, you learn that if you're going to do some time on Zwift, it's got to be 2 hours or 2.5 hours.
So you'll do less time, but perhaps get more benefit out of it.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But it does. You're not riding alongside your friends, and it goes with riding in a group and as a real ride. I mean, yes, you can banter on Zwift for sure.
Well, I mean, there's the meetup on Zwift.
Yeah, you can do it.
So you can,
but it's not that. The things that we do, in a group ride. But that's for another time.
So there's, the smarter friends of mine. There's a fellow cyclist that you and I know, Malipule,
yes.
who's introduced us to an app called Discord.
Yes.
And so with Discord, would all be Zwifting from our various homes, but we actually would be chatting to each other as we're going along.
Fantastic.
Which makes driving out to the cradle a bit of a nuisance.
But it won't replace that. I mean, it'll fill in, but you will still want to ride your bike.
No, without a doubt, yes. Without a doubt.
So I want to go back to the Ride for Hope, because that's something that has, as you said, grew to second year last year, would have been third year. As Lutanda pointed out earlier, you are a little restricted in numbers in terms of accommodation as you go along.
Yeah.
But where do you see that moving in the future? I mean, you've made contributions to schools, computers, building classrooms?
Yeah, building classrooms, computer labs, and mobile libraries are the three kind of areas where we've directed past effort towards.
How do you identify the needs in the areas you've gone through then?
So I mean, how it normally pans out is that Lutando would decide on a route, and logistics play a big role. So, the capacity from a hotel beds or B&B point of view is quite crucial in settling on the route. And once that's determined, we then would go out into the communities to identify the schools where we could play some role.
You had quite a big group last year. We saw some highlights a little bit earlier here.
Yeah, no, it was quite a good big group. What's been pleasing is that the numbers have grown year after year. I mean, and we didn't think it was. We thought it was quite a good turnout, given the fact that it was only the second year we were
How
staging.
far are you riding each day?
The longest day would have been last year. If I take last year as an example, the longest day would have been about 180 kilometers. With the shortest day, probably about 108, 115. But typically, the long day would be a flatter day.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you do have to have done some training. You can't just pitch up and ride.
No, indeed.
Yeah.
You can't just rock up and climb on your bike. It takes some effort trying to ride out of the Golden Gate.
Sure.
Some
climbs there.
There's some decent climbs
Yeah.
there. So you've got to call on everything you've got to be able to handle that.
So Thabo, you'll be joining the ride later on today. You've no doubt got a few colleagues and a few riding mates taking part as well.
Yeah.
And as we know, you jump on a bike, and no ride is just a ride.
This is not a race.
There's a lot of truth being spoken here today. That is not one of them.
So we have cobbled together a group of guys who are riding in my team. And we're riding against Silo Hatang's team. And I was teasing him earlier in the week, and I said to him, look, I've had a look at the list of names you've got in your team. Are you sure you're not bringing a knife to a gunfight here?
No such thing as not a ride and not a race. It is a ride. Thabo, we just pop outside here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Thabo, go for it, Thabo Mole.
With Leonie Potgieter, Potgieter's sister-in-law, and she's also joining us here in the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge. So, Leonie, how is this for you, and why are you here for this challenge today?
First of all, very tiring. I'm here to support the Nelson Mandela Fund, raising funds for COVID-19 and just supporting my brother-in-law.
All right, supporting your brother-in-law, but obviously you being here means that you also want to have versatility and also having better fun on the bike. How is it on a watt bike? Are you a biker or a cyclist?
When I do get time, I like to cycle, but my bum is really sore.
Okay, guys, I'm going to let her go because she says I want to let her do 3 things at one time. Try to navigate her speed, try to speak in English, and also think about it. So, Leonie, thank you so much. Have a fantastic day so far. All right, back to you in studio, guys.
Thanks, Thabo. Fantastic. Leonie making a difference here and coming along just to join her brother-in-law, Delano Portketer, who's a Lions all-rounder, who's riding there as well. So that's the sort of spirit we like. And remember, you can take part by donating, and donate via the website, via social media, and of course via the, if you're watching with us, you'll see the QR code come up every now and again. Just click on that, make the donation, and you'll obviously be contributing to the COVID Relief Fund. Junior Dala is now with us. He looks at his watch, Junior, there. He's still got a bit of time to go. Richard Beswick will be watching him suffer. Richard, take it away.
Well, welcome back to Loftus, guys. The temperature is heating up, and so is the action. I'm here with Junior Dala. Junior, thanks for joining us today. How's it been going so far?
It's been tough. I think I started a little bit too fast out the blocks, but I think as a team we've maintained a steady pace. So yeah, it's been fun, tough, but yeah, enjoyable.
Now, Junior, we were talking earlier about the hashtag Make Every Day a Mandela Day. What does that mean to you?
No, I think to me it means that no matter what you're going through at home, it's about just making the next person better or making their day better. So it doesn't matter really, sort of what circumstances have happened back home, whether you had a fight with your wife or whatever. It's about, trying to help the fellow South African. And even if that's putting a smile on their face, even though you're going through a bad day, I think, that's what it's all about. If you look at Nelson Mandela's legacy, even during his times where he was struggling to walk and all that, he still put a smile on South African faces, and I think that's what it's all about.
Oh, awesome stuff. And you guys obviously giving up 67 minutes of your time today. Any strategy that you guys have been playing today? Because obviously we're leading here at Loftus, that's what I've heard. And obviously the Titans wanted to keep that lead.
Yeah, I think, we are the fitter franchise. So, I think it's all about giving the best that you can, once the 67 minutes is over and done with, you've given your all. So we didn't really much have a strategy, so to speak. It's just about whatever you can give on the day, you max out.
And have you saved a little bit for the last 20 minutes?
Yeah, definitely.
So we're going to ramp things up a little bit.
Yeah, I think, just keep the Lions sort of within touching distance, and then, sort of explode at the end there. Just give them a bit of hope and then take it away from them at the end.
Well, you heard that, Gerald. It's about to get a little bit hotter here at Loftus as these guys and girls start to give it their all for the last couple of minutes of this challenge.
Dala is a fast bowler, great bowler at the death in limited overs cricket. Fantastic to see, and all taking part in the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge presented by FXTM. And Tabu Liu is still with us here. Tabu, I'm going back to your experience on Zwift, and Junior said there he started a bit early. He started a bit too hard. A lot of riders do that, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
The excitement of it.
You still, and at times you fall into that trap because you think, well, I need to warm up. So, let me increase the cadence a bit and so on. And
comes back to bite you.
It comes back to bite you.
Yeah, so don't go out too hard. If you're starting out, your first timers who are joining us on this, the Zwift app, and take it a bit easier. Tava, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And good luck later today. We'll be watching.
Yeah.
Selo
I'm sure
and
you
Tabo
will.
up against each other. You've got some. I bet you've got some dark horses in your team there who
we do
got a bit of class.
Yeah, no, we do have some decent riders there. We do have some decent riders.
Thanks, Tabo.
Thank you very much.
Tabo Liu, who's the chairman of the Ride4Hope, which is why we're here, in fact, the Nelson Mandela Legacy Ride4Hope, which was to have taken place this year, has been replaced by the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge presented by FXTM. So, down at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, this is the Imperial Lions team. We've heard from Donovan Hendricks, who'll be relieved now that he's got a bit of shade on his face. And they're doing a grand job here at Delano Portketer. He was a slow starter. We noticed he was struggling initially. So he's done 18.5 Ks at the moment. I wonder if he's managed to get himself back up and running. He seems to be going quite nicely now, which is good to see. Look at the riders from all over the world. Just fantastic to see you joining us. Welcome to it. This is just an amazing scene to have riders from all over the place. Let's go to Delano. Let's see if we can hear from him.
Delano Potgieter, one of the driving forces of the Imperial Lions. Now, Delano, how have you been navigating throughout the COVID-19?
It's always tough during these times in our country. There's nothing much to do for us. Our livelihood is training at the Wanderers, and if we can't do that, might as well run a bit at home and do as much as we can at home. But not doing something with a cricket bat or cricket ball for a long time is not nice. It's a very uncomfortable feeling, actually.
So what are you guys doing in terms of team spirit-wise? Because I can see you are the geestman around here. So what are you guys doing just to keep yourselves and each other intact and motivated to keep on going? Because it's one thing doing it for yourself and internally, but how are you doing in a broader spectrum?
Today is actually a good example for one of the things we've done during this COVID-19 campaign. And this is a lot of fun for us, or doesn't sound like it though, but we do enjoy it. And otherwise, we haven't done really much things together as a team yet. We're obviously all tested, and some are positive, some are negative, so it's very tough for us to actually get together as a team and do what we used to do. So during this time, we just try and do our best as what we can. We get stuff to do that we need to do at home, and nothing more we can do, actually.
Well, making Nelson Mandela Day a special thing. So this is obviously an initiative to get in some funds for a relief for COVID-19. But now, I want to know from you, what is significant to you about the whole term Nelson Mandela Day?
I think Nelson Mandela Day for me is giving back to the community. What he done for us a couple of years ago, it's unexplainable, actually. And we can just give back to the community and to those that are underprivileged and all of that kind of stuff. And for us, it's a lot of fun to give back to the community. And that's what it is about for me, to give back.
Well, talking about giving back, and I can see just now he's going to be up and out of the saddle again. He was out of the saddle a few moments ago. Challenging, eh?
Very challenging, actually. First time I get to spread my legs, actually. So I'm doing as best as I can here, but my backside is not handling the seat very well. But we're trying our best.
Lovely stuff. There you have it from Delano Potgieter from the Imperial Lions right here at Nelson Mandela Foundation. A lovely day out here. A fantastic competition. Grueling as they go. He's at about 20 kilometers with about 16 minutes to go. Back to you in studio. Have a lekker chat and have a lekker jol on the bike.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
It was one of the greatest struggles of our time, a time when thousands of innocent lives were taken through some of the most brutal measures known to man. It would take the bravery of many people to create a free and just system for all, and it would take thousands to bring down the system of apartheid. Even among all those brave people, all those heroes, all those victims, prisoners and leaders, one man stood out because of his extraordinary generosity and wisdom in reaching out across all kinds of political and racial divides. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela Madiba, born in Mvezo on the 18th of July in 1918, and 99 years later, we cannot hear this name without recalling the amazing journey that is Madiba's life. From country boy to city lawyer, from resistance leader, political prisoner, peacemaker, president, and finally to tireless humanitarian. The man who served 27 years in prison because he dared to demand the right to be equal, to emerge free not only of chains, but of anger and bitterness. How does one say thank you? how do we ensure that his legacy lives on? Because the example of Madiba's life must be carried on to all generations, so that they too can face the challenges in their lives with generosity of spirit, with integrity and courage. The task of the Nelson Mandela Foundation is to promote Madiba's vision of justice and freedom throughout the world. The foundation ensures that life of Nelson Mandela is made available to all people around the world, carefully documenting the scattered information, ensuring that all initiatives are true to his legacy. The foundation also collects and curates Mandela's personal archive under his guidance. Through this dialogue is encouraged the very essence of this great life, because Mandela's entire life was based on the principle of dialogue, the art of listening and speaking to others, opening dialogue around the world. But more than that, the foundation joins together everyone who wants to pay tribute to this great life and ensure that his vision lives on. It is only through your valued support that we can all assure Mandela that his legacy will live on forever. The Nelson Mandela Foundation. Ukuphila ilifa.
This is the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Virtual Challenge presented by FXTM. And we are getting towards the end of our second challenge taking place at the moment. Then screen there are the Imperial Lions cricketers, the men and women who represent the team, the franchise from Johannesburg. And they're up against the Momentum Multiply Titans, who are riding at Loftus in Pretoria at the moment. And it might be that the Lions might be just ahead, but we'll keep an eye on that as it goes on. Now, we've been joined by a proper cyclist, Piwe Nkomo from the FXTM team. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, tell me, this is something you do quite often. You ride the bike.
Yeah.
But this is a bit different, isn't it?
It is.
What are you looking forward to here?
I don't know, just socializing, knowing people more, seeing different kinds of people who do different sports in the same sports I do, just to show that it's not for everyone, but then to have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just seen that wonderful insert from the Nelson Mandela Foundation. What does Nelson Mandela mean to you?
I think it means humanity. It means being together, showing somebody you care, even if you're not always there, but you do care.
And giving and making it,
yeah,
helping it out. So you've got this challenge of riding with the runners who are going to be on the other side of the coin for you guys. So there's some pretty good athletes there.
I saw that. Okay, I'm ready.
You're ready for it.
Yes.
It's been a tough time, this lockdown. How have you as a cyclist been able to sort of keep going and keep fit and keep motivated?
I try on weekends going for training at least, or doing it indoors, because most of the time I'm at school. So I need to go to school every day, even on weekends. So I try, when I come back, go for a ride or two, then.
Your entry into cycling, you've been cycling, what, about 3 or 4 years?
5.
5 years?
5 years, yeah.
Okay, how and why did that come about?
It was, I was just that girl with the bike, just around the corner, going here and there. And then this one time I was noticed by a person from around who actually asked me, "Are you happy with what you're doing?" I'm like, "Yeah, I am." And he's like, "Okay, let me find you a team and see where we can go from there." And I was like, "Okay, do it." Since then, I've been on the bike. Even the team was amazed. "You're still riding?" I'm like, "Yeah." So they're amazed.
So it's something that you enjoy. You've enjoyed virtually all the time you've done it. I mean,
it's a big thing, because I actually got my first bike on my first birthday.
No.
That was a 4-wheeled bike just there. Yeah, that was my first bike. So ever since that time, I've always been on the bike.
So it's been part of your life.
It's been, yeah.
So now to be part of a team.
It's huge. I actually learn a lot.
Getting young women into cycling it's a bit more difficult than getting young men into cycling.
Yeah.
What can you do? What can be done?
I feel they just need to see that it's possible. They need to see that there's somebody there for them to try. So just giving them that idea that I'm here, you can do it too, I think it's enough.
And you've won a few races, you've put yourself out there. So that's part of it, isn't it? Being seen, being visible out there riding.
Yeah.
What are your goals? Where do you see yourself going?
That African flag, I am definitely going to raise it. I am going to raise it. Not just South African, but African in general. I'm going to raise it.
That's a wonderful goal. And these things take time, and you've got to put in the hours,
effort.
and that's what it's about, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm trying. Sometimes being motivated is not enough, right? You need to motivate yourself, sit down and then actually think about it. Tell yourself I can do it and I am going to do it. So it takes a lot.
Well, just fantastic. It's just such a wonderful initiative, but a wonderful thing to have you taking part and with your teammates, most of them the men.
I think they are taking part.
Well, good luck. Show them a thing or two.
Thank you.
Piwa and Cornwall from the FXTM team. They're our title sponsors, our presenting sponsors, which is fantastic. And it's wonderful to have you here, and good luck.
Thank
we
you.
look forward to seeing you. We're going to get ready. I can see some of your teammates outside there, but don't go just yet. So, look who we've got on screen here. Gerda Steyn, a South African legend, Comrades Marathon and Two Oceans Marathon winner, a superstar on the roads of the world. And Gerda is, in fact, in France. Gerda, what on earth are you doing in France?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure to be able to talk to you all the way from France this morning, and to be part of the team that will be riding for charity today.
Fantastic. So you are, I want to say, you're not in lockdown there, are you?
We've had lockdown. I spent the entire lockdown abroad until now. And I've recently was able to make my way to France. Restrictions here have lifted quite a lot now. They've got very low cases at the moment. So we are able to go outside, etc. But of course, we are still being alert. We're having to wear masks in public areas such as the supermarkets, etc. But other than that, we are happy and we're healthy, and I'm super excited to be a part of this today.
Yeah, so tell me about your cycling career.
My short-lived cycling career started actually as when I was injured from running. I decided to take up a little bit of cross training, so I tried swimming and cycling. And I love the cycling. And anyway, I love it a lot more than swimming. So yes, I decided to get a bike, and since then I've just been hooked to my bike, and I now spend hours on my bike every week. So yes, it's a great journey, and for me, it's also just a recreational, something to relax and to do with friends.
So we're talking about a real bike, yeah.
That's correct, yes. Normally I would ride my real bike, but this morning I'll be joining the rest of my Netbank teammates from my turbo trainer, which I set my bike up this morning. So luckily, through this technology that we've got to our advantage today, I'm able to ride with them on a screen virtually. So that will be a lot of fun.
So the Nelson Mandela Foundation and the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge presented by FXTM is a significant event here locally, but also with the Nelson Mandela name globally. It's something that has international resonance, doesn't it?
Yes, of course. Nelson Mandela is such an icon for us as South Africans. He's an international name. Everybody knows about Nelson Mandela and the amazing work that he did in South Africa and the achievements that he made and how he changed an entire country. And it's an honor to still have him today live through his name and still carry the message to share and to donate to those in need. It is such an honor to be a part of something like this. It's something that is way bigger than just one athlete or one team. it is an entire country, and we spread the message to the entire world. So being a small part of a great initiative is really humbling, and I'm very proud to be a part of it.
Well, Gerda, we're proud as South Africans to have you carrying this flag all over the world and running with such incredible grace and athleticism. We had a young lady sitting next to me a short while ago, Piwe Nkomo, who's just starting out her career as a cyclist. She's still at school, but she's part of the FXTM team, and her goal is to carry the flag and the African flag all over the world. So you're doing that now. You're the pathfinder for young women.
Of course, yes. I think running, I've never had an idea throughout my entire growing up that something like sport I'll be able to do something like this through sport, to be able to carry the flag around the world and just be there and experience so many amazing places. And yes, like you say, carry the message around the world. It's really an honor, and I hope to inspire many other young athletes and women to do the same in their careers as sports people.
Do you know when next you're competing?
Yes, of course, it's all very uncertain at the moment with the pandemic. Every athlete around the globe, his plans have been thrown upside down, but we are hopeful that next year there will be much more certainty, as we know that Tokyo Olympics have been postponed to 2021, and that will definitely be something that I will be looking forward to, as well as my favorite races around South Africa as well. So we're hopeful that next year we will be full of energy and ready to roll when we know the race dates for sure.
Well, Gerda, thanks very much for joining us from France. Lovely to hear from you. And good luck riding your bike in this Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge presented by FXTM there. We look forward to seeing how you go.
Thank you very much. I'm also looking forward to it, and I'm hoping that we'll have many people to tune in and watch the action today, because it will be a lot of fun.
Thanks, Gerda. Gerda Steyn, a South African sporting icon, talking to us from France. She's won the Comrades, she's won the Two Oceans, she's won pretty much everything there is to win and run over 10Ks, just over 32 minutes. So she's a really versatile super athlete, is Gerda. And she's currently in France preparing for her next challenges, her next one is this one, which will be taking place very, very shortly. As you can see, outside, Thabo is out there. And Nedbank, of course, she runs for the Nedbank Running Club. And their head of sponsorships is out there, Kelly Thompson, who is going to be chatting very shortly to Thabo.
Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge. Well, now the serious big guns. I see the Imperial Lions have just won their competition. And right here with me, I'm standing with Kelly Thompson, the sponsorship manager for the Nedbank Club. Kelly, how are you? How have you been doing throughout this COVID-19 most unknown territory? How are you guys coping and navigating throughout the COVID-19?
Yeah, we're good. It's been challenging for everyone, as the whole world knows. It's something that we never expected. But yeah, our athletes, we're keeping in contact with all our athletes while they train. The other thing Nedbank's done is we've created a runified series on Strava where the public can get involved, and we're having challenges every month. So we're trying to keep everyone fit and healthy, and anyone can participate. So that's keeping us fit.
Well, that's awesome, Kelly. Obviously, you guys are all for the public out there. Nedbank is an awesome brand that you see them more to do with running and athletics, and at the moment it's going quite good. Why are you guys participating in this? What does this mean for you?
Well, obviously, it's a phenomenal cause with Nelson Mandela and the COVID and all the sports and getting involved in sports. And I do think across our codes in South Africa, we kind of have to keep positive and stuff. And we're here to support Nedbank. Our runners are great, and, we just want to be out here and supporting everyone.
Sure, obviously, without any competitions at the moment, it's quite tough. Training and getting yourself prepared for whenever we get a startup. So in terms of that, what kind of feedback have you rolled out to your all your members? How do you get feedback from them in terms of where they are in their mental toughness period?
So we've got clubs around the country, and Nick Best manages our club, and he's been very good with, communicating with all our athletes, runners, public. Like I said to you, the Strava Challenge, this Nedbank Runified Strava Challenge that we've got out, there's a lot of interaction. We've had 65,000 people worldwide sign up, so there's been great chatting, talk about that. The other thing is with our elite athletes, with all the races being cancelled and people not being able to make an income, what we are doing with our Nedbank Running Club members and elites is that you can win prize money. So Nedbank's trying to support where we can, where people aren't making an income, that we could possibly, you challenge yourself, run a 5K, 8K, 10K, and hopefully win some prize money we've put together for people.
So, Kelly, you're talking about all these things. I'm not a runner myself. I'm in shape. Round is also shape. So, I don't know. Can I also participate? Anyone can participate in this?
For sure. Anyone and everyone can participate in the Runified series. It's on Strava, so you just look out for the Nedbank Running Club, and in the challenge page on Strava, look for Nedbank Runified series. We're starting our 8K challenge on next week Saturday. You've got 2 weeks to complete an activity of 8 kilometers, whether you walk, run, crawl, whatever. Just come out and enjoy, and it's lots of fun.
Well, that's it for myself and Kelly Thompson. Back to studio, so you can run, crawl today. It's on the saddle. It's going to be a grueling challenge on the watt bike. Back to studio.
Thanks very much, Thabo. It's nice to hear from Thabo and Kelly giving us the Nedbank Running Club's perspective. And Nedbank, one of the great sponsors involved in running. FXTM, our presenting sponsor here for the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Challenge, and it's a virtual challenge via Zwift. But out there, real feeling it all was Richard Beswick out at Loftus. Richard, it's all done and dusted there. How did the Titans go?
Yeah, Gerald, it's a wrap for us here at Loftus. It's been an amazing day. The atmosphere here has been electric, absolutely electric. The Titans put in a great showing. There was a big punishing end to the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Virtual Challenge. They put in a proper effort to the finish with Tipo Mona counting them down. They were making sure they got every watt out of those watt bikes. And we are so happy. It's such a great cause that we've been spending our time doing here today. And absolutely amazing stuff from both teams, both from the Momentum Multiplied Titans as well as the Vodacom Bulls. And I think we've done enough to take the overall win.
Ever competitive Richard Beswick thinks that the Loftus team have done the job there, Richard. Good job. I think it must have been you've experienced this. You must have coached them well.
Yeah, look, we did give them a few pointers here and there just to up that wattage and make sure they maintained the wattage and just got every little bit of energy out of those legs. And like I said, Harold, I think we've done enough. I think Thabo and the team will be taking their tail between their legs when they walk away from Emirates Park.
Right. Last seen walking into Jake White's office was Richard Beswick, who's looking for a job as a coach at the Vodacom Bulls. So there we go. The Momentum Multiply Titans and the Imperial Lions, the two teams who were up against one another on the challenge, and we've got another challenge coming now. The Nedbank Running Club, the athletes, well, they've got some cyclists as well in that team, but we already heard from Gerda Steyn in France. She's taking part. Yvette van Zyl is here as well. She's taking part, one of our all-time great middle distance runners. And plenty more to take on the challenge that will be significant because it's the team from FXTM. And there's some pro riders in there who will be giving their all as well. That'll be coming up very shortly.
356 in a final.
The roar of the crowd. It's what we live for. Inspiring us to give our all. A legacy of champions and a history of winning. With bat, with ball, and in the field. This is our arena. And with you behind us, We are fierce. We are proud. We are Titans.
Huge.
Is it okay like this?
Right, that's all set up there. You can see what's happening. And this is at the Nelson Mandela Foundation in the forecourt. The green of the Nedbank Running Club athletes. They're setting up in a forecourt the gentleman next to me knows quite well. Selo Tang from the Nelson Mandela Foundation, the CEO. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
And it's great to be at your home.
Oh, yes. I feel like I have a home ground advantage.
You've got your kit on.
Not that it's going to help me when I have to ride.
Yeah, well yeah, exactly. So you will be riding, as we heard a little earlier from Thabo Liu. There's a little bit of a challenge going on there.
Yes, you know, one of the challenges is when you do these things and you are told, can you ride with us from here to Howick? I remember thinking, I spent sleepless nights. Then COVID hit. And COVID kind of helped me to then do this. Do it here for 67 minutes instead of 4 days.
4 days. Yes. That is a different challenge. It is, Tom, is at 180 kilometers the longest day. That's a big ride, no question. 67 minutes here, you can get through.
Yeah.
Nelson Mandela Foundation, being part of this initiative, is we've talked a lot about how important this is to make contributions to the communities along the road on the Ride for Hope. This isn't directly involved with that, but it's a broader reach, I would think, from the COVID relief.
Yes, it is. And in fact, again, I want to thank Supersport for coming on board as one of the biggest supporters of this initiative. And I think for us, Ride4Hope is precisely about giving hope to those who are about to give up. And this initiative this year will be supporting Each One, Feed One. As you know that in the past, COSAS had a slogan, each one, teach one.
Teach one, yeah.
And this was the time when we were fighting against apartheid. Now we're fighting this pandemic, a pandemic that then demands that we have solidarity. And if each one of us, as an individual, as a family, as a community, but also as a country, we support one another, there will be no one who suffers from malnutrition, or any of those difficulties that we've had. Siyakolisi, Richard Mabaso and I have been driving around the country in the last 3 months. We drove over 20,000 kilometers throughout every province in this country but one. And as we were going through these communities, the one thing that you find is that spirit of Madiba of giving oneself. And Ride4Hope this year is a relief fund that we're going to then be adding to Each One, Feed One, so that those who still would have benefited along the way of Ride4Hope would still be benefiting. So, for example, we'll still be able to go to Soweto, give a community in Soweto, etc. So those communities will still benefit from this, but it needs all of us to then contribute a little bit for it to succeed.
And you're touching on that collective, and you went from the individual to the family, to the community, to the country. And there are things like this pandemic. It does strange old things to a country and to communities, bringing people together. What is it that times of strife and times of toughness, you've referred to the Eat One, Teach One, that was in a time of intense struggle, brings people together. What is that in humanity?
I think it's humanity tends to realize, sometimes too late, that if we don't work together, we are all going to perish. And at a time like this, you then see it even more prominently, that people are now realizing, actually, if we don't work together, we're going to perish together. And I think stories I could tell you of going through communities. We went to Mpumalanga, for example, to show you that people are not waiting on government, on NGOs like the Nelson Mandela Foundation, Kolisi and Mbumba Foundation. They are doing it for themselves. With the meager little things that they have, they're still doing it for themselves. And we found a 70-plus-year-old who is undocumented, has nothing, and the community has been giving her food. When her house was destroyed by a storm, The community contributed 50 rand, 100 rand to build her house, to build her proper structure. And now as the foundation, they couldn't, of course, finish it. COVID hit just as they were about window high. So the foundation, last week we found a donor who was willing to go. And hopefully next week, for 3 days, the donor is going to bring a full team there, build this woman's house. But it says something about how we need not wait for COVID to be united. We need not wait for COVID to then see each other as human and help each other.
And we're interdependent. We depend on each other for everything, for life. So I suppose that COVID has highlighted that, but it need not be.
No. And you know, the sad reality is you look at how people conduct themselves and you ask yourself, for example, those who are thieving out of the COVID relief funds, you ask yourself, at a time like this, don't you realize that actually humanity is in trouble? Your values matter more now than they did before. And Ride4Hope, hopefully after this you'll have time for me to give you a tour of Madiba's archive downstairs. And in the archive, there's letters that Madiba wrote, notes that he made, where he's writing about hope, how he's just hopeful to be coming out of prison.
Yes.
Even though there was no chance, you couldn't even see it. 7 years in, he wrote a letter saying, don't worry about me now. I'm happy, I'm well, full of strength and hope. You know, and here is a man who had only spent 7 years. He still had 20 more years to go. You know, so if he didn't lose hope, who are we to lose hope?
And here we are, with all the hope, yes.
And hope alone, of course, is not enough.
Yeah.
It takes a ride, such as the one that's outside. And I'm grateful to all the riders who are out because they need not do this. You know, every one of them is carrying hope on their paddles as they're paddling. They're paddling hope through the country that they will be giving something to someone who's in desperate need.
Well, Silo, thanks very much. Wonderful messages, and good luck on your ride a little later today.
I need it.
Yeah. The word is that your opposition, Tabu, might have some interesting riders that he's got lined up there.
Yeah, well, I brought in some of the strong guys, so we're going to give them a run for their money. Maps Maponyane will be here. We're going to have Kezam Daung Jr. Who will be riding
athletes,
with us.
okay.
So I think my team is strong enough to face off Tabo's team. So and Dade Leo must just be careful.
Silo Tung from the Nelson Mandela Foundation, the CEO, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank
you for hosting us.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's now go outside. Look at what it looks like now. The sun is warming it up and the riders are warming up. Let's go and find out. Let's see who Taba's talking to there.
So now it is still the 1st of August 2020, the dreaded pandemic year, but we've had a super challenge with the rugby guys, the top guys, the speed trains right back at Loftus and at Emirates Airline Park. Now we are at the Nelson Mandela Foundation. We are past the rugby players, past the cricketers, and now with the serious cyclists. I've got here with me Apiwe Nkomo, well, a super multi-talented cyclist, Gauteng champion 2019, and also the Tshwane champion in 2019. It is now 2020. She's 18 years of age. Tell us a bit more. How are you enjoying this today, and what is special about this day for you, Apiwe?
I think this day is special because we actually get to see different people who do different sports. So now we need to see them on our bike, seeing what they can do. That's going to be exciting.
So the challenge is on. It's about the familiar and unfamiliar territory. Just as with the pandemic, it's unfamiliar territory, but adapting to it. How have you adapted to it?
We take time. It takes a lot of time because now we're always at school or always in lockdown. This lockdown is really hard, so we need to give ourselves time. even though it's not there, but then, yeah.
So how do you get yourself motivated in this time? Because everyone wants to know that, but I think it's a question that everyone needs to get themselves ready. All right?
I get myself motivated by actually telling myself that I can do it. I know even during this lockdown it's hard, but then I need to keep the same spirit I kept before.
All right, Apiwe needs to get on a bike right now, so she's going to go quickly. That's a wrap from Apiwe Nkomo, one of SA's most sensational cyclists. Enjoy it.
Right, they're just about to start.
There she goes.
In the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge race, ride number 3, 67 minutes. Look at the size of the field. We've got an enormous number of riders there. And away they roll. Fantastic. 67 minutes. Watching Annelie Kachelhofer. She is our ride leader for this group. Annelie, a former South African champion, former biathlon world champion, a winner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour in her time as well, and a mother as well. And she's taken time out to come and give us, or give these riders the lead out here. Gerda Steyn from the Nedbank Running Club in Pretoria the club is, but Gerda's in France. As you may have heard earlier, we chatted to Gerda, one of our superstar sports personalities. And this is Brandon Downs. He's done every single ride and he's still going. He is, of course, a pro, so he knows a thing or two about spending many hours on his rear end riding a bike. And we've got Marissa van der Linde from the Nedbank team there as well. She is a former South African time trial champion. She's involved here. JP Pietner, former top South African champion mountain biker, is riding. So that's good to see. Yeah, this is a big active group. And they're riding again. I think they're riding the hilly group in Rotopia. And the Zwift platform is where they'll be riding. So fantastic to see such a big field heading off. And here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, we've got the Nedbank athletes and the FXTM Pro team all doing their thing here at the Nedbank Foundation. Watching Kelly Thompson, the head of sponsorships at Nedbank, also a very competent and experienced cyclist. A few just battling to get off the start line, but once they're there, they'll be on their way. So Nelson Mandela Foundation, there's the green of the Nedbank team, and they're doing a great job. Fantastic for them to come out here and get stuck in, all in the name of raising funds. Now, of course, raising funds is what this is about, and raising funds for the COVID Relief Fund for the Nelson Mandela Foundation. And you can do so by scanning this QR code. Just point your camera, scan it, it's done. Minimum, well, there's no minimum amount, but whatever it is, $50 will put you in the draw to possibly win one of the lucky draw prizes. $100 and you could go into the draw and win yourself a month of a Toyota Fortuner. That'll be fantastic. So Gerda Steyn is going along there. I think Gerda might be, she's in France, as we've heard, and has been taking to cycling with great glee and enjoyment. Gerda, you're going well.
I'm going very well here, yes. Working hard up the hill, but it's good fun. I can see my team members and also all the other members from the other teams. So, yes, we're working hard up the hill as we speak.
Thanks, Gerda. I didn't hear what you were saying there, but I'm sure it's been fantastic It's wonderful to have you riding with us. Do you know who you're up against here in terms of some of your teammates, in terms of their cycling ability?
I think I'm up against some of the best. There's teammates there that has been doing a lot more cycling than I am, but we're doing it all for a greater cause. So I think this will carry me to the finish line.
You're a natural competitor, a natural athlete. This is what you do. So when you get on the bike there and we're doing it for a good cause and it is just a ride and there's no racing, you look at your screen and you see some names and you see some times and you think, hang on, I can go faster.
Yes, of course. It is a sport that I've never competed in any cycling event. So, of course, this is very motivating, and the challenge of the unknown for me is what is definitely very, very exciting.
Tell you what, I can hear from where we are, I can hear what's going on outside. There's incredible noise and encouragement and great gees going on here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation with your teammates and your team manager is no doubt at the front of it all, making a lot of encouraging sounds.
Well, I can tell you that I can feel the gees all the way to France.
Fantastic. Gerda Steyn. Keep it going, keep going. You've still got a long way to go. You've only 5 minutes done.
Yep.
So you'll be fine.
Until the end.
You'll be fine.
Thank you so much.
It's 20 Ks on the run. Thanks very much. Gerda Steyn joining us from France, where she is taking part in this incredible initiative, the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Virtual Challenge presented by FXTM. We've got some big names riding in this group, that's for sure. And Annelie Kachelhofer is our ride leader. She's such an experienced rider. Brandon Downs, as I said, he's got the King of the Mountains jersey there. As you can see, the sprinter's jersey's gone to D. Shaw. For the time being, there's riders all over the world have joined us here as we go through the morning, more and more joining us, which is fantastic, from around the world. And the Lumo wheels, they're part of obviously the Zwift Tron bike. You've got to have done something pretty special to have earned those wheels, like Everesting and a bit more climbing. So that's good to see. So let's go back outside. Tabo, who have you got with us there?
Right, we are done with the rugby, done with the rest of them, done with the cricketers. It is now time for the racers themselves, the cyclists. At the moment, I've got Manganye. Well, tell us, how are you and how are you coping?
I'm okay. I'm still warming up, so because we're just starting out now. So I'm feeling great.
Manti, tell me, how long have you been a cyclist, and what are you looking for? How long or how fast are you looking to go for today?
Well, the idea was to keep up with the team, but then obviously now there's connection issues. So, but just to keep up in a group and ride, because obviously for the team spirit, for what we are riding for.
So it's about team spirit. It's about, well, remember we're doing this for Utata Nelson Mandela. It is the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Fund. So you guys are obviously doing it. What is Nelson Mandela Day for you?
For me, it's about Ubuntu and being unselfish and also caring for those who are less fortunate.
Absolutely incredible. Speaking about Ubuntu, the spirit of having a human heart towards everyone. We are all struggling out there. But now we are doing this challenge to raise awareness, to raise some funds for the needy during the time of COVID-19. Well, let you have it. Have fun out there and enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
That's a wrap, guys.
Thanks so much, Tabo. That's fantastic. The energy, the Ubuntu out there. And it's fantastic now to welcome Jonas Magoshi to our studio.
Thank you, Jello.
CEO of BCX, the technology partners here today. Fantastic. You're going to be riding.
Got
Yeah,
it.
Gerald. Unfortunately, I will be riding for the first time, so I'm looking forward to it. They twisted my arm. I said, yes, I'll do it. So I'm here for that.
That's an amazing decision to do that.
Thank
You haven't been on one of these bikes before?
I just acquired one.
Okay.
And I practiced a little bit. It's harder than I thought. And I don't ride on the road anyway. So maybe this will be the first. This will be a bike that will bite me and I'll continue.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, it's something that I think one thing we've learned from a lot of those the sportsmen who were riding earlier is that you speak to them 20, 30 minutes in and they say, oh, I think I started too fast.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't have that problem. I think it's the slower the start, the better. Then you've got something left at the end. But BCX involved here. What was the decision to get involved? What did you base that on?
So originally, before COVID, right, we wanted to get involved as the Ride4Hope goes through a number of communities. We thought we will donate IT equipment as they go along. That was the plan originally. And obviously with COVID, we realized that that's not going to happen. So they came with the idea of a virtual ride. And we thought, we can get involved. So we've got our wireless team. So we have a converged communication team that decided that they'll come and put this together. So both for the studio itself, but also to be able to get people to see themselves on the web.
Well, it's amazing. We're connecting all over the place. We've just had Gerda Steyn from France. We've been connecting to Loftus and to Ellis Park. It's amazing what we can do.
Absolutely right. And I wonder, I asked the team whether this will be the future, right? Because when I look at what's happening with the office, we close offices, so we work from home, and most of it will continue that way. I asked them if this will be the future. I don't know. I don't know if it will be, because I'm not a rider, I don't know that yet.
It's so interesting. I tell you what, the cycling community, there's no question that it's one sport that has gone upwards in terms of uptake from people who either weren't runners or weren't riders on the Zwift platforms, and they're saying yes, they'll continue because this is a way to do it without going. It's a safe way of riding a bike.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
yeah, I suppose for me, who'll be a new rider, this is the safest way. And as I said, I did it a few days, much harder, but I think I'll continue. Yeah, I don't think I'll go on the road yet. I prefer this. It's much better.
On a broader sense, the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Challenge presented by FXTM, and it's making a difference. Nelson Mandela Foundation makes a difference regardless. But these are deep, dark days for a lot of people, isn't it?
Absolutely. So if you look across the world, right, the pandemic has caused havoc, right, across the world. But if you look in South Africa in particular, we had our own unique challenges. So there are people who they struggle just to make a living, right? Just to have food. So the basics, right? So yes, some of us we don't have to go to the office, but you can't have takeaways. But that's a luxury. There are people who can't have the basics. So one of the reasons why I wanted to be involved in this is that there are people who are really deeply affected, and if we can help to alleviate that, then the better for us as a corporate citizen.
Right. As we go back to how the COVID pandemic is changing our outlook to life and the way we operate, and the role that your company BCX will play is no doubt becoming more and more important now, because people are connecting virtually and working through from home and wherever it might be.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I look at corporates, right, who's our main customers, we're talking about banks, retail, etc. Most of those, the core of their business will be online. So meaning even the employees will work from home, right? So this is going to be the norm going forward. So I don't know what we're going to do with our buildings. We have the same issue. Over 90% of our employees, we've got over 6,000 employees, are working from home. And some of them, that will be the primary place of work. They'll come to the office after Corona, obviously, maybe once a week. So the world is changing fundamentally. So things that we thought will not happen, really buying online. There are simple things you can buy online, but buying clothes online, fitting yourself those clothes online, buying cars online, all those things are going to be the norm. So yes, the pandemic has caused havoc, but I think it will have a fundamental impact on how we work, live, and play.
Wow. Well, it's having an impact already, because you've bought yourself a smart trainer and you're going to be riding, which is fantastic. We've had Thabo Liu here, and we've had Selo Tang here. They're quite competitive in their teams. Are you riding for one of those groups?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm riding for Thabo Leo.
Thabo.
I'm driving to Thabo Leo, and I said to him that he needs to put more stronger people so that we can balance me, right?
Well, you couldn't have asked for a more experienced man. It's lovely.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, for me it will be fun today, but I'm really looking forward to the 68 minutes. I haven't done it since I started.
Yeah.
It's always been hard. So, but he told me what you said. Start slow. Just start slow and just pedal. Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Absolutely, Gerard. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you very much.
And good luck. We look forward to seeing you out there. We'll be gentle.
Yeah, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gerard. Okay.
Right. Jonas Bachoshi from BCX, the CEO of BCX, joining us here, and he'll be on the bike very shortly. He's going to go and warm up, I think. Gently, though. Nothing seriously when you warm up, okay? Now, we go from Jonas to a man who has done pretty much it on the bicycle, because he is a man who won the last competitive ride I think South Africa saw. It was the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Travis Barrett, thanks for joining us.
Hey Gerald, nice to be speaking to you. Under slightly different circumstances when we last spoke, Cape Town Cycle Tour, but yeah, all good, no complaints nonetheless.
Yeah, here we are. Who would have thought that day that less than a week later things would have changed so much? Thanks for joining us, and thanks for taking part in this.
No, thanks so much for having me. I think it's such a special initiative. It's a pity that the normal Ride4Hope can't be taking place from Nelson Mandela's house in Vilakazi Street all the way to the capture site. I think that's an event that I definitely want to take part in one day. But I think, riding virtually, being together but apart has become the new norm. So, yeah, great to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about to our previous guest, Jonas, about what is the new norm and will this become the norm. You as a pro athlete, as I said, you won the last race you rode and things were looking great, and suddenly you can't compete any longer. But you no doubt have been competing through the various Zwift races.
Yes, yeah, I think Zwift has allowed us to train together. All of my teammates are spread across the country at the moment, so we get to train together, and there's been a lot of local series that have been taking place, like the Support SA Talent Virtual Series, and that gets all of the South African guys together on a Wednesday evening to have a bit of a race off, and I think it just helps keep the camaraderie high. So yeah, we've been able to race and take part in not real events but virtual events nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, yourselves, the tech team, the Pro Touch team, the Office Guru team, all of you guys, no doubt keeping a close eye on one another. You've now had a few of those races that you've done. It's obvious how different it is. You're not riding your real bike and you're not outside and so on. But what's it really like? Can you get into a racing mindset and a racing setup?
Yeah, I think these races are very suited to particular kinds of riders. Generally, the guys who are very good time trialists and just all-round power riders tend to do very well at these events. But I think you line up on any start line and you get that motivation to race, and so it's quite easy to get into a racing mindset, especially since at the moment that's the only way we can take part in events. So I think everybody's eager and ready to race when on the start line of the Zwift race. But there's lots of things that come into play. The guys who are at sea level tend to be doing a lot better than the guys who are Joburg altitude. That makes a big difference. So I think in terms of fairness, the Zwift races aren't as fair as maybe a race out on the road. But it's just a completely different dynamic, and they are really fun to take part in. So, yeah.
And you can race against people you perhaps in some cases never been able to race against and so on. So it opens up all that side of it, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And I mean, a lot of the European pros and pros from overseas take part in Zwift races quite often. So, I mean, it's not uncommon for you to be in a race and then see some of the European pros or some of the bigger teams taking part in the same race that you are. And in a sense, that kind of let you compare yourself to them, whether or not they take part seriously or not. It can still be a good motivation boost to do as well as we can.
Well, Travis, thanks very much for joining us. You are on the coast. You're down in Durban, I believe.
Yes, yeah. I've been down in Durban for the quarantine. It's a lot warmer than Joburg, I believe. Nice training weather out here. So,
it is.
That's why I'm down definitely.
And you're the lead rider for our last group, is that right?
Yes, yeah, I'm the lead rider for the ride kicking off at 11:35. So yeah, I urge everyone who's watching this now, if you're not joining one of the other events, please come and join in on mine. I think it'll be a lot of fun. And yeah, it's all for a great cause. So feel free to join.
Absolutely. Travis Barrett, thanks very much, Travis, from Team Office Guru, the winner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, which was the last race that happened in South Africa, and one of the very last that happened around the world, as it would be, because the COVID pandemic struck, it was just getting going then, and lockdown happened a week later. So the last major event, I think, that took place here. And Travis Barrett was the winner of that Cape Town Cycle Tour. Wonderful to have him taking part and being part of this incredible initiative, the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Virtual Challenge presented by FXTM. It's fantastic. Now, we've got a ride still going, of course. It is the ride, our third ride with the Nedbank running team, the running club, and the FXTM cycling team. And they're still going strong, and they've got around about, they've got around about an hour, less than an hour, about 45 minutes still to go. So there's still a way to go. Well, FXTM have been great supporters of cycling in this country, and of course of this very day, the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Challenge presented by FXTM.
To all the teams,
we're all very proud of you.
Thank you. Good luck, guys.
Hello, everyone.
We just wanted to wish you all the best of luck.
Remember, this is for a great cause.
So keep cycling and let's keep those donations flowing.
Hello, FXTM ladies. Thank you so much for being part of this amazing race event. I wanted to thank you from all our company, and I would like to tell you, go girls!
Hola, hola, cyclists. This is a big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in Mzansi, we would just like to thank you for taking part in this amazing course. A spin for the win, and good luck.
This is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we want to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing cause. Spin for the win, and good luck. Let's go. Away.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for being here, and good luck to you all.
Go team, every team support you all the way.
This is the biggest day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing cause. Spin for the win, and Mashudu Mabuya.
Hola, Mafetu. This is a big day, and on behalf of FXTM South Africa, I'd like to say thank you, and we appreciate you for all the amazing work that you guys are doing. And hey, spin for the win, guys. All the best. Thank you.
How's that, cyclists? This is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we want to thank you very much for taking part in this amazing course. Spin for the win, and good luck.
Hi, spin for the win and good luck.
Hey guys, on behalf of FXTM, thank you for joining. This is for a great cause, and keep on cycling.
Hello South Africa, thank you for being here.
Stay focused and good luck.
How's it, cyclists? This is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we would like to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing cause. Spin for the win and good luck.
Hey guys, thanks very much for volunteering for this great cause. Let's keep cycling, let's keep that focus on, and let's keep those donations coming.
Hi, I'm Lex Webster, Chief Commercial Officer at Xfinity Group, and thanks so much to all the volunteers who are participating in the virtual ride today. It's a really fantastic cause which we're delighted to be involved with, and wish you all the best of luck. And just remember, everyone, please give. It's a really important cause. Thanks very much. Cheers. Bye.
Well, thanks very much to the CCO of the title sponsors, FXTM, Lex Webster. Wonderful to have such a great contribution from FXTM as part of this wonderful initiative that is the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Challenge virtual challenge presented by FXTM. At the moment, we've got our third event on the road, so to speak, the virtual road, the Watopia Hilly course, and it is the Nedbank Running Club, who are going really, really well here. And they're up against, it's not a race, although we know these things turn into a race, of course, but they're riding with the FXTM team. And they're doing a great job because they've gone 24 minutes now on this hilly course. And we're watching one of the Nedbank team. This is Annelie Kachelhofer. She's the lead rider. I caught a note from Annelie Kachelhofer. She's down in Paarl riding her bike, that this was her maiden journey as a Zwifter. I'm not entirely sure that I believe that, but maybe it is true. Annelie is a former pro. She is a winner of the South African Championships. She's a winner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour and winner of so many races, and an Olympian, of course, and a biathlon world champion. Brandon Downs has ridden every single one of these events, the former 947 Cycle Challenge winner. And outside we've got our FXTM Pro team doing their job on their smart trainers and going beautifully. These are serious athletes and serious riders, so they'll be setting some good pace there for all the other riders from all over the world. And that is the beauty of this Zwift platform. We are welcoming riders from all over the world. And of course, there's Gerda Steyn from the Nedbank Running Club going nicely along as well. From France, she's riding and spending time in France at the moment. But if you need to, feel the need, you should be feeling the need to make a contribution to the COVID Relief Fund here, then please do so via the QR code that'll come up on screen from time to time. Otherwise, use our social media platforms and the website for Nelson Mandela COVID Relief and the Nelson Mandela Foundation and the Ride4Hope. Go to the Ride4Hope website. Scan to give, and each one to feed one. That's what it's about, as we make every day a Nelson Mandela Day. No need just to take it on the 18th of July. Every single day is a Mandela Day. So from Spain, from Great Britain, from France, from Switzerland, highly experienced riders. Anthony and JP Pearton brothers are riding, two very formidable mountain bikers in their time. JP making a sort of comeback, but not as deeply committed to the sport as he was as a young man. There he is, JP Pearton. Yeah, he's still got it in those legs. Mountain bikers always strong, aren't they? So 15th in the sprint was JP Pearton. Brandon Downs always been up there through all three races, has been fantastic. The Best Med team and the, I think that's Christine van Rooyen, no, not sure. Well, look at those very smart Tron bikes. You have to hard-earned those wheels. In Zwift, you have to join the Everesting Club and climb another. That's around about 8,500 meters of climbing in one ride, and then add another 40-odd thousand meters of riding, and you can earn yourself a bike like that. They are fantastic on the Zwift platform. They do help you. Annelie Kachelhofer is going well. And look who's out there. If you can catch a glimpse outside, there's a familiar face, Thabo, and an equally familiar one alongside him, Nick Bester.
Surely now, the serious races are on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, next to me, I've got the former Ironman champion, former Comrades Marathon champion, Nick Bester. Surely you can hear the sound. The seriousness has intensed. Well, Nick, tell us a bit more of how you guys are navigating through the COVID-19.
Well, you know, it's a very difficult time for all sports people, especially our athletes as well. And our athletes are our Nedbank Green Dream Team, like we call them. They're all on retainers, and we help them with expenses and stuff to races. But the major income of a professional sportsman is it's prize money, and that is where we try to help the team and fill up here and there where we can. So we started off in lockdown period with some funny competitions, like a planking competition, with prize money for the top 10. We also had the guy with and a woman with the lowest pulse rate with prize money and. So it developed into the brainchild of Nedbank marketing team to have a runner-fight running series across the world. We started with that last month in July, where we have 60,000 people competing in our runner-fight series virtual. But on top of that, for our Nedbank Green Dream team, we had special races where they can also earn prize money. Like last month was the 10 kilometer. And with the top 10 there, where Gerda won the women's event. Another Joe Mamoni and another Olympian, Sibusiso Nzima, placed in the top three in the men, as well as John van Deventer. And we pay the top 10 men and women and we reward them with prize money. This month will be 21K. Yes, yeah. And then the social runners, we also look after them because there's huge prizes to win, like overseas trips to the next official city marathon when that goes open again.
Wow, absolutely incredible. So now, you're speaking about everything virtually. The Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge is absolutely a virtual challenge, and trying to keep the virtual competition afloat. How do you get it right? We're standing here right next to one of SA's most decorated runners, Ride van Sail. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now Nick, tell us, how do you get these machines ready and composed in this time of COVID-19? How is your training adapted? Are you going full throttle? What is the madness behind everything?
Okay, just add, there's another Olympian here, Ride. She also competed in the Olympics in South America. Training-wise, it's tough. It's very difficult to keep the athletes on a certain level. You know, you don't want them to do a lot of speed now, because I see speed work as taxing on the body. So what we do is, we started with a training program with the hopes that racing will commence in August, September, but it doesn't look like it. So what I do is I keep them on a kind of base speed endurance program, so that we don't use the speed at the moment. We're going to switch over to a complete speed program as soon as we know which race to target first. But at the moment is uncertainty in South Africa, in the world. I just hope that racing will commence in South Africa around about November, December this year.
Surely, thank you, Nick Vester. Surely that is absolutely giving some hope as we are riding for hope in the Nelson Mandela Challenge. Well, we'll get you some more interviews as we go. We'll speak to Ride a bit later on. Well, the intenseness has just arrived. The Nelson Mandela Challenge is now at full throttle. Have a lovely day and join us throughout the whole course of this day.
Sabo, it is. The intensity is rising as the athletes get stuck in. You can see they're holding nothing back, and that's how it should be, these athletes. They are, as we know, proud athletes dedicated to their sport and to their role as ambassadors for their sport, and so they don't want to let them down. And this is an opportunity to put it out there and put some training in. So this is what you can win if you donate, and you should be donating. Please do. Via the QR code, you can win a Chivita hamper worth 10,000 Rand if you donate $50 or more to the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Virtual Challenge presented by FXTM. Falk Socks are involved as well. They've got one of 3 hampers you can win, 30, 20 and 10 pairs of socks, enough to keep you in socks for life. $100 donation will put you in line to win a Toyota Fortuner, courtesy of Mortimer Toyota. For an entire month, you can drive around in that flashy, beautiful Toyota Fortuner. They really are special vehicles, and $50 will get you into the draw to win this wonderful Weber Braai worth 8,500 Rand. That gas braai will keep you cooking throughout the cool winter months and deep into summer as well. It really is special. So those are some of the prizes. There are also signed jerseys courtesy of the Vodacom Bulls and the Imperial Lions and the Emirates Lions and the Momentum Multiplier Titans. So plenty of opportunity to win here. But also, of course, the big winners are those who will benefit from your generosity and the COVID relief around the country. And you've heard from the representatives from the Nelson Mandela Foundation how they are distributing to move the food packages and giving opportunities, building houses, as you heard a little while earlier from Selo Khatang, the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, about getting people back on their feet, or at least getting some stability in their lives in this very, very tough time. Gerda Steyn out the saddle and climbing as she does, going beautifully. 34 minutes in, 19 Ks, going very well indeed. The Nedbank Running Club runner, Comrades Marathon winner from last year, Two Oceans winner, superstar. She really is. And she's in France at the moment, preparing for when it will be next that she will run and take part in competitive riding. Annelie Kachelhofer, a former professional, but now taking time out to run a business, a garage cycle down in Paarl, and her role as a mother. And very nice to have Annelie taking the role as the lead rider in this group. So the Nedbank Running Club have Marissa van der Linde, their bigger partner, who's a former South African time trial champion. She'll be very, very strong indeed on the bike. Well, let's pop outside to catch up with some of those riders. Here's Thabo.
Look, it's a race! I'm winning!
Well, here is the vibe. This is what we're talking about. She is going full throttle. She's at about 19 kilometers, but she is winning.
I'm winning! Nedbank winning!
Well, Nedbank is going quite hard. Let's see if the next one... Oh, here's a rustige een. Lyk soos 'n pretloop. Oh, here we go. No. Here's the power show. How are you doing and how's it going so far?
I'm very well, thanks. I'm loving what I'm doing it for a good cause, so life's good.
Life's good. Well, this is the Nedbank team. They have a lot of gees, they have a lot of vibe, and a lot of power and determination.
We're trying.
Are you trying?
Yes,
Oh
I'm giving it my all.
Try a bit more.
I know.
Well, you're at 17.
Isn't that bad? I'm really not a pro cyclist. Definitely in a running club, the best running club in the country. Yes, and this I'm feeling very honoured to be part of this day. For Mr. President Nelson Mandela, our previous president, and the cause. So yes, we're here for the gees, the charity, and I think it's a wonderful initiative.
Wow, fantastic, incredible. Well, it is all about Nelson Mandela, and the day is on. Well, an Olympian in the house. Welcome, Irvit. Well, how is it? How are you enjoying yourself?
I'm enjoying myself. It's a bit hard, but running is way easier. But just saying, poor cyclists, they have a lot of gear to put on and a lot of sores to put up with.
So it's only about getting your tackies on and hitting the road nice and hard.
Yes, that's way easier. At least you don't have a stiff butt the next day. So, it's different.
Well, that's how it is. It is all about the gears. It is all about the fun. Nedbank Running Club is up against Forex time. It is lovely to see. It is beautiful out here. Well, Irvit, what is your prospects for this day? How fast are you looking to go? Or how far are you looking to go?
I'm just thinking of not falling off the bike and just finishing in one piece.
Well, trying to navigate, not falling off. Yes, but she runs far better than she rides a bike. She's only at 14 kilometers. Well, Gerald, I don't know how's it on that side, but we are absolutely having a crack of a time. It's an absolute joy. Back to you in studio.
Thanks very much, Tabu. Yes, creating the vibe. And then those riders, unbelievable what they're doing out there. It's amazing. One of our wonderful sponsors, ATC, supplying the wireless solutions here, are part of the action. And Anne McLaren is their CEO. And welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us on a
Thanks very
Saturday morning. It's a little different Saturday morning activity.
Yes, yeah.
So you're a cyclist?
I'd say I'm a social cyclist.
Okay.
But I am partaking.
And it's fantastic. Watching these athletes committing themselves to this is amazing.
Definitely. Yeah, we were actually part of the race last year and very inspiring, going to all the rural towns and helping the schools and the communities. So I think this year what's been so inspiring is just seeing so many of the sporting heroes get involved and the visibility that the race has got now, because what Latando is doing, just creating hope, especially at this time, is fantastic.
Yes, and that is what it's about. It's creating hope by obviously collecting donations, and there is the QR code you can scan wherever you are at home or wherever you might be. You can even do it while you're on your bike, no question, you can, and donate and give people hope.
Absolutely, definitely.
Tell us about ATC.
So we basically enable wireless connectivity. So we're an infrastructure provider and we build the networks required for wireless connectivity. Yeah.
So this is and you are very important in the current environment, aren't you?
Yes, indeed. Yes, with all our partners. Yes.
I mean, has that been something you've obviously seen, an uptick in your needs?
Certainly. I think, as far as the mobile operators go, their data traffic has increased significantly, and even the fiber networks, you've seen a lot of uptake and the moving from corporate offices to work from home. So definitely the demand is there, and if anything, the value of wireless connectivity has been really validated during this period, so really critical.
And then within your work environment, have you got staff working at home? And
yes, we've actually been fortunate to work from home for the entire period, although we are an essential service, so we have been able to operate. So yeah, it's been working really well, actually. It's been going very well.
Is that something that is this set? I mean, Zwift is setting a trend for sure, because people are going to be doing this long after the pandemic is over, I'm sure.
Yes.
Are people going to be working from home for the rest of their working lives?
I think we'll return to some sort of hybrid model where, it's great to have an office space for collaboration, brainstorming, networking, etc. But the work from home has created a lot of flexibility for people. So I think we'll see a mix in the future of a bit of office and a bit of work from home. Yeah.
Each one, feed one is what we're talking about here in terms of the Nelson Mandela Foundation and contributing, giving. When one talks about Nelson Mandela, what comes to mind for you?
Well, of course, he's the greatest leader of all time. I think most people would agree with that. And we've actually supported the Nelson Mandela Foundation for a few years now, and we've been very involved with the Each One Feed One scheme in addition to this race. So, I think it's, his legacy is amazing, as everybody knows. He's inspiring, and I think we need to reflect back on the values and, what he really wanted for our country. An incredible human being, yeah.
And it's at times like this that we do tend to look back and draw on that legacy, don't we?
Yes, absolutely. And I think what Celo and the Nelson Mandela Foundation are doing is really great. Really helping out, and our communities are in absolute need. So it's fantastic. It's really good work.
And are you on a team today?
Yes, I'm on the Nelson Mandela team.
So you're with Celo's team?
With Celo, yes.
Okay. Because you are very well aware of the rivalry.
Yes, I know.
Well, it's going to be fascinating to see how there's been some intense rivalry on these events that we've had between the Bulls and the Lions and the Titans and the Lions and now the runners and the cyclists. But I don't think we've seen anything yet.
No, I don't think so.
I think between you lot, it's going to be hectic.
I don't know if we'll be as fast as the others, but yes,
it's
we'll see.
Nothing to do with speed. You ain't going nowhere. We're watching the Intizzi. It's going to be fantastic. We'll enjoy it.
Very excited.
It'll be a wonderful, wonderful initiative. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for having us.
Don't go away just yet. We're going to pop outside quickly. Tabo has been catching up with more of our runners and riders. Tabo?
Woo-wee! Well, the Nedbank Club has gone. It is now the turn of the FX team. I've got Ayanda Masetti with me. Ayanda, how is it? Are these guys kicking your butt?
Oh, they are. They probably are.
Well, Ayanda, just 15 years of age. Can you believe it? Another youngster, 18 years of age, Gauteng champion, Tshwane champion. What? How is it? Are you enjoying yourself? Is it fun?
It is. I'm enjoying. It's so fun.
Well, FX team, lift it up, lift the intensity. It's all about speed. It is all about the intensity, the fire. All the youngsters. How old are you, my baby?
16 years.
16 years of age. Well, it is the powerhouses of Nedbank versus the FXT Forex Time team. Another youngster having fun. Oh, rustig. No, not a youngster. I'm not happy. This is too much. But it looks like you're going uphill.
Yes, I am.
Is it a bit tough today?
It's all right. It's just, normally when you're doing indoor, you used to be indoor. Without the sun. So I'm standing in one position and it's just too hot.
Well, there you have it. Having it in one position, having fun in the sun at the moment. It is the Forex team, Forex Time team versus the Nedbank at the moment. It is lovely. It is powerful stuff. High cadences, you can hear the sound at the back. It is a lovely day. Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge. Back to you in studio.
Thanks very much, Tabo. He's got another 23 minutes of this event to go. 67 minutes is how long they ride for on this tough course, as you've heard there. The riders are suffering on this hilly course on Watopia, which is a virtual course. It doesn't exist. Neither does Watopia, the virtual world, for Zwifters, but it is very real for these riders now. As JP Pearton, John Paul Pearton, is ticking it over very smooth, isn't he? Going along very nicely indeed, around 25 k's an hour, and he's done 26 k's. Only Kachel off of there. Rider Wilkinson from the UK on those very smart Zwiftron bikes, and you earn those the hard way by climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing. You have to do an Everesting ride and add another 40-odd thousand meters of climbing before you can earn yourself a Zwiftron bike. Gerda Stein in France all the way comes and joins us here at the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Virtual Challenge presented by FXTM. The Bestmed Teg Chova team, well, they've been involved in virtually all the rides as well. I think they are based at Lazarus Land Rover Centurion, which is just down the road from Supersport Park in Centurion, and they've got a group together there. Fantastic, great support, and look at the numbers. Riders all over the world joining us, from Australia, from Germany, from France, from Great Britain. Lovely to have you all taking part and being part of this wonderful, almost unique day for events like this. 4 in a row, raising funds via the Nelson Mandela Foundation for COVID relief and making a serious difference. And donating is what it's about, and getting people to raise some money. And so please, we urge you to make a donation to the COVID relief fund here at Nelson Mandela Foundation, and you for Ride4Hope will make a difference to, or through Ride4Hope will make a difference to communities around South Africa who have been really, really battling through this torrid time that is the pandemic. So please make a donation. Do so via the QR code which will appear on the screen from time to time, and visit the Ride4Hope website as well. You can make a donation there and keep it going. Every little bit helps, as each one feeds one here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation. That's what it's about. It's making a difference to those who need it most.
It was one of the greatest struggles of our time. A time when thousands of innocent lives were taken through some of the most brutal measures known to man. It would take the bravery of many people to create a free and just system for all, and it would take thousands to bring down the system of apartheid. Even among all those brave people, all those heroes, all those victims, prisoners and leaders, one man stood out because of his extraordinary generosity and wisdom in reaching out across all kinds of political and racial divides. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela Madiba, born in Mvezo on the 18th of July in 1918, and 99 years later, we cannot hear this name without recalling the amazing journey that is Madiba's life. From country boy to city lawyer, from resistance leader, political prisoner, peacemaker, president, and finally to tireless humanitarian. The man who served 27 years in prison because he dared to demand the right to be equal, to emerge free not only of chains, but of anger and bitterness. How does one say thank you? How do we ensure that his legacy lives on? Because the example of Madiba's life must be carried on to all generations, so that they too can face the challenges in their lives with generosity of spirit, with integrity and courage. The task of the Nelson Mandela Foundation is to promote Madiba's vision of justice and freedom throughout the world. The foundation ensures that life of Nelson Mandela is made available to all people around the world, carefully documenting the scattered information, ensuring that all initiatives are true to his legacy. The foundation also collects and curates Mandela's personal archive under his guidance. Through this dialogue is encouraged the very essence of this great life, because Mandela's entire life was based on the principle of dialogue, the art of listening and speaking to others, opening dialogue around the world. But more than that, the foundation joins together everyone who wants to pay tribute to this great life and ensure that his vision lives on. It is only through your valued support that we can all assure Mandela that his legacy will live on forever. The Nelson Mandela Foundation. Ukuphila ilifa.
Foundation, we of course are taking part in the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Challenge. It's a virtual ride brought to you, presented by FXTM, and we've got riders from around the world taking part in the third of 4 rides that last 67 minutes, and this is, they've got about just under 20 minutes left for this ride, which is involving in the green, the Nedbank Running Club, and the riders from the FXTM cycling squad. Many of them very young and no doubt inspired by the athletes, the Olympians. Yvette van Sail is one of those riding in this Nedbank team, and they really are powering. It's fantastic to see. Nick Bester, their manager, keeps a close eye on things, see how they're going, and no doubt this will be part of some form of training for them as well. Gazelle Roberts, we've got there, Yvette van Sail, Marissa van der Linde, we've got as well. And in this group of the youngsters from the FXTM, Apiwe Nkomo is one of the star riders for that team. She was with us a little bit earlier and just loves cycling, and that's fantastic. Mianda Maseti is out there as well. Amazing scenes being brought together by these agencies of the virtual world we are living in at the moment. So let's go to outside. Let's find out how they're getting there. They've got around about 15 minutes of riding left. Have they got some left in the tank, Thabo?
Well, it is a glorious day, a beautiful day here. Welcome to the Nelson Mandela Challenge. What a beautiful day. Speaking about beauty, I've got here Zanele Mtelane. She is one of the beauties that I've come through for this day. Tell us a bit more, Zanele, about this initiative and where do you come from? Where do you fit into this whole picture?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the intro. So I'm from the Imperial Lions at the Wanderers Cricket Stadium. How we got involved is that we got an invite to take part in the initiative, the Ride4Hope initiative. My guys have finished their cycling or cycleathon this morning. They had so much fun. It's been so great. And hopefully we can do more in years to come. It's been such a great morning. As you all know, we're facing a pandemic and we are hoping for better days as we go on with our sanitizing and just making sure that our hygiene is top-notch and all of that stuff. So it's really been great being here.
Well, Zanele from the Imperial Lions, well, earlier on, she's keeping it nice and poised at the moment, but she spoke something about, it had me going absolutely bonkers when she said, this is a spinathon. And I'm like, what? I've been to a marathon, a spinathon. So tell us a bit more about how you come up with these genius, brilliant moments where you just have a bit of fun in the sun, having your teams out here, having support for the Nelson Mandela Challenge.
So I wouldn't so much take take the honors of coming up with that sort of stuff, but I will say that obviously the guys were spinning and it's a marathon or relay. So I think when you put those together, they automatically become a spinathon. But it's not my word. I'm not going to claim that. Yeah, man. I mean, I think as a person, it would be an individual person's initiative to say, okay, I'm going to do this. I'll take this this opportunity and be part of this great plan and challenge.
Well, awesome as it may be, challenge as it may be, there's a lot of gees as you can see here in the background. There's a lot of fun. There's a lot of hype and a buzz. It is absolutely glorious to be out here. Well, lovely. Well, let's get a bit here. Here's one of the gees ladies. Here you go. How are you enjoying this?
I just had to hang on in the back with all these professionals.
Wow.
Exhausted, as you can see.
Well, Kelly is in the sun. She's been pumping it. The cadences are a bit weak at the moment, but she is absolutely the driving force behind all of this intensity and all this fun going around here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation.
Yay, well done, everyone. Woo! Well done to the cycling ladies as well.
Well, the cycling ladies taking on the running ladies, the Nedbank Club. Back to you in studio, guys. I hope you are having equally as much fun, equally as much adrenaline stuff out here. They are now just holding on. It has been power. It has been full throttle. It has been a beautiful day. What are the rest of the guys are going to do today? Nedbank absolutely pitched up, and they are showing the guts and the guns.
Thanks, Tom. We're a little bit quieter in the studio, it must be said, because we don't have our riders here. But we'd love to be out in the sun there with you. But you bring us that here's fantastic. And the Nedbank athletes, wow, amazing. As were the FXTM group, fantastic. Not entirely sure that they finished just yet, but they're close. As they getting towards the end, they're probably another 10 or 12 minutes and they'll be done. Some superstar athletes in that group there. That's wonderful to see from the running and cycling fraternity. Let's hope that those young cyclists, well, they've been given the opportunity by FXTM to take on this challenge, and they're doing a fantastic job doing themselves and the team proud. Remember that you can scan the QR code and make a donation to the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge presented by FXTM. It's a fund that will see food packs and parcels distributed around the country to those who really, really need it during this time of the pandemic. And there are many, many thousands, millions of people who are in desperate need. So please make a donation. Please be part of each one give one, each one feed one. Let's do this together every day as a Nelson Mandela Day. So, last year, the Nelson Mandela Legacy Ride for Hope, and the previous year, took place on the road from Vilakazi Street in Soweto, the Nelson Mandela home, all the way to the capture site near Howick. 4 days of riding, 4 intense days, but incredible camaraderie and wonderful community spirit. How good does that look? Beautiful, isn't it? The Nelson Mandela Legacy Ride for Hope that takes place every year from Nelson Mandela's home, former home in Soweto, to the capture site. It's something you might want to put on your list. You're riding this virtually. You may have ridden earlier. You might be riding later. And that is a way to make a difference, to make a contribution to the causes that they support on the Nelson Mandela Legacy Ride for Hope, but also to see a part of South Africa that perhaps ordinarily you wouldn't connect with. It takes you to communities deep in the heart of South Africa, on the road between basically Johannesburg and Durban. So about 8 minutes left, and you can see the pain. You can feel the pain. You can see the perspiration. It's been a really hard ride for all these athletes, but they're putting in the final hard yards. Giselle Roberts, Marissa van der Linde, Yvette van Zyl. We saw Kelly Thompson there. And this is another of the athletes, I think, from Nedbank, giving it their all as we hit the last of the climbs. 28.5 kilometers done. Another climb to, well, there we go, King of the Mountains, Queen of the Mountains. And we have riders from around the world joining us, of course, on the Zwift platform. So that's what it's all about. The community spirit developed around Zwift has been amazing. Despite the fact that you could be continents apart, it connects riders, it connects people, which is just amazing. Absolutely amazing. So let's pop out again. There's Thabo. He's doing the rounds there. He's found some more who have still got some breath in their lungs to be able to talk to you. So let's hear from them.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor at the moment. I've got one of SA's greatest ambassadors, the Spider-Man himself, Brian Valoy. Last time I spoke to you, my brother, me and I, we said we're going to start riding. I haven't gotten a bike ever since. And have you had a bit of cycling?
Not that much. My bike is there gathering a lot of dust. But in the last 2 weeks only I started, when I knew that I'm doing this. And a couple of my friends actually luckily started mountain biking as well. A couple of former players, Matthew Booth, Stanton Fredericks, Derek Spencer and Fabian McCarthy. So we ride together. on Saturdays at Northern Farm. So hopefully it's something that we can keep up. And it's a beautiful thing, man, just to keep fit. But like I said last time, my goal and my ambition really is to ride for good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Fund. I'm here with Brian. Brian is surely one of the iconic ambassadors. You being an icon, and this day being such an auspicious day and such a special day, what is the significance for you, and how does it play out for you and your part in society?
Yeah, for me, this is someone that we look up to. This is someone, a real, a great ambassador and a role model. And, we aspire to really do even just 5% of what he did, on this earth. And I'm always up for the challenge and for most of the initiatives that the Nelson Mandela Foundation does. I love them. And when I get an opportunity to be part of it, I jump on it. And I remember last year at the Legacy Ride here, we had a dinner, and I committed that I'm going to do this year's Legacy Ride. And, around June, May, June, I was thinking, geez, this COVID thing has really messed up most of our plans. And I was happy that, geez, the ride is not going to happen because I haven't been, riding or doing any sort of training. When I got the email about the ride, I was like, geez, there it goes. But I'm excited. I was happy to get the invite and to take part.
So that's Brian Baloyi taking part in the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge. So the guys at the back have just wrapped it up. It's almost time. Normally we do it over 4 days where the guys just go for nice hills and declines and high cadences. So in terms of this is one of the pinnacles, and we are absolutely having fun. I hope you guys back in studio are also likewise having so much fun. We're looking for Brian Baloyi and the rest of the crew. So, Gerald, back to you in studio.
Thanks very much, Thabo. It's quite fortuitous because we've got a man who knows Brian quite well sitting alongside me, Kazuma Tong Jr. Welcome.
Morning. Thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
That man you know well.
Yes, Spider-Man is how I know him. My former captain, legend, and a great chap.
Yeah, he's fantastic. You and he will be riding in a while. Are you on the same team?
Yes. So today we're in the same team, on the Nelson Mandela Foundation team, and we're doing our Ride4Hope. And again, we'll be teammates after a long while, but I think now it's great because it's in the name of such a great cause, and to be able to raise funds, to be able to continue to help people across the country, to be able to feed those who can't feed themselves, and just to show hope and to say, listen, anyone can play a part, anyone can raise their hand, and it doesn't matter in what capacity or how small or little, but it's something that you can do, and just giving your time and your heart is very important.
Talk about cycling. Brian was saying he was committed to riding the Ride4Hope this year. That's not happening.
Yeah.
You in cycling, are you friends?
To be honest, I think the closest friends that I would have been to was in my playing days, where it was more for preparation for our fitness.
Training,
but it's something definitely now that I would love to take up more of. Now, look, during this lockdown period, any excuse and any way we can get out and pump our blood and get healthy on the road, it's very welcome. So I think definitely after this, I'll be taking it up much more often, without a doubt.
It's fantastic. Your playing days are not that far away.
Yeah, feels like it.
What's life been like? What are you up to now?
Yeah. Well, for me, my decision in 2014 to retire was quite a conscious one. I think I still had many more years in me to play, but I think I took a conscious decision. So, listen, I want to go back to finish my studies and plan for the next phase in my life. So, since 2014 was when I sort of took the choice to focus on my studies and the business side of the sport itself, and also just to plan for the next phase in life, because normally we always find stories about us footballers who we don't really prepare for the next phase. and fall in sort of the same trap. So I wanted to avoid that on myself and begin the next journey. But it's been very, very fruitful.
Well, that's a telling lesson for sports people. It's not just footballers. It's sports people across the world, because there's so much glamour, and early success attracts glamour and financial success, but it doesn't mean late financial success later on in your life. So your model was education, and then football, and then more education.
Definitely. I think one thing that came back from my home was always, you can follow your dreams and achieve anything you want to, but always remember that you must study. And it wasn't this must in a negative way, but it's because your life actually begins after football. When you retire, that's when life begins. You're being paid to be fit and do a hobby, and because you can be fit and do what you love, you get adoration and people see in such high esteem. But once it ends, I think a lot of guys have that trouble with the transition, and they don't really plan financially for the next phase. So it was very important for me that I wanted to be an example to say we can do better, and we can actually have proper success after if you just apply your mind. So it was very, very important for me and my family to make sure that education is steeped very deeply in what I do.
What did you go and study?
I studied the numbers. Financial management. I'm not the best.
Stay away from those.
I'm not the best at it, but the numbers make the world go round, and it was very important just to understand the business of the game, and also just the business in general, because I looked to study further, do my honors, and to see where that can take me. But I think that's one thing that nothing can be taken away from you. You actually have that skills in your hands to say, listen, it's my future. I can literally do whatever I need to if I arm myself. So that was my thinking, and it was the beginning of the journey.
So the business of the game at the moment is obviously going like every other conceivable business in the world, going through a tough time at the moment.
It's been very tough, and especially on our side. If you're looking at the sponsorship commitments and stakeholders, they also still want their value. And if the game's not being played on the field, of course, it's a challenge, And then you've got to look at it from a human perspective that, there's people's lives at risks, and you've got to protect everybody. But I think now the PSL and the powers that be have found a way forward. The league will be starting, thankfully on the 8th of August, which is a great positive for everyone. The players themselves have been hard at work and training, gone through the different phases. But I think it's definitely shown us a different way of doing business. It's highlighted a lot of elements moving forward of how we can change things, streamline things. But of course, everyone says the new norm. It is a new norm, but I think it's ushered us into a new way of doing the business itself. But I think always with challenges comes opportunities. And I think our leadership have got a lot on their plate that they are putting together for the new phase. So just excited and looking forward to it.
Yeah, it was just probably 2 weeks or so before all this struck that we had the Soweto derby.
Yes.
To be in the stands, and it was an incredible, one of those life-affirming events that inspires one. And suddenly it's on its head now.
That's the thing. For us, everyone knows our 12th man is the most important player on the field. We have the privilege and honor to have such a great following across the country. And our supporters, they have been stood by us throughout the years. They're in the stadiums week in, week out. Even in tough economic times, they make sure that they pay to be there. And without them, we're nothing. And it's just now that we've got to show them that we're still with them, we're playing for them, even though the stadiums will be empty. At least everyone will be watching on TV, and with new technologies, and everyone on the mobile, so the action will be there. But I know they're definitely going to be missed because their voice is what gets us over the line. So I think it's just new ways of engaging with them, bringing them closer. But they'll definitely be missed in the stands for the interim.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a different world, and it'll be interesting to see how players and sports people around the world, react to all of that. 67 minutes going quite hard on a bicycle.
Yes.
For you.
Yes. Well, for me, 67 minutes going hard on a bicycle is actually nothing if you compare it to why you're doing it for. The bigger picture is the hope and what you're creating by doing that. That goes a long way. When you see the way people are suffering, even after 26 years of democracy, we see there's a lot of lack in the country. And that's 67 minutes. It's literally a drop in the ocean. It's a second in someone's life. You can't compare it to hunger. You can't compare it to someone suffering. So for me, like I said, it's a beautiful honor. If you get to be able to get on a bike and ride, and that's going to help somebody feed their stomach, create hope, and bring light tomorrow. That's 67 minutes is literally a second. So it's honor and definitely a privilege.
And 18th of July, Mandela Day. Why not 1st of August, 2nd of August, 3rd of every day?
But that's a great question. And I think literally, if you look at this pandemic time and you look at just what you said about Mandela Day, every day is Mandela Day. And why I say that, because it's not just a month of service now in July. it's literally in the smallest of ways in our own individual lives, we can have a Mandela Day by just being the best person we can be. I mean, if we literally, like now, this pandemic has shown us, stay home, stay safe, it's playing a part. Now you're looking after your loved ones, you're looking after your fellow citizen, and it's cost you nothing. So I think if you take it from that perspective and say that, you know, why can't it be every day? It's just by me being the best person I can be, me sharing, me caring, me thinking about my fellow citizen. That's actually doing something for the day.
Bear in mind, we are socially distanced here.
Yes.
We're not be wearing our masks, but we are socially distanced.
Definitely.
Okay, we're complying.
Very
with that,
responsible.
Yeah. So there we have it. Our teams, the Checho and Maps are going to be involved.
Yes, definitely. Great individuals also being on the cause. I've also had a pleasure to work with them on Each One Feed One campaign through Nelson Mandela Foundation and some of our other partners, also the Khaleesi Foundation. So it's been a privilege to travel the country, also firsthand be with them to see the people that are actually getting the sustenance and the help firsthand. You know, they've been great ambassadors of the cause, and hopefully, you know, they're fit and ready to take us further today.
Yeah, that's going to be, you know, we've had sports people doing the first 3 challenges. We've got sports people doing the final one, but some of them haven't done sport for a little while.
Yeah, look, I'm one of them. I mean, for me, this is the first time I'll be sweating in any way or form in the sports fam, and for me, I think my fitness will be tested, but I guess, you know, it's all for a great cause. I'll just have to, and no pictures it's unfortunate. Pictures be taken
I'm
today.
afraid there better be pictures. You're going to suffer.
Terrible.
We're going to watch it. It's going to be great fun to watch it.
Definitely.
It's going to be a fantastic challenge for everyone.
Definitely.
So good luck on it.
Thank you very much.
And we look forward to seeing you and Spider-Man going at each other.
Definitely.
There, even though you're on the same team.
Even with the same team, as long as I can do better than him, then I know I'm still relatively fit. Thank you so much.
Okay. Kaiser Matong Jr., who is with us here, fantastic to have him part of the deal here and part of the ride to raise funds for COVID relief here. It's going to be fantastic. They are preparing out there, getting the bikes. In fact, our presenter was going to take on a bike there, and he's now jumped off the bike and now back on the bike. Right, let's see him. He's going to test it out. Thabo, take it away. Tell us what it feels like.
Oh my goodness. It is my 3rd time now going. I was first with the Lions. The Bulls were also going in Loftus. Highveld Imperial Lions. But now, okay, I just wrapped up with the Nedbank girl. They had nothing on me. Well, these guys are coming up. I've got Maps Mapunyane with me. It's going to be a star-filled cast right here, right? Everyone, zonke bonke. Maps. What is so special for you to be here today?
I think it's incredible to be a part of a movement such as this that is aiding being able to raise funds for the Nelson Mandela Foundation and the Each One Feed One campaign that we've been doing for the last few months, which has been an incredible and incredibly successful campaign. We've been able to go around all over the country helping different communities who are in aid of assistance with COVID right now, who are really suffering. And it's a great way to raise additional funds to be able to continue the work that we're doing, to be able to make a bigger difference, and to be able to reach people who we haven't reached yet. And I think it's imperative that we all do whatever we can. And it's an honor to be able to do this in the smallest way, to just get on the bike. If this can help raise funds, then definitely jump at the opportunity.
Well, Maps, you're talking about, it has been incredible. You guys are all over giving back to the community. What have you been doing to actually keep yourself up and going in the COVID-19?
I think to keep my sanity, I've just been trying to keep a little bit of structure. I run a couple businesses, so the challenge has been making sure that my staff and my employees are looked after during this tough time. But I've just honestly been trying to keep a structure, trying to make sure that I'm out there and kind of staying fit, doing whatever I can to stay sane altogether, and being able to figure out ways that I can combine forces with people so that we can be able to reach different types of people who are in need. And it's definitely made it a little bit more real, you know. And I think it's important to always maintain some sort of perspective and realize just how fortunate you are, and with that, be able to utilize your resources to help others who are not.
Well, that is absolutely incredible, boys and girls. That is Maps Maponyane. Well, we're going to be having lots of races. We had lots of fun with the Nedbank and FXTM team. Well, I'm hoping that all the celebs are going to be giving us lovely power and exciting, exhilarating fun on the watt bikes. It's quite challenging. I'm a bit stiff, but Maps, have fun and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much. I'm a bit of a novice at this, but it's going to all be worth it.
Well, awesome. We'll be getting back to you with all of our cyclists at the moment. It is the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge.
I think Thabo should stay on the bike. What do you think? And he should do the next 67 Ks. Maybe not. We need him out there to get the vibe and speak to the riders, of course. It is the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Virtual Challenge presented by FXTM, and you can make a contribution to the cause, the COVID relief cause, and in doing so you will put yourself in line to win some great prizes. A 50 Rand or more donation, you could win yourself a Weber Spirit 2 E2010, and that is worth 8,500 Rand, that Braille machine. That'll be fantastic. All you need to do is scan the Q code there, this one there. Scan it, the QR code, and make the contribution, and you'll be part of the dream to make life just a little bit easier for those who really, really are suffering out in the pandemic at the moment. The big prize, of course, the Mortimer Toyota donation of a month with a Toyota Fortuner. Donate 100 Rand and you will drive that beautiful vehicle for a month. Socks, 3 different hampers, 30, 20 and 10 socks. So lots of opportunity to win here. And look very smart from the calf down. And look smart on the bike. You cannot look any smarter than wearing your Chivita kit and a hamper worth 10,000 Rand from them. Fantastic cycling gear, the very best cycling gear imaginable. So our last one, the Ride4Hope Foundation against the Nelson Mandela Foundation. That's coming up very shortly. In less than 10 minutes, they'll be on the start line for the hilly course around the Watobia course. That's the Watobia course. That is a big field we've got here today. I think this might be our biggest field of all. Mike McLaren, round 2. Let's go. He rode the first one, I think, Mike, and he rode last year's event as well, the real event from Soweto to Howick. So nice to have him back on the group. Thanks, Mike, for joining us, and all the other riders joining us from all over the world. And we've seen them from everywhere, from Japan, from France, you name them, Great Britain, Norway, and many more. We had joining us from China. We had riders from the United States. There we go. Gerda Steyn, the super athlete, Comrades Marathon and Two Oceans winner, joined us from France to take part in the previous ride. So brilliant to have people taking part from absolutely everywhere. And that's the beauty of the Zwift platform. You might not be able to get out on the road, but you can stay where you are on your smart trainer. And you can be part of this community, the Zwift community. And there are countless events to take part in, rides, races on various different courses through the Zwift platform, which is what we are using right here to bring everyone together on this COVID relief challenge presented by FXTM. Nelson Mandela Foundation up against the Ride4Hope Foundation. It's not really a race, or is it? Sela Hatang is in conversation with Thabo. Thabo, take it away.
Well, it has been a beautiful day. It has been an exciting day, raising awareness, raising funds, taking the Nelson Mandela Foundation, the Nelson Mandela Hope and Dream beyond, up and beyond the normal 67 minutes. Right here with me, I'm with the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, Mr. Sela Hatang. Sir, wow, it is what a lovely day. How did you get down to this? And obviously with COVID-19, you had to have changes and everything. Was the adaptation quick in response, or was it well? How are you seeing it at the moment?
Look, we are excited, but that excitement comes with a bit of trepidation because I have to do this. And I feel so unfit, and I'm just hoping that the team that I gathered together will be representing me well, so that at the end, I then don't come out worse. But the reshaping of the whole thing has been good, because it means that we had normalized some things that actually we should have been doing more of these kind of things, that we don't then just extend in terms of ensuring that there's these fuels that are destroying the energy. So hopefully the environment rather. So hopefully with what we are doing here, we will do more of this. And we are grateful to all the sponsors who've come on board. And we are saying to people at home, continue to contribute, because with every cent that you contribute, there's a child who will be getting something out of it, a disabled person, especially child-headed households who will be beneficiaries.
Well, there you have it. It is thinking out of the box stuff. It is absolutely making sure that you adapt with the changes. Obviously, COVID-19 has given us a shot, and we have to have adapted to the current changes. Now, in terms of sponsorships, compared to the past, well, obviously it's the third year in running. This year it would have been the third year. So how is this new venture? And how are you guys going forward from here, collaborating this? And should we come out soon enough out of COVID-19, how are you going to implement this with the already existing method and way of funds in the Nelson Mandela Foundation?
You know what I'm hoping we will be able to do? After this ride, we will then all be at least having a hybrid kind of ride, where we have this combined with the traditional way of doing it. And we need to remind ourselves also why we're doing this. You'll remember that on the 5th of August, Madiba was captured in Harwich. And this is a reminder that lest we forget our past, lest we forget that Madiba went through 27 years of imprisonment for us to have the democracy we have. We must fight greed. We must fight the looting of funds that's there. We must fight against gender-based violence. We must ensure that we bring hope to families that have no hope because they've lost jobs, they've lost everything. So Ride4Hope goes back to some of the notes that Madiba wrote while he was in prison, where he was saying to us, I carry hope. So if he carried it while he was in prison, who are we?
Sure, powerful words. With those words, I need say no more. Taking it back to you in studio, it is Mr. Silo Hatane, the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Gerald, back to you.
Thanks very much, Thabo. Indeed, powerful words from Silo Hatang from the Nelson Mandela Foundation, their CEO. And he's going to be on the bike very, very shortly, taking on the Ride4Hope Challenge. Thabo Liu is heading up that team. Travis Barrett, the winner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour earlier this year, is the ride leader. They're riders from all over the world who are gathering on the start line. In about 3 minutes' time, they'll be off. Fourth and final Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Fund Challenge presented by FXTM, and it's all about to go. Look at those riders from all over the world: Germany, Wales, the United Kingdom, France, Scotland, and United States, as well as Australia, Japan, Italy, and a huge group. Fantastic. Thank you for joining us. It really is wonderful to have, led by Travis Barrett, our ride leader here. They're off. Away they go. 67 minutes, the last of the rides. And McLaren there, the CEO of ATC, one of our wonderful sponsors. And immediately riders head off onto the frontier. And those who are doing it for the first time will be well advised to just take it a little easy. Don't go too hard too early, because that'll come back to bite you. The Netherlands, Ride4Hope is there. Welcome to you. And look at those classy wheels, the Zwift Tron bike that illustrates that this rider has been doing a lot of hard yards on the bike, that's for sure. It's Travis Barrett, in fact. So he's done an Everesting, he's done thousands of kilometers of climbing, and that's how you earn those Tron bikes. And look at it already: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 riders out, 11 maybe in the break. Well, as I said, it's not a race, it's a ride. But try and tell that to these guys. These guys and girls are on the bike and riding. Well, here at Nelson Mandela Foundation, you'll see on the split screen, that's what's happening. Riders getting settled into their efforts here for the next hour or so. Just over an hour, 67 minutes. Why not make every day a Mandela Day? Why does it have to be the 18th of July only? Well, it can be that and so much more. Just in your minds, make it happen. Well, Travis Barrett and that lead group some way down the road already. Flicking through the names there, Brandon Downs back for a fourth time of asking. Well done, Brandon. Riding for the TIG Pro Team. He's been around and about for a few years. He won the 947 Cycle Challenge, one of the big rides here in South Africa, towards the end of the year, in November, a couple of years ago, 2018. And he's here putting in his fourth effort. So over 200 Ks. There's Travis Barrett riding down in KwaZulu-Natal, joined us earlier today. Travis, thanks very much for committing to this. Cape Town Cycle Tour winner earlier this year, and a thrilling, nail-biting sprint finish for the Office Guru team. Tabo is out there and he's linked up. We had Anne McLaren in the studio a short while ago. Here's she is on the bike, Anne McLaren.
Well, it has been action-packed with the previous group that went down with the Nedbank Running Club together up against the Forex team. Now I've got a whole bunch of celebrities. The house is full. The house is coming down. It's going to be a lovely day right here. I've got Anne McLaren. Anne, how are you? And what is this all about?
I'm fantastic, and this is all about raising hope and awareness.
Hope and awareness, indeed. Well, what are you looking for to do? Are you going to go hard? Are you going to go just manage it? Listen to that. That's a bit of pressure.
Yeah. That's serious stuff. It's going to be a ride for me, not a race. I'm going to enjoy myself.
It's a race. I am winning. Well, it's supposed to be all about fun and all about having lovely stuff. And tell us a bit more about this foundation and the hope, indeed. Well, it would have been the third year in running. Tell us a bit more about this venture.
Well, we were involved last year, which was fantastic. And really it was about using cycling to create hope and raise funds for schools and our vulnerable communities. Last year was fantastic. It was really special to see all the kids and the smiles on their faces. This year we've got a different environment, but what's great is that so many more people have got involved, and we hope we can raise a lot more money.
Absolutely. Well, it is absolutely. And with me here, it is a lovely day. Well, all the prospects, all of the people making sure that we are going well. Let's head on right next to Anne. Well, this man has been pumping. This is serious stuff. He is almost full throttle. It's at 4 minutes already. Close to 2 kilometers. Well, how are you, my guy? How are you doing?
Oh, man, I'm exhausted already. I'm only 5 minutes in.
It's
just a long day.
It's going to be a long day, but it's all for hope. It is all for a good cause, isn't it?
Absolutely right. I mean, that's why we're all here, right? We put ourselves through as much suffering as we can. Just, there's no... It's inconceivable to me, the suffering that Nelson Mandela went through in his lifetime. So this is a small token just to say thank you to him for everything that he's done for our country.
Absolutely. Well, this is taking it beyond. We went past the Nelson Mandela Day already in July, and we're now in August, and still taking it on. Make every day a Nelson Mandela Day.
Well, that's the thing. Nelson Mandela Day isn't an event. It's a way of life. And people need to embrace that, and it's great to see so many people out here. Whoa, excuse me.
Wow, absolutely incredible. A way of life indeed. It's not about only coming out, pitching up and taking a few pictures. It's absolutely about giving back to the community.
It really is, and particularly in times like this, unprecedented times like COVID-19, right? The suffering is just exponential in our country. So, if we can do something like this just to give a little bit of something back, what an honor, what a privilege.
Surely. It's testing times, it's new times, unfamiliar times. Now we can go virtual and see actually how you're riding against other riders. Isn't that incredible? How are we going to go forward, incorporate what we had and what we have now?
Well, just to your first point, I mean, Nelson Mandela was a global icon. Will forever be a global icon. But to participate in an event like this where there's thousands of people from around the world is just testimony to his legacy. How do we go forward? Well, it's difficult times, right? All we can do is one day at a time, everybody trying to pull in the same direction. And days like this, again, testimony to the South African human spirit. We're a resilient bunch. We've got so much to be thankful for in South Africa, notwithstanding these very trying times. So let's just pull in the same direction and one day at a time, one step at a time, one pedal stroke at a time.
Wow, one pedal stroke at a time. Absolutely about power and resilience. At the moment, no power, no resilience. I'm just Naile walk. Let's say Zulu.
Hello. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? If you don't mind, I'm going to take this off.
Yes,
I'm hyperventilating, yeah?
So, yes. Tell us about this wonderful initiative. And absolutely, I'm going to be tapping on a whole lot more than today of obviously what you're doing and what you're bringing back into the communities and hope. What is this day all about for you?
This day for me is about showing everybody out there that life really isn't about just yourself. There are many other fellow South Africans out there that have lost hope because of life circumstances. And if all that I'm required to do is cycle 67 minutes, I will do it over and over again. There are so many people that have lost hope. This COVID-19 time is very challenging for many South Africans. So when I got the call to be here today, I didn't even blink. I said yes. This is also my second year being involved with Ride4Hope. Last year I cycled from Soweto to Howick with the team.
Absolutely.
Because if I can use my legs for good, then why not?
Well, there you have it. It's all about giving back. It requires you not to lift anything else up but just your bum.
Exactly.
So talking of which.
The bum hurts.
So,
the legs hurt.
Well,
all for good.
You just started, obviously.
I just started. It took a
wow.
while for my bike to connect.
Sure.
I've been warming up for the past 30 minutes. And the bike's only just connected, so I've got a long way to go. But listen, it's all for the betterment of other people's lives.
Sure. Oh, incredible. Well, this is the Women's Month of August. Thank you, Letsejo. coming back now to another icon, another South African superstar here in the making. So tell us a bit more. Introduce yourself and tell us a bit more about this day and why you are here.
My name is Jerry Mabena. I work for Tebe Investment Corporation. I was invited by the Nelson Mandela Foundation because we are partners with them. And we're just here to support the work of alleviating and relieving people from the impact of COVID-19.
Sure. Well, at the moment, your bike hasn't been... Oh, you are on the way. 8 minutes, 1.8. So what is the venture for today? Is it going full throttle or is it just having fun and having an easy ride?
Easy ride for me. Very easy, casual, just really enjoying the atmosphere.
Obviously, raising awareness. We're talking about each one, teach one. Utata Nelson Mandela gave so many people hope. And I'd like to hear from you, your side, your take on giving back hope. Is it about giving back money? Is it giving back just uplifting and giving people hope for the future?
I think all of us have something to give. There are those who have some money to give. That's also important. There are those who have time. That's important. And there are those who actually have the ability to encourage people. That is also something that we should give back. I think never ever think that you have nothing to give. All of us have something to give, however little, whatever it is that you have.
Speaking of whatever little, speaking of whatever you have, it is all about raising funds, raising awareness, giving people hope where once there was no hope. So let us please get into the fun, get into the vibe, pop up your phone and get us well. Whoa, look at you, here's the technician. How's this day so far been for you? I'm talking to you. Yes.
It's been a damn busy day, but it's been a great day. What a fantastic event.
So far, what you've seen, who's gone out hard, who's gone good, what teams have been really good for this day?
I think today's been a fantastic day for definitely that Nedbank team. Those ladies absolutely brought it on. I mean, for a bunch of runners, I was really impressed.
Absolutely incredible. So my man is setting up our Zwift here, right here. So tell me, please introduce yourself and tell us a bit more of, firstly, are you going to have fun? Is it lekker? Is it all about the gears and the vibe? Or is it just going to be I'm just going to try and navigate this one?
You know what? It's going to be on. It's going to be on. I heard him talking about the Nedbank group. They're going to see. I'm really going to show them something today. But my name is Vincent from Textop. It's been fantastic so far. I think we're doing a very good thing because at least somebody's going to eat from this experience.
Absolutely. All the way from Bokoni Bophirima, right here in the heart of Joburg at the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Well, you're riding, are you a first-time rider? Did you ride last year? Because obviously everyone here has a bunch of friends that have absolutely gotten on board and making sure that you guys give back to the community.
Okay, for Nelson Mandela, it's the first time, but I'm a regular rider. Yes.
Incredible. So it's going to be full throttle. It is going to be on. It is going to be fire coming down. So the ladies are not in it.
Yeah, they know.
Well, we've got Anne there at the back. I'm sure they're going to say a different story. So the power is on. The heat is on. Yeah. So guys, are you having fun out here? Well, it is almost time. It is show time. It is go time. About 5 to 8 minutes in. A lovely day. Power, excitement, all for giving back to the community, giving back. Utata Nelson Mandela. Welcome to the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge.
Thanks, Tabo, bringing the vibe out there as those riders from the Nelson Mandela Foundation and the Ride4Hope Foundation get to grips with the challenges that come with riding a Zwift ride for 67 minutes. I nearly said race. I said it's not a race, but as you heard earlier, Sela Khatang and Thabo Leo on the opposite spectrum, the teams are certainly having a little bit of a challenge, and that'll be interesting to see how they go. Now, you want to donate, all you need to do is to donate, to go to scan that QR code on your smartphone and add an amount, and you can donate to make a serious contribution to those who need it most, courtesy of the Nelson Mandela COVID Challenge, the ride that is virtual, but it is real for people out there living through this COVID time and this COVID challenging time. So make it real for them by donating. And if you donate, you can win a prize. You could win a prize, of course, through our lucky draw. You go into the draw as soon as you donate. You go into the draw to win one of many of our great prizes that we've got on offer. We're riding with Lesego Zulu, who is a real inspiration. Lesego is a qualified biokineticist, in fact, and she's a super athlete, having competed in many big races. Nicholas White, good to have you joining us here. There's a serious rider, together with Travis Barrett as well. So Travis from the Office Guru team, Nick White, of course, a legend in South African cycling. Retired as a full-time pro, but still very much involved. Yeah, that's what Travis Barrett did to get those wheels. 50,000 meters of elevation gain and many hours of riding on the bike to get those Tron wheels. Well done to Travis. Maps of Apanyani taking it very gently and doing very nicely indeed. Going very pleasantly indeed. There's a small group forming. Keith Brown around 8.3 kilometers join in. So you know where to pick up Keith's group. Maps, South African celebrity and a man who gives of his time and his commitment wherever possible. And nice to have him here taking part in our ride today. The Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Virtual Challenge presented by FXTM, our wonderful presenting sponsors, and they've been great support throughout this event. Maps going nicely. He's not actually taking a drink, but there we go. Keep hydrating, and these riders are nearing quarter of an hour into their 67 minutes of riding, so they'll have to start thinking about hydration as they go along. It is here in Johannesburg, fairly cool, but wherever you are, all take it very carefully and do so, do your ride as you would any other ride, by hydrating and eating as you go along the ride, safely, of course. So Thabo is outside there, I think, chatting to more of our riders. Some have just arrived, some are just getting involved and getting settled in onto their bikes. That's it, you see, under the mask, that's how you do it. Easily done.
A lovely day out here. Beautiful prospect. The Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Challenge. Well, this man right here is already on an Naile walk. He's easy punching some weight. Well, welcome to this day, Kaiser Junior Mutaung. Whoa.
Brother, thanks so much, man. Listen, this is an honor to be here. I can't even say, for us to be able to be healthy, pledge our healthy lungs and legs to help other people. You can't ask. 67 minutes is nothing. We need 24 hours. We need 48 hours at least.
Well, it is on. Well, talk is cheap. We just started.
That's true. And I'm really sweating right now.
He's already, no, he's not even breaking a sweat. Guys, but the heart rate is nice and low. So he's just already started for now. So, Kaiser, please tell us, my man. Giving hope, yes. Giving everything. Yes. How is this? How are you navigating yourself? You guys are giving back to the community. You, in terms of no footballing. The thing that you thrive on is not there. It's taken away from you by this terrible thing. How are you getting yourself positive?
Yeah. No, look, I mean, for me, on a personal note, my foundation has really gone a long way in answering that question, because our people, let's say, sports is something that's very close to them, and it's most people in this country. And I think football and the impact it has in people's lives is massive. And it's been a huge void that's missing. I mean, people come to a game, they go to entertainment just to get away from the ills in life. And I think it's been doubly hard where you're facing a pandemic and are going to places that give you joy are not there. So we've gone around the country, tried to lend a hand with our food parcels, partnering together with the great people of the Nelson Mandela Foundation. They've been awesome. I mean, this is giving back is in their blood and their DNA, and it's been great to see the respect and the manner in which they have done that. And I mean, another example is today, where by just riding, by putting your heart on the line for someone else, doesn't matter in a grand gesture or with any resources, it's literally about being the best person you can be. And I think that's the lesson it's taught me, to be the best I can be as an individual. And by doing that, you end up caring, sharing, bringing light into people's lives.
Wow, so much energy in this, man. So much power and resilience. Well, I'm so motivated to go on. Let's see how Maps is doing. Had a chat with Maps earlier on. Maps, come on, indoor.
You know what? Definitely underestimated how much of a mountain climb it was going to be. As you can see, it plateaus only far higher, about 100 kilometers ahead of us. It's a long way to go. I'm trying to pump up my... No, I'm kidding. So it's just... I didn't make... There were 3 things I did wrong today already, and we're only in 20 minutes into the race. I didn't bring a towel. I don't have water. And there's an entire shelter here, and I've chose to go on the bike in the sun. Now I'm sweating, needing water and a towel.
Well, we'll sort out this man. We'll give him some water. Maps right here. Well, he's about at 16 minutes, so it's still a stretch. And there's a sting in the tail. Huh? No, I'm not talking about that one. He's trying to cheat the system. He's trying to cheat the system. All right. Now, up next is one for the ladies as well. Miss Arendse, one of the iconic women. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Nelson Mandela, COVID-19. Ma'am, how are you? It's such an honor speaking to you at the moment. How are you? And are you holding in?
I'm holding in, but it's tough.
Tough. 20 minutes already in 8.3 kilometers. How far are you looking to go?
The 30 Ks.
30 Ks. Well, that's going to take some nice power and energy. So tell us a bit more about why you are here. Obviously, we need to give people out there some hope. We need to give them something to look out for.
So the company that I work for, one of the things that we believe in is making a difference in communities. And I think this...
please, no, don't use me to take a breather. You're still in a race. I'm so sorry about that.
So, I think there's great synergy between this event and what our organization is about.
Absolutely incredible. So you guys are spreading hope. You're spreading, obviously, a charitable venture that you guys are on.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've managed to convince the CEO to be here today as well. So that's great. And over there is the CEO of the business.
Absolutely incredible. So I had a chat earlier on with Annemie Bester down at the Lions, and she spoke about empowering women in sport generally, because most predominantly it's always the men that are the stadium managers, the directors. And what's your take? What would you like to see happening going forward in life concerning beyond post-COVID-19?
Yeah. So, to the first part of your statement around women, I think I'm a good example of anybody can do any kind of sport, and cycling is a great way to get your exercise. So I think post-COVID, the world is going to be different. And I guess we just need to be flexible as, not only as women, but just as society, to flex with the changes that COVID has brought.
Well, I'm going to leave you be for now. Have some fun. Don't take a break again, because you can hear there's a lot of energy and a lot of fire. Get me that shot there. Just absolutely going. Well, boys and girls, guys, hashtag make every day a Mandela Day. Look at this sheer power and resilience. Well, it is all about having fun out here. You're having fun and you're killing it.
Having the best time ever. A lot of fun to be on a bike. Such a good cause. But man, these guys up front are killing me.
Well, why don't you just go past him? Just, I mean, you're sitting here at the back of the bus. Just go past. All right. Well, well, it's been a lovely day. I heard wink, wink from the CEO. After this, once the race is done, we're going to go down inside and go have a look at some of Tata Mandela's letters and some of the momentous stuff that are here at the Nelson Mandela Day or Nelson Mandela Foundation. It is the Nelson Mandela Foundation and the COVID-19 Relief Challenge. It is such a beautiful day. Give anything that you have, a 10 rand, a 2 bob, a 5 bob, whatever you have, give it for a good cause. Back to you, Gerald, in studio.
Thanks very much to Thabo getting the vibe and getting the atmosphere here at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, which is where these two groups of riders are riding. And of course, all our riders all around the world are taking part in this last of the events, one of whom is, well, he's around the world. He's not that far away, but he's certainly not in this city. He's in Durban. It's Travis Barrett. Travis, how's it going? You're the lead rider here. How's the group doing, do you think?
Yeah, all good. We've got a nice little group formed here. We've actually just hit the halfway mark in my ride now. Yeah, everybody's doing well. There's a lot of people in this ride, which is really good to see.
In terms of your efforts you're doing there, have you got a plan?
No, not really. Just having a bit of a social ride. I have done a training ride already this morning, so now this is just the social part of my training today.
Was that just for Nicholas White's ears?
Yes, yeah. Some local legends in the group here.
Yeah, I see him there. Yeah, it's lovely to see so many from all over the place, isn't it? Riders from all over the world.
Yeah, I think that's one of the beauties of Zwift. There's people from all around the world that can join us anytime. There are hundreds of events that take place, throughout the day. So, yeah, it makes it really cool to ride with different people from across the world.
Your morning training ride, was it a real ride?
No, that was also done on.
Okay. And in terms of this route, the hilly course, I mean, where does this fit in terms of how tough it is?
I think it can actually get quite realistic, this course. I think we've done 190 meters of climbing so far, and the elevation gain on Zwift is just as difficult, if not more difficult, than actually riding on the road, I think. So, yeah, I think it can get quite tough.
You've got those beautiful the Tron bike there. Just explain to us how a few of you have got them there, how you've earned that.
So to get that bike, you have to accumulate a total elevation gain of 50,000 meters on Zwift, which took me quite a while, about a year or so, but finally managed to get that actually during lockdown when I spent, all of my time on Zwift.
50,000 meters. And where are you now?
In terms of total elevation?
Yeah.
Probably around 70,000, I would say.
So how many hours are you doing a week on your Zwift?
I beg your pardon, could you please repeat that?
How many hours would you be doing a week in terms of riding on Zwift there?
Well, I think Zwift has always been incorporated into my training. Even when there's no lockdown, I probably spend about 6 hours or so a week on Zwift. And then when we were in level 5 of the lockdown, the initial stages, all of my training was done on Zwift. So about 15 to 20 hours a week.
Okay.
So all of that, yeah.
So a couple more hours today. Brilliant work. Travis, man, thanks for joining us, and thanks for being the lead rider there from Team Office Guru. And
thank you very much for having me.
And a message to those out there to contribute, eh?
Yeah, yes, please. I think I urge everyone to, no donation is too small. It's such a big foundation who's doing such great things, especially during these tough times. And I think, the people who are able to contribute in these tough times really should. So, yeah, please just scan the QR code on the bottom left of the screen there. And, yeah, no donation is too small.
Thanks to Travis Barrett, who is the man who won the last sort of really big race that South Africa had, and that was the Cape Town Cycle Tour back in March. And within a week, we went in lockdown, and Travis and all the other professional cyclists, the whole world basically shut down. And so please, if you are in a position to, scan the QR code on the screen now and make a donation and contribute to the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Virtual Cycle Challenge, courtesy of FXTM. It is in place of the Ride for Hope, which is a real ride which takes place over 4 days from Soweto down to the capture site near Howick, the Mandela capture site, and that takes place every year. And well, we'll have this year, maybe we'll have it next year as well, but let's hope we also have the real one as well down to the capture site. Tabo is busy outside. He was on the bike before the ride, but I think he's got through a lot of watts in terms of getting around the riders here. Tabo, take it away.
So here is the Nelson Mandela Foundation's initiative, Riding for Hope, making each day a Nelson Mandela Day. At the moment, next to me, wink, wink, how are you holding up, Brian? Is it tough out here?
Yeah, it's tough out here, but I'm having fun.
Are you having fun? Absolutely.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm having fun. But again, it's riding for a cause. So I have to just hold it out and make sure that I finish the race because it's for a good cause.
Surely it is all for a good cause. Surely it is all about giving back. Brian Valoy has been absolutely incredible. What a lovely personality, a South African star, a footballer, and now giving back for hope. Now, here's another man I've been wanting to have a chat at. Bona, he has been giving it everything he's got. Started earlier on. How are you feeling at the moment? Would you like introducing yourself and just tell everyone out there who you are and why you're here for?
Yeah, so my name is Jonas Vahoshi, and I'm the CEO of BCX. We are a technology partner for this event, so we provided all the networks to connect all these people. It's hard.
Wow, incredible. So in terms of business-wise and in terms of how you guys are adapting to the new challenging time and...
Yeah, I suppose the world has changed, and I think it will change fundamentally forever. So the way we are adapting is that most of our people are working from home and work from home from now onwards, even after Corona. So we have seen some improvement in productivity. We'll continue with that. But I think the world is changing, and us being a technology provider, we need to help the world to adapt to that.
Surely you guys are the pioneers of whatever has been happening. You guys are lending a helping hand. But I always ask myself, all these stars, all these personalities always hand out and give out a stretching hand. But what do you do for yourself to keep that sort of synergy within yourself?
Yeah, I suppose there's one part that is company responsibility. But as an individual, I think I'm fortunate. So the fact that I've got work, I've got a job, I'm fortunate, and therefore I need to help those that cannot. So whether it's in a family or those who support me at home, so I do that. I think as a people, this will call on us to dig a little bit deeper, right? And understand that we require each other for us to survive. So I think even at the individual level, you need to do that. So yes, that's what I do.
Oh, absolutely incredible. It is so nice to be back here. And here is another one for the ladies. Riding now at an easy pace. When I say easy, you're like... Hey,
I'm looking for a lung. I'm looking for a lung on the side of the road.
Please tell us, what are you doing here? Who are you? Why are you here?
Nosipho Simelane. I'm on the board of trustees for Ride4Hope, who's partnered with the foundation to deliver this ride and raise funds for COVID relief initiatives.
So obviously COVID-19 is a game changer. have you guys been the game changers as well? And tell us how you went about in adapting to this whole new change.
I suppose first thing was change the game in terms of how you deliver events, how you get people moving. And here we are, virtual rides, and we're riding.
Adapt or die, they say, hey? So absolutely have adapted. How are you adapting to this ride?
I am. I'm still looking for that lung.
Oh, have fun out here. We're still going to have a little bit more gees. Okay, here's another guy here. This man has been giving some gees, some vibe. The mask is off, the box level off. Tell us a bit more about yourself.
My name is George Mashinini, and I stay in Midrand. I've been riding for less than 5 years, and I've been enjoying it since. I work as a telecoms marketing manager at Rosenberger, a Chinese company. And yeah, technology is one of the things I do. If I get stressed with technology, then I climb on a bike and I go spinning.
Talking about technology, have you now navigated some technology here? How are you going to finish this one?
First of all, is make sure that the technology failed me today because my phone says out of space suddenly. Yeah, and I'm disappointed with myself. So I'm just chasing these guys. Hopefully I get to them.
I know. You are chasing. Or still using a BlackBerry. I shame. No.
Nature's navigation.
Well, he's chasing the guys, but why don't just go? Go. Come on. Hala! Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely fun out here. Let's have a look-see here. You are riding now at 29 minutes. Yes, you're quite far up ahead. Are you winning?
I think so. I can't even see who's behind me. I keep looking back. I don't see anyone.
They are not there.
Just dust.
They is just seeing dust.
Rain dust, COVID dust behind me.
COVID.
There's no one.
I see the COVID behind.
This is mine.
This
is mine.
Oh, it is all about. So sorry about that one, guys. Well, we're having fun. Tell us a bit more about yourself and why you're here.
My name is Chaba Pizzo. I live in Bloemfontein, but I have a family here in Centurion, Gauteng. I've been riding now for about 5-6 years. What I do for a living, I guess I boat reconnaissance. I'm a quantity surveyor.
Oh.
Yeah, I count bricks for a living. And I'm basically just here to support my friends on this wonderful initiative. It's such a privilege to be able to have opportunity to do things like this. It's really a privilege.
Oh, incredible. Well, being out with friends, being out, well, our social cohesion has absolutely changed. For the in terms of this recording, I'm just standing a bit close so you guys can hear what he's saying. At this moment, he's going at about 29, 30 minutes, and he's at how far are you? About 17 Ks, and absolutely going good and brilliant. So it is lovely having you out here. How is the vibe there?
It's lovely, man. This is our third event. I've been here since the first one. The first two were obviously outdoor, out on the road to Howick. I'm actually impressed that the guys managed to pull off an event in these circumstances, you know. I'm very proud of the guys. I'm enjoying it. I'm having so much fun. So proud of the guys. Lutando team, the foundation. Kudos, guys. Brilliant.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. It is such a lovely day. It is such a beautiful initiative. Talking about, well, now at the moment we are at 30. Well,
there's no power.
Oh, Isan. There's no power in the legs, ne?
Plenty of power in the legs. Plenty of power in the legs. But there's no power in the coming through into the indoor trainer. And he's got the same problem. There's a few of us who seems...
Okay, tell us a bit more about yourself. Who are you and why are you here before we go back to studio?
My name is Thabo Leo. I am a colleague of Lutando Kaka on the Ride4Hope Foundation. I chair the Board of Trustees of Ride4Hope.
So it is absolutely incredible. What a lovely day. What a beautiful day. The guys that initially started it, Riding for Hope in the Nelson Mandela virtual challenge. It is virtual, but it is so much nicer at the moment. Back to you in studio, Gerald. I hope you are having fun. If you're not, hi, come and join us out here.
Power on his bike. And that is a problem with Zwift. So he and Selo Khatang are the respective captains of the two teams, the Nelson Mandela Foundation under Selo, and Thabo leading the Ride4Hope Foundation team. A friendly rivalry, let's put it that way. But now that Thabo has lost power, that could be a problem for his team. We'll have to do some hard yards to get back at that time. Remember, you can contribute to the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Cycle Challenge, the virtual cycle challenge presented by FXTM, by donating anything you possibly can. If you're in a position to donate through using our QR code. Scan that on your phone, make a donation, make a contribution, and guess what? You could be in line to win some fantastic prizes, courtesy of our various sponsors involved. So make a donation. The most important thing is to give. Let's each one eat one. Let's make a difference to those out there who really, really need it in this COVID relief time, or this COVID time, and give them some relief. We'll be taking a look at the work and the background of the Nelson Mandela Foundation before we get back to the last 20 minutes or so of our final ride.
It was one of the greatest struggles of our time. A time when thousands of innocent lives were taken through some of the most brutal measures known to man. It would take the bravery of many people to create a free and just system for all, and it would take thousands to bring down the system of apartheid. Even among all those brave people, all those heroes, all those victims, prisoners and leaders, one man stood out because of his extraordinary generosity and wisdom in reaching out across all kinds of political and racial divides. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela Madiba, born in Mvezo on the 18th of July in 1918, and 99 years later, we cannot hear this name without recalling the amazing journey that is Madiba's life. From country boy to city lawyer, from resistance leader, political prisoner, peacemaker, president, and finally to tireless humanitarian. The man who served 27 years in prison because he dared to demand the right to be equal, to emerge free not only of chains, but of anger and bitterness. How does one say thank you? How do we ensure that his legacy lives on? Because the example of Madiba's life must be carried on to all generations, so that they too can face the challenges in their lives with generosity of spirit, with integrity and courage. The task of the Nelson Mandela Foundation is to promote Madiba's vision of justice and freedom throughout the world. The foundation ensures that life of Nelson Mandela is made available to all people around the world, carefully documenting the scattered information, ensuring that all initiatives are true to his legacy. The foundation also collects and curates Mandela's personal archive under his guidance. Through this dialogue is encouraged the very essence of this great life, because Mandela's entire life was based on the principle of dialogue, the art of listening and speaking to others, opening dialogue around the world. But more than that, the foundation joins together everyone who wants to pay tribute to this great life and ensure that his vision lives on. It is only through your valued support that we can all assure Mandela that his legacy will live on forever. The Nelson Mandela Foundation. Ukuphila ilifa.
To all the teams,
we're all very proud of you.
thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Hello, everyone. We just wanted to wish you all the best of luck.
Remember, this is for a great cause.
So keep cycling and let's keep those donations flowing.
Hello, FXTM ladies. Thank you so much for being part of this amazing race event. I wanted to thank you from all our company, and I would like to tell you, go girls!
Hola, hola, cyclists. This is a big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in Mzansi, we would just like to thank you for taking part in this amazing course. A spin for the win, and good luck.
Awe Huchandit, this is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we want to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing course. Spin for the win, and good luck. Let's go. Awe.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for being here, and good luck to you all.
Go team, every team support you all the way.
Nda Vovua Hani. This is the biggest day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing cause. Spin for the win, and Mashudu Mabuya.
Hola, Mafetu. This is a big day, and on behalf of FXTM South Africa, I'd like to say thank you, and we appreciate you for all the amazing work that you guys are doing. And hey, spin for the win, guys. All the best. Thank you.
How's it, cyclists? This is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we want to thank you very much for taking part in this amazing course. Spin for the win, and good luck.
Hi, spin for the win and good luck.
Hey guys, on behalf of FXTM, thank you for joining. This is for a great cause, and keep on cycling.
Hello South Africa, thank you for being here.
Stay focused and good luck.
How's it, cyclists? This is the big day, and on behalf of the FXTM team in South Africa, we would like to thank you so much for taking part in this amazing cause. Spin for the win and good luck.
Hey guys, thanks very much for volunteering for this great cause. Let's keep cycling, let's keep that focus on, and let's keep those donations coming.
Hi, I'm Lex Webster, Chief Commercial Officer at Xfinity Group. And thanks so much to all the volunteers who are participating in the virtual ride today. It's a really fantastic cause which we're delighted to be involved with, and wish you all the best of luck. And just remember, everyone, please give. It's a really important cause. Thanks very much. Cheers. Bye.
That's the Chief Commercial Officer for FXTM, Lex Webster. We have the final message from our presenting sponsors, FXTM, who've done a great job in supporting us here today and doing a great job in keeping it all together. I think Lutando Kaka spent many years of his life racing for a living. Probably had a better time on the bike than behind the scenes here, Lutando. It's a tough time, isn't it?
No, it is. I must say I've learned a thing or two today, technology-wise, and who knows, maybe I might just go into IT or maybe just go into TV. It's been quite fascinating seeing the whole thing come together. I mean, seeing people from all over the world just chatting away on and riding their bikes and just chatting away and making a relationship. And this is what it's about, and towards something good.
Yeah.
Not just going for good health, but going as a hobby, but also doing something for the broader community.
Absolutely. Well, look, I think that those of us on this side would rather be riding our bikes.
Yeah.
We aspire to be riders, and we never will be. But no, it's fantastic to see so many people contributing, being part of the action. Yeah, we're focusing on our little groups that we've had, the Bulls and the Lions and the Cricket and the Lions and the Titans and the Runners. But there are so many others out there all over. We see at the top of the King of the Mountains there, Louis Visser, who's a pro with the tech team.
Dominating.
Yeah, he's dominating in the climbs every time.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think also a shout out, to Gerard Mulman. out in in Pretoria, because it's hosting the guys there. So I think there's a group of like 12 guys that are riding there. So it's also quite good seeing not only the other different sporting codes, which is something we've never seen before, but also seeing the whole of the cycling community saying, you know what can we do as a cycling community, as a rugby community, and also putting what you say, putting your money where your mouth is, in terms of the donations, so that we can say this is what we did for the country.
Absolutely, that's making a contribution, and we've spoken about on and off through the morning about making every day a Mandela Day, and as one of our riders out there said, it's not an event, it's a way of life.
Yes.
And I think if you can adopt that sort of approach to saying, well, you know what, we do it just because that's the way we are and want to be and want to help.
No, exactly. I think that's a very great way of putting it. I mean, if we can all do what we love in our own spaces, but touching and bringing change to many people out there, it's just, and which is something that this COVID-19 pandemic has an opportunity that it has offered us, that a lot of people need help, a lot of people are in distress, so we can do the little that we can do in our respective corners for the greater good. So we're thankful to the partners, FXTM, I mean, to Hulamin, to ATC, to the Gauteng Sport and Recreation, and many others. There's so many that actually said, what can we do? I mean, Motima, Toyota, Weber Bryce, and Siovita and Falke. So we're quite grateful to those people who've actually afforded us this opportunity.
Kaiser Matong Jr. there, he hadn't done any form of exercise since lockdown. Maps Montpagnon is killing it there towards the end of this ride. They are heading into just inside the last 20 minutes. The Checha Zulu there, she's vibing properly. It's fantastic. Absolutely. Look at them going. Coolest shirts, those foundation shirts and your Ride4Hope shirts are looking really, really good.
Impressive work by Siovita there.
Yeah, they've done a great job. So now this is working so nicely. You've got the ride that will happen next year. Let's be that side of it. But that's not to say that perhaps this can't happen as well.
No, exactly.
Every time these events have happened, people said, well, you know what, this actually works really well. There's no reason why we can't have this outside of the pandemic time.
No, exactly. And I think, it same goes with the Ride4Hope. I mean, we've had 4 days of people who only ride 50 kilometers every week to riding 500 kilometers. So those are the experiences that we've had the opportunity to bring to people, whereby we're saying, let's try new things. And of course, with every challenge comes an opportunity, and it comes a way of doing things differently. And of course, mistakes will be made. It's also a learning curve, but we learn and we move forward, and we try to better it the following year. So it's a great platform to make sure that we can still do this. And thanks to BCX, the connectivity has been awesome.
Fantastic.
Linking Pretoria, Johannesburg, and also being placed here in Houghton at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, it's been quite impressive.
Just to give you a little bit of background, this young man is a retired cyclist. Look at him. He looks like he's a pro now. He's lean, and but you spent, I could be guessing, 12 years racing?
Yes. I think 14.
14 years.
I think about 14, because I started being serious at around about 18 up until 32, around about 32 years. So, baby came into the picture, family. So, and then, I was always, apart from racing, I was always giving back to the development side, to make sure that we see a whole lot of youngsters, especially from the township, because there's a lot of difficulties getting into the sport of cycling, which is actually not cheap.
Yeah.
So now this my retirement, if I could say, has also offered an opportunity to say, you have more time on your hands. What can you do towards for the greater good, and using the platform of cycling and the years in terms of experience. And yeah, so this has been a lot of work that has started off from back then.
So you're talking about looking to get more riders from the township and more riders into the sport. And it is barrier to entry is no question. It's a difficult thing. But at 18, I mean, how did you? What was your blueprint that got you into cycling?
Oh well, what got me into cycling? It was, I mean, I went to school in Khayelitsha, and one day saw a bunch of guys, like 4 or 5 of them, riding nice cycling clothes, and I thought, wow, that looks kind of nice. But for me, it was more like the family aspect. You know, you're seeing these like-minded individuals doing something to better their lives, and I just wanted in on that. You know, and I mean, coming from the township, there are a lot of foul factors that pull you to whichever direction that might not be so good. So sport I saw as something that, as an environment, as a safe environment. You know, we're dealing with drug abuse, alcohol abuse nowadays. So it kind of seemed more like an attractive offering.
But it would have taken great commitment to stick at it. And difficult. I mean, it's difficult to find the time and the opportunity, the space to go and train and ride.
No, of course. And especially, I mean, I was in my last years of high school. I think I was in grade 10, if not grade 10, if not grade 11 at that time. So it was quite hectic with schoolwork. So I had to kind of like juggle the two. And cycling was also taking off at that time, because I got to represent South Africa within a year of cycling at the Youth Commonwealth Games in Australia. And that's when I got to see a bigger picture. And then, you know,
that's, I mean, and just whilst we're on this, I mean, that seeing the bigger picture, and you had some youngsters here from the FXTM team.
Yes.
Just being exposed to the opportunity, the possibilities.
Yes.
I suppose opens the doors for them and says, I can go through that door and become a Lutando, become a Nick Lamini. So it gives them that opportunity.
No, very much. You know, you taste something good and you're like, wow.
I want that.
I'd like to live with this.
But I can't just have it.
Yeah.
I've got to earn it.
No.
And that's the difference, isn't it?
And that's the beauty of sport. You know, you go there, it's competitive in nature. If you want it, do you want it more than the next person? And if you take that as well with life, I mean, then you know that, you know what, with all the opportunities that we might have, you know, there's another person that also wants it. So you only want to work hard. So sport is actually quite a good school of life, if I could say, towards adulthood, I can say.
Well, that's just why we're chatting about this, because this is about life, and this is about, I mean, we talked about taking those opportunities and taking, but this is very much about giving, what we're doing here today, and people giving time, giving money, as many of you have been donating. It's fantastic to see so many, and our sponsors giving to the event. So it's a holistic program.
No, definitely. And I mean, I think also towards the end of my cycling career, I mean, I've met some pretty incredible people. I mean, our chairman now for the Ride4Hope Foundation, which is Mr. Thabo Liu, who's also been guiding us in terms of the direction we take as the Ride4Hope with the legacy Ride4Hope. And that opportunity has allowed me to see that, you know, to meet some generous people in life. And the only thing I've learned is that, you know, you need to have an open hand to be able to receive and also to be able to give. So that is something I hope to take forward for the rest of my life, that if you give, you definitely get something back.
Absolutely. It's a two-way street, and that's where it starts, giving. Look, you can see Thabo is conducting the orchestra a bit, isn't he? He's got really stuck in here.
It's been quite busy, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. It's fantastic to see. And a great vibe out there, which is wonderful.
No, definitely. And I must also, I mean, just not fail to mention, I mean, it took a lot of work to put this together, a lot of sleepless nights, especially with the time constraint.
Yes.
You know, we spoke about this like 2 months ago, and as big as it is, I mean, apart from the partners, of course, I mean, we have a very good team with Sipho Mona, who's also at Velokaya, who's the manager, the general manager at Velokaya, And of course, I've had my wife, Zetu Kaka, who's also assisted greatly. So it actually was definitely a team effort, including Thabo Liu and the board members, Yako Ross and Nosipo and Thabo, and Timmy as well. So it's been quite a huge element of teamwork and behind the scenes, sleepless night trying to put this together.
Just like a good cycling team.
No, very much. The only part is that now we're venturing into the unknown.
Yes.
So having put together a ride in real life and coming to a virtual platform, which also included production elements and technology. So it was also a good learning curve.
Well, it's been fantastic, and it's a big step into the next initiative, whatever it might be, and the legacy, the Ride for Hope. That is something to look forward to next year, and I'm sure you'll have a great demand on people wanting to ride that next year.
No, definitely. And there's people that call themselves the Ride4Hope family, or what we call each other. So, if you look on the screen, we've got Zuko Mdwaba. Zuko has been, this is his second year participating now. Last year he supported the initiative, and we've had lots and lots of people that are riding from home, because of course we could only accommodate a certain number at the foundation. And we know we have a lot of supporters, and we hope that family grows. That we also see a lot of new faces come next year, that we can bring development to the corners of sometimes not neglected communities. So hopefully, as you said, it might grow bigger and better.
I'm sure it will. Latanda, with an energy and a focus like yours, I'm sure it will, and with the team you've got behind you. Where are we? 55. We're getting close. Let's pop outside and then catch up with Thabo as he catches up with the riders who are putting the finishing touches and now are starting to feel the pain out there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here is the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 Relief Fund. I'm with Zuko at the moment. Zuko, how are you doing, my brother?
Not too bad. It's all good in the hood.
Well, are you going a bit downhill or uphill? Because it's the final few minutes now.
I'm climbing. I'm trying to summit this hill.
So you are at the summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be lack of boys and girls. Let's show them some bit of love back at home. Make some noise. Okay, can I get your hands in the air? Lovely stuff. Well, it is indeed come down to this. It is the final few minutes. And right here at the back, I'm with my brother here. Okay, I won't do it. Well, Gino, tell us, how has this day been so far?
Say it back again. I didn't hear you.
How has this day been so far?
My brother, it's fun, hectic, tiring, but the most important thing is that we're here and we're going to do it for our sisters and brothers out there. Yes. This is the third year on this initiative, and it's something that one will never miss, irrespective of what could happen. Unfortunately, that this year we won't be on the road, but here we will go again. We're doing it. Alternatives have been made. Well, let's do it for our sisters and brothers.
For our sisters and our brothers, just as the president has said, well, sometime this also will be over. My brother, the final hill, the final climb, how does it feel?
I'm dying.
I'm dying.
No, it feels good, eh? It's been lovely. I mean, it's a tough route, but doing it for a wedding cost, so fantastic.
Well, absolutely incredible. Tell us a bit more. Why are you here? Who are you? Why are you doing this?
My name is Mutlokwe Sibake. I'm doing this purely because I love cycling. No, it's not true. I don't hate it, but I'm doing this because I believe in the cause. There's a few people out there who have been impacted by this coronavirus, and this is just a way for us to contribute to helping those who need help at this point. I'm struggling with the mask.
Struggling with the mask. It is the Nelson Mandela COVID-19 relief. Well, we're talking about relief. It's the final few minutes. Some of them are done. Boys and girls, the final hill, the final climb. Get your hands up in the air. Have some fun out there. Oh, yes, sir. Let's say Ride for Hope in 3 seconds. 2, 1, ride. Lovely, once more. Ride. Oh, absolutely incredible. You guys have been insanely awesome. It has been a lovely, lovely day. Let's say, yeah. Are you okay? Are you coping?
I'm alive. The legs want to stop, but the heart wants to keep going.
Keep going. Well, that is the message. Just keep going. Absolutely. It is tough. It is difficult, but somehow.
It is worth it.
Absolutely incredible. It is such a lovely day. Did you enjoy it thoroughly?
I absolutely did. It hurt, but like I said, it's worth it. Anything for the betterment of our fellow South Africans' lives.
Well, just to wrap it up, this man has been absolutely in dominating form. He's been brutal out on the bike, absolutely killing it out there. How was your day?
Yeah, it was amazing, amazing. As I said, it's the first or the third of the several ones that I've done today. It's just, it's amazing. A lot of fun. Nice atmosphere here as well. It's just good to see everyone out and having a good time. Nice to see some human faces as well.
Absolutely incredible. Well, let's look here. The earphones are on. It is the final countdown. Woo! How are you now?
Awesome. So much fun. Really great ride. Enjoyed it thoroughly, yeah.
So would you surely tell some of the couch potatoes like myself? They say round is also a shape, so I'm in shape. I'm in shape. Don't laugh at me.
If I can do it, you can do it. I challenge you for next year.
Oh, absolutely incredible. Alan, it has been a lovely day. It's been a beautiful day. I don't know how you guys at home making each day a Nelson Mandela Day, making each day count, not only for yourself, but for those out there. Well, let's wrap it up right here. Last time around, Ride for Hope in 3 seconds. 2, 1. I know that's a false start. Let's do it over. Last time, but I need fire, I need vibe, and I want to hear the bikes. Let's get the bikes going. 3, 2, 1. Oh, thank you guys. You've been absolutely incredible.
Well done. Fantastic job, Tabu, and to all the riders. Remember, we started this morning with a ride between the Emirates Lions and the Vodacom Bulls out at the Bulls were at Loftus, the Lions at Emirates Airline Park, and so we had the Momentum Multiply Titans against the Imperial Lions in cricket, and then we had the Nedbank runners and the FXTM riders against one another, and now we have the Nelson Mandela Foundation and the Ride4Hope Foundation. I say against each other, but we've all been together in this one big group. And of course, many, many more outside there. Hundreds of riders from around the world have been joining us to take part in this event. Pro riders, part of the deal. And it's been fantastic to see them all taking part as this last ride is nearing an end. We have a rider from India, Portugal also riding as we look on our Zwift platform, all in aid of raising money for the Nelson Mandela COVID Relief Challenge, brought to you by FXTM. And it's been a fantastic effort by every single one of the riders and everyone involved. And of course, all those sponsors who've made a huge difference to bringing this all together and making it work. Each one, feed one is what our motto is at the moment in terms of getting food to those who need it most in the outlying areas and areas that really do suffer in this desperate period of COVID-19. And to make life just a little bit easier for all of them, you are doing just that by donating. And donating any amount will help, but anything from 50 Rand above will qualify you to go into the draw for our lucky draws, and you'll get a notification of those in good time, and 100 Rand would get you in our lucky draw to drive a Toyota Fortuner, courtesy of Mortimer Toyota, for that month only, not forever, for a month. So look at them, just getting towards the end of the ride now and putting in the final few pedal strokes, 5 minutes or so. Lechejo Zulu is nearing up to 30 k's an hour, 29.4 k's she has been going at. That's fantastic. She's a real super athlete, is Lechejo. Looking at her on our Zwift platform, that's not Lechejo there, of course. That is her just behind that rider there, looking at her watch and keeping a good rhythm. So whilst we celebrate this day today and bring you images of people committing time and energy and effort to making a difference and raising funds for the COVID relief challenge, let's not just keep it to today. Let's look ahead and maybe make every day a Mandela Day. Why not do that and give and receive? Because in doing that, we'll all look for and achieve a better world, particularly in this incredibly trying time for us all. Thank you for joining us. If you've joined us for a few minutes or for a few hours, it's been wonderful to be part of a magical initiative that hopefully will make a difference to those who really, really need it.